The Rise of the Spanish Empire. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 201: Compulsory Education and 3 Meals a Day. Education Minister Gerard Wilson's purpose in meeting with Carlo wasn't to report on the steady progress made in literacy education each year, but to ask Carlo to push for the next step in education reform: universal compulsory primary education across Spain. Universal literacy and universal compulsory primary education represent two completely different levels of educational reform. Spain's current universal literacy program consists of a brief 3 to 5 month training program designed to ensure that illiterate people master a limited number of common Spanish words and acquire simple, accessible knowledge and common sense. Those who complete literacy education are essentially still low educated, only slightly better than illiterates. The universal compulsory primary education that Gerard Wilson wants to promote, on the other hand, would build upon literacy education and further popularize it, ensuring that all eligible children and young people in Spain receive at least primary education. Since education is compulsory, it must be free, which is why Gerard Wilson sought to meet with Carlo. Given Spain's current level of financial investment in education, implementing compulsory primary education nationwide would be difficult. Despite its small population, Spain currently boasts nearly 18.25 million people. While over 65% of Spaniards have now become literate, the vast majority achieved this arduous feat through literacy education. Only around 20% of the Spanish population completes primary education, and even fewer, less than 10%, completes secondary education. This is a key factor hindering the expansion of universities and higher education in Spain. Without sufficient primary education, how can higher education attract enough students? This is why Gerard Wilson is so determined to make primary education compulsory in Spain. The more people receive both primary and secondary education, the more talented students will apply to university. However well built a university may be, the more laboratories it has, and the more talented educators it has. Only with a large number of high school graduates can universities secure a sufficient student intake to sustain their income and operations. Your Majesty, this is the compulsory primary education development plan formulated by the Ministry of Education. If fully implemented, it will significantly change our educational landscape and close the gap between us and the major powers. Minister of Education Gerard Wilson handed another compulsory primary education development plan to Carlo, explaining it to him. Carlo took the plan and carefully read it. Spain's current number of primary schools is undoubtedly insufficient to support a nationwide compulsory primary education program. Therefore, before promoting compulsory primary education, the Ministry of Education must first build at least 1,000 public primary schools and prepare sufficient teaching staff to lay a solid foundation for compulsory primary education. Even if these schools were all built using relatively simple methods, the combined cost of thousands of schools would be substantial. Add to that the cost of teaching staff, textbooks, and other materials required to support these thousands of schools, and the costs would be enormous. Compulsory education is free, meaning that these thousands of primary schools would generate virtually no financial return for the government. While this would be beneficial to Spain's development, expecting the government to allocate so much money all at once to promote compulsory primary education was clearly difficult. Carlo understood Gerard Wilson's reason for approaching him. He clearly wanted to influence the government through him, hoping to get Prime Minister Archduke Serrano and Deputy Prime Minister Count Canaves to agree to the compulsory education development plan. After all, both of these cabinet leaders belonged to the Conservative Party and would theoretically obey Carlo's orders. This had indeed been the case at the last cabinet meeting, which was probably why Minister Gerard Wilson first submitted the development plan to Carlo rather than discussing it in a cabinet meeting. Carlo didn't rush to inquire about the funding required for compulsory primary education, but instead asked a few questions that interested him. How does the Ministry of Education plan to implement this plan? Your Majesty, the Ministry of Education is prioritizing primary school enrollment for children aged 6 to 12. In accordance with compulsory education standards, The Ministry of Education will waive tuition fees to ensure public acceptance of compulsory education. For children aged 12 and above who have not yet completed primary education, we still encourage them to attend primary school, and no Spanish primary school may refuse these overage students. After completing primary school, graduates can take a government-administered unified examination to enter higher-level secondary schools. If they achieve excellent results on the unified examination, the Ministry of Education will waive a portion of their secondary school tuition and, for exceptionally high achievers, provide a scholarship. If their results on the unified examination are poor, they will not be eligible for tuition waivers or scholarships, but they will still be able to attend secondary school. Of course, students who complete primary school can also attend technical schools, which receive subsidies, and the Ministry of Education will not interfere with their choice. For some extremely poor families, the Education Department is considering providing a certain amount of grants in elementary schools to ensure that young people from these families can complete at least elementary school. Due to government financial constraints, grants will only be available in elementary schools, while scholarships will be available from elementary school to middle school, high school, and university, as a reward for students with outstanding academic performance. Education Secretary Gerard Wilson explained his plan clearly and coherently. Carlo nodded and continued, "This plan is excellent, but there are several challenges. Has the Education Department considered funding? If compulsory primary education is universalized nationwide, will the Education Department's funding increase several times? Can our finances sustain such a massive educational expenditure? Compulsory primary education requires at least 6 years to show results, and we need to maintain the enormous cost of education during these 6 years. If these issues cannot be resolved, I'm afraid Archduke Serrano and Count Canovas will not easily agree to this plan." Archduke Serrano and Count Canovas's conservative status is no mere rhetoric, they are definitely more conservative than Prime Minister Primo. Minister Gerard Wilson's plan for developing compulsory primary education is indeed beneficial for Spain, but it will take at least 6 years for any results to emerge. Spain's current finances are limited, and each department requires a substantial budget. It's clearly not easy for the Education Department to get the biggest piece of the pie. After all, Archduke Serrano, Prime Minister, and Count Canovas, Deputy Prime Minister, both hold other cabinet ministerial positions, and they must also consider the development of other departments. An additional budget for the Education Department means significantly less for other departments. While the Education Department will undoubtedly gain significant credit for this plan, it's uncertain whether other departments will be willing to sacrifice their own interests to help it. Hearing Carlo's question, Gerard Wilson realized this was his only chance to convince Carlo. He thought carefully before replying, "If we build all our schools using the lowest quality equipment, we can effectively reduce the initial costs of universalizing compulsory primary education. Universalizing compulsory education doesn't need to be implemented simultaneously across the country. We can select 1 or 2 regions as pilot areas to reduce our initial costs. If possible, I believe Madrid and Catalonia could serve as pilot areas for compulsory education. According to the Ministry of Education's estimates, we only need to build 200 primary schools in these 2 regions before we can consider universalizing compulsory education. If we limit the pilot program to these 2 regions, we estimate that the annual increase in education funding can be limited to 15 million pesetas. Even if it were implemented nationwide, the additional expenditure for compulsory education would not exceed 60 million pesetas. If we can persevere for 6 years, Spain in 6 years will be completely different from what it is today. Your Majesty, with only 15 million pesetas, the Ministry of Education is confident that we can fully implement compulsory education through pilot programs in Madrid and Catalonia, setting a model for universal compulsory education in other regions. Only if we cultivate enough elementary students can we have enough middle school students. Only if we cultivate enough middle school students can we have enough high school and university students. Now is our best opportunity, Your Majesty, Gerard Wilson said with heartfelt sincerity. He expressed great confidence in the Ministry of Education's plan for compulsory primary education. This will not only be a great achievement for the Ministry of Education, but also a crucial step in Spain's transformation from an educationally weak nation to an educationally strong one. Carlo remained expressionless, yet deep down he was deeply satisfied with the Minister of Education. In Carlo's view, this compulsory education plan, while not perfect, is indeed suitable for Spain's current situation. If implemented according to this plan, Spain will gradually close the gap in education with other major powers. The importance of education is self-evident. Education can generate a large number of local talents, which in turn can drive the development of science and technology and various industries. Spain's biggest problem currently is the talent shortage, especially among its own people. Education can undoubtedly address this shortcoming. While it will take a long time to bear fruit, what Spain currently has in abundance is time. For Spain, the most significant wars were the Spanish-American War at the end of the century and the two world wars that shaped the entire world. Even the Spanish-American War was still over 20 years away from its historical outbreak. While global developments were not entirely consistent with history, Spain had plenty of time. Furthermore, the current Spain was significantly stronger than its historical counterpart. Spain's decline had ceased since the revolution, and its industry, economy, and overall national strength had reversed course and begun to grow. Under these circumstances, the United States was not necessarily confident of victory over Spain today. Furthermore, the Spanish-American War was still more than 20 years away. Carlo was confident that Spain would grow into a powerful nation rivaling the 5 traditional European powers, and naturally, it would not have to fear the United States at that time. As of now, I personally agree with this development plan. Carlo finally smiled, expressing his approval of the compulsory education development plan formulated by the Ministry of Education. He said, "Education is a crucial component of Spain's development, and prioritizing it is essential. Minister Gerard, you can present this plan at the next cabinet meeting. I will inform Archduke Serrano and Count Canovas to secure government support." Hearing Carlo's promise, Minister Gerard Wilson finally breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, "As you command, Your Majesty." At a cabinet meeting a few days later, Minister Gerard Wilson, following Carlo's instructions, presented the compulsory primary education development plan for cabinet discussion. Because of Carlo's instructions, Count Canovas expressed his approval, while Archduke Serrano remained silent. However, the cabinet ministers all knew that Count Canovas as deputy prime minister was actually the most important person in charge of the cabinet government. Although Archduke Serrano was prime minister, his role was more symbolic and stabilizing, and he did not interfere excessively with the development of various departments. After Count Canovas expressed his approval, the other cabinet ministers followed suit and echoed their agreement. However, despite their agreement, some details of the development plan were revised. For example, the original plan called for the construction of at least 1,000 primary schools across Spain to meet the demand for universal compulsory primary education. After discussion among the cabinet ministers, the construction of new primary schools was replaced by the renovation of existing buildings, such as those owned by rebellious nobles, officials, and capitalists. Some of these properties were located in urban areas, were large, and had low value. Although abandoned for a period of time, the buildings themselves could still be used. With a little renovation, these abandoned properties could be transformed into new schools. Since primary education was to be free and universal, schools did not need to be brand new. Renovated second-hand buildings could also be used. Of course, if the buildings themselves were already extremely unsafe, they would naturally not be suitable for use as schools. Buildings that can be repurposed must be inspected and proven to be sufficiently sturdy. Comfortability is another matter. They must be sturdy enough to ensure the safety of teachers and students. Just in terms of schools, every 100 schools avoided can save the education department a significant amount of money. This money can be invested elsewhere to further promote compulsory education. Besides saving money on schools, there are also savings on textbooks and teaching materials. Primary school education doesn't involve complex subjects. It primarily focuses on teaching Spanish and simple math. In this case, it's perfectly feasible to abandon the system of individual textbooks for each student and instead have several students share one. Even simply ensuring teachers have a single textbook can facilitate curriculum delivery. Primary school material is generally not difficult, and with only 2 regular subjects, there's ample time to teach all students these basic concepts. The savings on school construction and teaching materials can be invested in other expenses, such as teacher salaries and meals. Compulsory education, of course, doesn't require students to be provided 3 meals a day. However, given Spain's current income levels, if these students weren't provided with 3 meals a day, many would refuse to attend school and instead send their children to work in factories. While doing so for the sake of family livelihoods is understandable, Saving a portion of this population would naturally be even better. For this reason, upon seeing the plan, Carlo considered providing 3 meals a day to these students in compulsory education under the guise of the government. Of course, these so-called 3 meals a day wouldn't be luxurious, they would simply ensure these growing students had enough to eat and didn't go hungry. While saving a significant amount on school construction and textbooks, it would indeed provide these students with 3 meals a day, giving children from poor families a chance to receive an education, rather than spending the rest of their lives in shady factories like slaves. Carlo considered this further. If the royal family provided 3 meals a day on the government's behalf, the royal family wouldn't gain much prestige. However, if it did, the children would naturally be grateful, and the parents would be grateful as well. Of course, to achieve such prestige, the royal family couldn't do it without making any sacrifices. Therefore, at the cabinet meeting, Carlo proposed that the royal family bear part of the expenses for students 3 meals a day. Doing so would exempt the government from part of its expenditure, and the officials were naturally happy to do so. Of course, Carlo also put forward his own request, that is, 3 meals a day must be provided in the name of the royal family. With the agreement of Archduke Serrano and Count Canovas, this proposal was quickly voted through by the cabinet ministers. The royal family will be responsible for the expenses of breakfast and lunch for students, and the government will be responsible for dinner expenses. Of course, these 3 meals a day provided free of charge to students are provided to students in the name of the royal family, and they will be provided every day as long as they are in school. Since it is provided to all students, the food naturally cannot be too good. However, Carlo also has a relevant minimum regulation, that is, students in the school must eat meat at least once a week. After all, they are in the stage of growing up. 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 202, Turmoil in the Ottoman Empire and Raging Balkans. 1876. The Spanish cabinet officially approved a plan for compulsory primary education, which was officially announced and implemented. The news immediately caused a sensation and captured widespread public attention across Spain. According to government documents and announcements, this compulsory education, primarily focused on primary school, would be completely free of tuition and fees, and all primary school students would be provided with 3 free meals a day. The government announcement specifically mentioned that all 3 meals would be funded by the royal family, sparking a wave of gratitude and praise from the public for the royal family. The public, however, was primarily concerned with practical benefits. If the royal family provided 3 meals a day for school children, it would mean that the Spanish people would no longer have to bear the cost of school meals for their children. While the cost of a single day's meal might seem small, when considered over an entire year, or even the entire 6 years of primary school, it was a significant expense. For the average Spanish family, 1 less meal meant a significant reduction in expenses. This money, if redirected elsewhere, could significantly improve the quality of life for all family members. Of course, Carlo was closely monitoring public opinion in Spain. Upon learning of the public's outpouring of gratitude toward the royal family and himself, Carlo knew his move had been a success. The greater the public's gratitude toward the royal family, the more secure its position would naturally be. This mattered not only to Carlo, but also to all future monarchs. The more secure the Spanish royal family's position, the less worry future kings would have about their thrones. Otherwise, any minor mishap could lead to dethronement, undoing Carlo's painstaking efforts. Following the announcement of the compulsory primary education development plan, the education authorities began plans to renovate primary schools in the Madrid and Catalonia regions. Madrid and Barcelona, home to Spain's 2 largest cities, are the pilot areas for compulsory education. However, Madrid and Catalonia have significant populations, exceeding 2 million combined. The education authorities must constantly monitor the smooth implementation of compulsory education and resolve any issues that arise during its implementation. Unresolved issues during the pilot program could impact the nationwide rollout. The compulsory education pilot programs in Madrid and Catalonia were of great interest not only to the education authorities but also to the public. While Madrid and Barcelona both boasted large workforces, average workers in those days did not earn that much. Completely free tuition and fees for compulsory education held immense appeal for Spain's working and rural population. The promotion of compulsory education in the 2 pilot regions was a collaborative effort between the education authorities and the regional governments of Madrid and Catalonia. Carlo had also specifically instructed Education Minister Gerard Wilson and Deputy Prime Minister Canovas to strictly control the quality of primary school renovations and to prevent the reuse of unsafe buildings. Any discovery of any reuse of unsafe buildings, shoddy construction, or corruption in the promotion of compulsory education would be dealt with swiftly and severely by the Cabinet and the Senate, who would hold all officials involved accountable. Gerard Wilson and Count Canovas naturally did not take Carlo's instructions as a casual conversation. Carlo's facial expression showed he was absolutely serious when he said he would deal with any incidents immediately and severely. The two men dared not afford to be careless. They not only repeatedly instructed their officials to strictly control the quality of the renovated and newly constructed primary schools, but also personally visited the renovation sites to oversee and ensure that no quality issues arose. Should any of these incidents occur, even if they had nothing to do with them, they would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. More importantly, if an incident occurred despite Carlo's prior instructions, they would lose Carlo's trust. The implications of losing Carlo's trust under the current Spanish cabinet system are self-evident. Even though Canovas, as Deputy Prime Minister, was already a clear candidate for the next Prime Minister, if he lost Carlo's trust due to the quality issues of the primary school construction, everything he had would be wiped out. Without Prime Minister Primo stepping in and Archduke Serrano speaking out against Carlo, Carlo alone would have the final say in the current Spanish government. Carlo already enjoyed immense popularity among the people, a confidence that enabled him to control the government through both the upper and lower houses. Not to mention the fledgling Count of Canovas, even if Prime Minister Primo re-entered politics, he wouldn't necessarily be able to compete with Carlo. Of course, this was only in the context of political struggle. If the intensification of the struggle led to military deployment, it would have devolved into a new Spanish Civil War, with an uncertain outcome. The Education Department moved swiftly, completing the renovation of more than a dozen primary schools in just over 3 months. The renovation process was actually quite simple. The first step was to select a suitable building for the primary school, followed by cleaning and separating the classrooms and dormitories. The most significant task during this period was repairing broken windows and doors, which contributed to the rapid pace of the primary school renovations. In fact, half of the 3 months was spent on finding a building, with the actual renovation work taking less than a month and a half. Based on current progress, the two regions are expected to have renovated over 60 primary schools by September of this year, and compulsory education will officially begin in both regions. 60 primary schools are certainly not enough, but initially, some students can squeeze in. If schools are insufficient, priority can be given to children aged 6 to 12. Once schools are sufficient, admission can be expanded to all age groups. Yes, compulsory primary education in Spain will be open to all ages, even adults. However, for the sake of fairness and the healthy development of actual primary school students aged 6 to 12, these older primary school students will not be placed in the same schools as those under 12. After all, compared to teenagers in their teens and 20s, actual primary school students aged 6 to 12 are not yet fully mature, and would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in the competition for scholarships. Simultaneously with this educational development, the situation in Europe also underwent a slight shift in May 1876. This shift was not driven by the European powers, but rather by changes within the Ottoman Empire, a vast empire that once spanned Europe, Asia, and Africa. Because the Ottoman Empire spanned Europe, Asia, and Africa and controlled the Strait of Constantinople, a crucial European strait, its changes drew close attention from European powers, particularly Britain, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. This is actually quite understandable. Austria-Hungary and Russia had well-known ambitions in the Balkans, and the Ottoman Empire was the master of the Balkans. The British were also quite concerned about the situation around the Strait of Constantinople. After all, their reputation as Europe's troublemaker wasn't for nothing. The changes in the Ottoman Empire stemmed from its decline. This once mighty empire, spanning 3 continents, had long since become a decaying, frail old man. While it still clung to its last gasp, it was only a lasting breath. Compared to the traditional European powers, the Ottoman Empire was like a piece of fat, cut into pieces, a piece of fat that had been cleanly shaved, not even irritating. As early as the end of last year, a severe famine in Central and Northern Asia Minor caused chaos throughout the Ottoman Empire. However, European powers only closely monitored the Ottoman Empire's situation, and with each other acting in a mutually reinforcing manner, No major power had the confidence to intervene under the watchful eyes of the others. But since May of this year, the situation in the Ottoman Empire has once again begun to change. The then Ottoman Sultan Abdulaziz was deposed by a group of visionary Ottomans, led by Midhat, and replaced by Murad V. This was initially a mere power transition within the Ottoman Empire, and logically would not have led to a major shift in the political landscape. The Ottoman people hoped for a sultan who would introduce a new constitution, transition the empire to a constitutional monarchy, foster greater democracy, and promote reforms, leading to national rejuvenation and strength. Logically, Murad V., heavily influenced by France, had a chance of accomplishing these goals. However, Murad V showed little regard for the Ottoman Empire's northern neighbor, the Russian Empire, and was even quite hostile. This perceived enemy, the Ottoman Sultan of the Russian Empire, naturally aroused Russian concern and discontent. The Russian Empire had long coveted control of the Strait of Constantinople to control the Black Sea fleet's access to the Mediterranean. Naturally, they gloated over the Ottoman Empire's chaos, even hoping for its further turmoil. An Ottoman Sultan hostile to Tsarist Russia was a perfect pretext, prompting Tsarist Russia to intervene more actively in Ottoman affairs, such as supporting Serbia's independence. The Ottoman Empire's turmoil wasn't just of concern to Russia. Britain and Austria-Hungary were also watching closely. Russia's undisguised involvement in Balkan affairs deeply displeased Austria-Hungary, which also harbored a strong desire for Balkan territory. Austria-Hungary, in stark contrast to Tsarist Russia, expressed a stance that favored maintaining the status quo in the Balkans. After all, a decaying Ottoman Empire would facilitate Austria-Hungary's infiltration of the Balkans. In fact, as early as late last year, Russian Foreign Minister Gorchakov had secretly held talks with Austria-Hungary regarding a joint effort to pressure the Ottoman Empire to grant autonomy to the rebellious provinces of Herzegovina and Bosnia. Austria-Hungary, understanding Russia's intentions, rejected the foreign minister's proposal. Russia's strong support for the Balkan uprisings naturally aroused Austria-Hungary's fear and wariness. Austria-Hungary's most powerful ally was Germany, but the three countries were also part of the Triple Alliance. Germany's diplomatic stance on this issue is ambiguous, neither supporting Russian intervention in the Ottoman Empire nor supporting Austria-Hungary maintaining the status quo, maintaining a relatively neutral stance. Austria-Hungary had no choice but to turn its attention to another ally, Spain, which had begun to implement reforms. Although Spain was also an extremely weak empire, its recent reforms had revived its vitality, making it a European powerhouse. Without direct German support, Austria-Hungary's most reliable ally was Spain. Of course, Austria-Hungary's hopes for maintaining the status quo in the Balkans were not solely pinned on Spain. A crucial factor was that the British were unwilling to see Russia expand its sphere of influence in the Balkans, and even more unwilling to see it control Constantinople and the Straits. After the Austro-Hungarian ambassador contacted the Spanish government, the cabinet convened an emergency meeting and invited Carlo to attend. Carlo was also familiar with this historical event. Eventually, a war broke out between Russia and the Ottoman Empire, known in history as the 10th Russo-Turkish War. While Russia won the war, the spoils were divided among Britain, Austria, and Russia. Notably, this war also saw Austria-Hungary acquire Bosnia and Herzegovina, indirectly triggering World War I. The first infamous event in World War I was the assassination of Crown Prince Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo, a city in Bosnia. The assassination stemmed from a conflict between Austria-Hungary and Serbia over two Bosnian provinces. Austria-Hungary hoped that Spain would honor its alliance and provide diplomatic support to ensure Austria-Hungary had sufficient leverage to oppose Russia's forced intervention in the Balkans. Carlo, familiar with this historical development, naturally understood that Austria-Hungary had not participated in the war. Simply supporting Austria-Hungary diplomatically would have been a loss-making undertaking for Spain. While this would offend Russia, Russia was located at the easternmost point of Europe, and Spain at the westernmost point. There was no mutual interest between the two countries, so an offense was enough. Moreover, the Russian Empire was not long for extinction. The Ottoman Empire was a decadent, ancient empire, and so was the Russian Empire. Partial reforms had given Russia a respite, but Carlo knew full well how long this would last. Despite the exaggerated figures of Europe's 5 traditional powers, there were only 3 truly powerful nations: Britain, France, and Germany. These countries surpassed Russia and Austria in industry and economy, and are currently among the world's top 3 powers. Russia won the war against the Ottoman Empire, but ultimately had to concede to Austria-Hungary and Britain. The fundamental reason was Russia's weakness in Britain's strength. If the Balkan conflict had involved only the Ottoman Empire, Austria-Hungary, and Russia might have been confident that it could have won against Austria-Hungary and completely control the situation in the Balkans. Unfortunately, Austria-Hungary was backed by Germany, and the Ottoman Empire by Britain. Russia's complete control of the Balkans was extremely difficult, just as Spain's attempt to control Gibraltar is now difficult. After a cabinet meeting, the Spanish government officially announced its stance. It agreed to diplomatically support Austria-Hungary and support the non-interference of the great powers in the Balkans. With this support, the Austro-Hungarian government finally breathed a sigh of relief. While Spain was not as powerful as the five traditional European powers, it was still a significant power in Europe. Spanish diplomatic support was crucial for Austria-Hungary and would undoubtedly encourage Russia to consider its Balkan plans more carefully. While Austria-Hungary was relieved, Carlo was already preparing his military factories to produce a batch of new weapons, equipment, and artillery shells. The 10th Russo-Turkish War was a massive undertaking, with both sides mobilizing over 1 million troops and over 4,000 artillery pieces. The conflict involved large-scale engagements, equipped with rifled guns and artillery, and utilizing railways and field telegraphs for communication. This also led to a larger scale of battlefields and a change in the methods of warfare compared to previous battles. This war, characterized by its wide fronts and deep engagements, offered valuable lessons for the Spanish army. Both sides would undoubtedly require vast quantities of weaponry, creating a potential export opportunity for Spanish munitions factories. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Child Labor School. Whether viewed from a historical perspective or from the perspective of the current situation in Europe, recent years have been a period of relative peace and stability in Europe. Since the founding of the German Empire, relations between European powers have been relatively stable. While there have been some intense conflicts between nations, these have not been sufficient to precipitate a major war. This was fortunate for Spain, as what Spain lacked was a peaceful and stable environment for development. However, it was also unfortunate for Spain. This overly stable and peaceful environment led to slow development of its military industry, making it difficult to find opportunities for large-scale arms exports, as was the case during World Wars I and II. The 10th Russo-Turkish War was a large-scale war, and it was the first opportunity for the Royal Arsenal to export large-scale weapons and equipment since its founding. Of course, whether Spain would reap any benefits from this war was uncertain. After all, besides Russia, other European powers, led by Britain and Austria-Hungary, were also watching the situation in the Balkans. It was for this reason that, when Carlo ordered the Royal Arsenal to expand production, he set a weapons storage target of 150,000 rifles, 1,200 artillery pieces, and the corresponding ammunition. Even if Spain was unable to sell its weapons during the Russo-Turkish War, the stockpiled rifles and artillery could be sold to other countries through small orders or used by the country itself. After all, military training inevitably leads to the loss of weapons and ammunition, so stockpiling a few more weapons and ammunition was not a big deal. The weaponry of the era consisted primarily of standard firearms, primarily rifles, and artillery, which provided significant firepower. Both weapons and their accompanying ammunition were relatively inexpensive to manufacture, which is why Carlo felt confident in ordering the Royal Arsenal to begin production without further investigation. It's worth noting that the Royal Arsenal's expansion also employed a large number of child laborers. This wasn't to suggest that Carlo intentionally exploited child labor, but rather the prevailing circumstances of the times. Child labor was widespread across Europe, not just in Spain, but in traditional powers like Britain, France, Germany, Russia, and Austria. One of the key reasons Europe's average life expectancy was only in its 30s and 40s was the large number of children employed as factory laborers, who were exploited by factory owners and capitalists, ultimately developing various health problems and leading to premature death in their 20s and 30s. Living to their 20s or 30s was considered quite a feat. Many child laborers died on the production lines under the oppression of factory owners, a brutal reality of our time. Of course, The royal arsenal's large recruitment of child laborers wasn't motivated by Carlo's desire to exploit them, but rather a commitment to providing them with the best possible welfare benefits. While Spanish labor laws and minimum wage laws regulated working hours and wages for child laborers, these could only alleviate the suffering of a portion of these groups. These children were Spain's future, and even for the sake of Spain's future, Carlo sought to care for as many child laborers as possible, allowing them to grow up healthily. The Royal Arsenal is currently a leading Spanish military enterprise, a benchmark and representative of the sector. Currently, child labor accounts for over 30% of the workforce, a staggering figure. Every day, thousands of child laborers could be seen trudging to their production lines, contributing their modest contributions to the Spanish military industry. Carlo would not overly increase the wages of child laborers, as this would be unfair to the adult workers. Of course, child workers were provided with benefits that were even more than those stipulated by labor laws. All child workers in royal enterprises received at least 1 day off per week, totaling more than 4 days per month. Furthermore, factories and enterprises provided child workers with milk or bone broth at least once a week to help them maintain their health. Child workers were not allowed to work overtime and were allowed to leave at the factory's designated closing time. This was Carlo's way of providing some support to these child workers, offering them a glimmer of warmth in these dark times. However, Carlo alone could not change this situation. He needed to promote economic progress across the country, ensuring that Spaniards had more savings and income so that they would enroll their children in school rather than working in factories. As early as the literacy campaign, Carlo had royal enterprises organize literacy classes for child workers during their vacations. Progress has been relatively good, with a majority of child workers in royal factories and enterprises completing literacy programs and escaping illiteracy. Carlo later planned to establish child labor schools within larger factories, allowing these children to receive compulsory primary education while working and completing their studies. These schools would not only provide compulsory primary education knowledge but also teach them basic skills, transforming them from child laborers into skilled workers. This would not only improve the educational level of the Spanish people but also effectively improve the living standards of these child laborers. After all, the income of an illiterate child laborer would undoubtedly differ from that of a skilled worker with a primary school education and some skills. However, since these schools covered areas not covered by regular public schools, Carlo had only a tentative idea in mind and had yet to implement it. Compared to child laborers in royal factories, child laborers in private enterprises received significantly lower incomes and benefits. This was unavoidable, given the limited labor force available to them. Furthermore, child laborers were easier to exploit than adult workers, making their resistance weaker. Under the intimidation and coercion of capitalists, many child laborers simply did not dare to resist. Capitalists weren't the seemingly benign business tycoons we see on the internet in later generations. They were ruthless bullies who devoured people without leaving any bones behind. Carlo could only express his helplessness. This was a common phenomenon in the broader context of the era, and even if Carlo tried to rectify it, he couldn't completely eradicate it. However, he did establish certain boundaries regarding child labor. Europe was quite extreme in its approach to child labor. How extreme was it? Capitalist factories even employed large numbers of children under the age of 10. Yes, children under the age of 10. To be more precise, there were large numbers of children aged 4, 5, or 6. The sources of these child laborers were diverse. Some were families unable to afford the expenses of raising more children and were forced to send some to factories to fend for themselves. Others were bought and sold by various church orphanages, and other institutions. Even in modern, technologically advanced societies, human trafficking existed, let alone in 1876, when technology and relevant laws and regulations were so backward. Human trafficking was widespread across Europe, and the lives of the lower classes during that era were truly miserable. Ironically, while these capitalists were frantically exploiting child labor for exorbitant profits, they simultaneously disguised themselves as benevolent and compassionate gentlemen. They donated to churches, allowing them to establish more orphanages and schools, taking in orphans and abandoned children. These orphans were then secretly transferred to the capitalists' factories, becoming free labor under their yoke. The capitalists showed no mercy to these purchased people. Any disobedient child laborers were subjected to beatings at best, or even simply eliminated through various means. The Spanish government would sooner or later have to rectify these orphanages and schools. Putting aside the underlying issue of human trafficking, the mere fact that these orphanages and schools were tainted with illicit knowledge meant they were destined for closure or even widespread reform. It's well known that the public is blind and easily swayed by public opinion. Children are particularly blind, easily believing what they've been taught, and capitalists and churches are using these tactics to shape a distorted worldview for them. This was completely unacceptable to Carlo. In Spain, only the royal family and the government could brainwash people through education. The actions of capitalists and the church were a challenge to the royal status and the government's majesty. Spain does not prohibit the existence of private schools, but private schools must obey the supervision of the Ministry of Education, and the corresponding textbooks must also be reviewed by the Ministry of Education. They cannot teach whatever they want. In official public schools, there will be a large number of ideological education courses starting from elementary school. These courses will not forcibly brainwash students, but will subtly cultivate their loyalty to the emperor and patriotism, so that they will develop a love for Spain and a love for the royal family and Carlo. These students who have just entered school are like a piece of white paper. Even if Carlo does not write on it, sooner or later someone will write and draw on the white paper. Instead, Carlo and the government should proactively write something on these blank sheets that would benefit Spain's development, starting from the earliest years. This would foster a sense of national identity and pride among Spaniards, and use the royal family as a bond to unite the Spaniards of each region, thereby creating a vast nation and a united Spanish state. Tying the royal family to the state offers many advantages, including a significant stability of the royal family's position. If politicians want to prevent the country from falling apart, they must preserve the royal family and use its legal authority to control the entire unified nation. In this respect, it is similar to the British royal family. Although the British royal family later lost most of its power, its role as a link between the various regions of the UK was sufficient to prevent the British government from taking action against it. The British government could easily abolish the royal family, but doing so would result in Scotland and Ireland falling outside of English control, and the British Empire would be fragmented. Carlo's goal was to ensure that the Spanish royal family had a status similar to that of the British royal family in later generations. Even if the royal family lacked significant power, the government would not dare to underestimate it. As long as the succession to the throne didn't fall into the chaos of the Carlists, the Spanish royal family would be irreplaceable and its position would be extremely secure, without any risk to its standing. Time passed quickly, and soon it was late August 1876, the first year of the pilot program for compulsory primary education in Madrid and Catalonia. During these months, the Ministry of Education had renovated and built over 100 primary schools, barely enough to support the implementation of compulsory education in the two regions. Although these schools were rudimentary, they could easily accommodate a few hundred students. Over 100 primary schools meant accommodating tens of thousands of students. Adding this to the existing primary schools in the two regions, they barely met the demand for compulsory education. Because this was the first year of compulsory education, the enrollment period for primary schools was extended. From late August to late September, children interested in attending compulsory education could register at their nearest school. Completely free compulsory education, coupled with the provision of 3 meals a day, proved highly attractive to the Spanish people. Since the start of primary school enrollment in late August, in less than a week, over 10,000 students have signed up for all primary schools in Madrid alone. In less than 10 days, the combined enrollment for Madrid and Catalonia regions has surpassed 20,000. Both Carlo and Education Minister Gerard Wilson are relieved by the public's enthusiastic participation in promoting compulsory education. Although compulsory education is completely free and includes 3 meals a day, some stubborn parents, focused solely on immediate profits, are willing to send their children to factories rather than to school. After all, while school may be free, it also doesn't generate income. Even child laborers in factories can earn a substantial income thanks to Spain's minimum wage laws. These laws, clearly intended to improve the living standards of child laborers, have become a reason for some parents to avoid enrolling their children in school. Before the minimum wage law, an adult male worker earned several, even dozens, times more than a child laborer. But with the introduction of the minimum wage law, child laborers' earnings have steadily increased, now reaching nearly half the income of adult male workers. The consequence of this was that many capitalists no longer favor cheap child labor. After all, Child laborers not only enjoyed holidays and rest periods, but also earned comparable wages to female workers. Because the combined population of the Madrid and Catalonia regions was just over 2 million, peak enrollment peaked in late August and early September. By mid-September, enrollment at primary schools was already dwindling. However, during this period, all primary schools in the two regions combined enrolled over 30,000 students, a significant achievement. Chapter 204: The Second Economic Crisis. While compulsory primary education was in full swing in Spain, the smoke of war had already spread across the Balkan Peninsula, engulfing all the peoples of the land. The Russian government took a gloating attitude toward the Ottoman Empire's internal chaos and decline. Russia even offered strong diplomatic support to several Ottoman vassal states, including Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro, in their rebellion against Ottoman rule. This discussion cannot but touch upon the treaty signed by various countries regarding the Balkan situation following the Crimean War, the Russo-Turkish War. Among these treaties was a clause demanding that the Ottoman Empire implement certain reforms in Bosnia and Herzegovina, including granting religious freedom to the people of the two regions, reducing taxes, and implementing tax reforms. The Ottoman government at the time agreed and expressed its willingness to implement these reforms in Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, the good times were short-lived. After the Crimean War, the Ottoman Empire not only made no progress on reforms, but instead, it became even more brutal in suppressing uprisings and rebellions among the Balkan peoples. This not only exacerbated the hatred between the Balkan peoples and the Ottoman Empire, but also gave European powers, led by Russia, an opportunity to intervene in the Balkan situation. With Russia's strong support and encouragement, numerous Balkan nations and ethnic groups united, expressing their dissatisfaction with the Ottoman Empire and joining the armed rebellion. Currently, all Balkan states, with the exception of the Kingdom of Greece, were vassal states of the Ottoman Empire. While any individual vassal state posed no threat to the Ottoman Empire, a united force, backed by Russia, could pose a significant threat. By early July, the armed rebellion between the Ottoman Empire and the Balkan peoples had already entered a stalemate. The Ottoman Empire possessed advanced weaponry from Britain and Austria-Hungary, while the rebels' weapons and equipment were equally advanced, largely supplied by Russia. The Ottoman Empire showed no tolerance for these Balkan rebellions and had only one solution: brutal military suppression. In just 1 month, July, the Ottoman Empire mobilized its military forces multiple times to suppress Balkan rebellions, wiping out hundreds of rebels and imprisoning thousands more. While the Ottoman Empire was relatively decadent, it was backed by the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the British Empire, two traditional European powers, which maintained a significant advantage in weaponry. Even though the Balkan peoples actively participated in rebellions and armed uprisings against the Ottoman Empire's brutal rule, they posed no significant threat to the Ottoman Empire. As long as Russia, a major power, refrained from intervening, the current situation in the Balkans was acceptable to the Ottoman Empire. This was a question that concerned major powers, including Austria-Hungary and Britain. Would Russia intervene? Would it participate in this conflict, which had captured the attention of the entire European world? While the question of whether to participate was a matter of debate for the rest of Europe, the answer to Tsarist Russia was already clear. Russia faced two major conflicts with the European powers, with Austria-Hungary over the Balkans and with Britain over Central and East Asia. These conflicts, in turn, led to another major weakness of Russia. Despite its vast territory, it lacked natural ice-free ports. Russia's three main seaports faced the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, and the Sea of Japan. The Sea of Japan, located in the Far East, offered no support to Russia's European expansion. Under these circumstances, Russia's access to the Baltic and Black Seas became particularly crucial. However, both of these seaports faced the risk of blockade by the enemy. To reach the Atlantic from the Baltic Sea, Russia had to pass through the Danish-controlled Straits and the British-controlled North Sea. To reach the Indian Ocean or the Mediterranean from the Black Sea, Russia had to pass through the Strait of Constantinople, controlled by the Ottoman Empire. Resolving the Baltic Sea access issue is impossible, given the numerous neighboring countries, including Germany, one of Europe's 5 traditional powers. Even controlling the Baltic Sea would be futile. Further west, the Baltic Sea fell into the British sphere of influence, and the British Navy could still blockade the Baltic Sea. Under these circumstances, the relatively weak Ottoman Empire became Tsarist Russia's only option for expanding its access to the sea, a factor that led to the repeated Russo-Turkish wars. For Alexander II, This presented a golden opportunity that could not be missed. It was also Russia's best chance to fully extend its influence into the Balkans and seek control of the Strait of Constantinople. Speaking of Alexander II, his reforms to abolish serfdom had a significant impact on Russia. However, his reforms were not thorough, and Russia remained essentially the same decadent empire, merely enjoying a brief extension of its lifespan. The entire Russian Empire can be compared to a dam nearing capacity. Alexander II's reforms simply raised the dam several meters, delaying its filling by several decades. But the dam ultimately had to be filled, and when it did, the decaying Russian Empire would crumble. Judging from the current strength and weaponry of both the Ottoman Empire and Tsarist Russia holds a clear advantage. As one of Europe's most populous nations, Russia boasts a staggering 720,000 standing infantrymen and nearly 3,000 artillery pieces, organized into 16 corps and distributed across its vast territory. Meanwhile, despite undergoing reforms, the Ottoman Empire boasts a military strength of just over 400,000 men. Compared to Tsarist Russia's over 3,000 artillery pieces, the Ottoman Empire possesses only around 800, many of which are relatively outdated. However, with the continued arrival of British aid, the gap in weaponry between the Ottoman and Russian armies is narrowing. Russia's 720,000 troops are scattered across its vast territory, leaving only a limited number available for deployment in the Balkans. The Ottoman Empire's numbers are not far behind. Despite boasting an army of 400,000, only about 280,000 were deployed in the Balkans, with the remaining nearly 130,000 troops stationed in Asia Minor, separated from the Balkans by the Strait of Constantinople. As September 1876 approached, the war between Serbia and Montenegro and the Ottoman Empire intensified. Yes, war. Serbia and Montenegro, now vassal states, had declared war on the Ottoman Empire months earlier, citing the need to recover territories illegally occupied by the Ottoman Empire. As the flames of the Balkan conflict intensified, Austria-Hungary and Britain urged both sides to maintain their composure and provide as much support as possible to the Ottoman Empire, ensuring its advantage in the war. In September alone, Britain shipped vast quantities of weapons, equipment, and food supplies to the Ottoman Empire. With these weapons and equipment, the Ottoman Empire was able to fight Serbia and Montenegro back and forth, often gaining the upper hand. This invaluable British aid proved a lifesaver for the Ottoman Empire. As early as the end of the previous year, the Ottoman Empire had collapsed financially due to a severe famine in Asia Minor, leaving it unable to even maintain its existing military. Meanwhile, even as the Balkan War raged, Austria-Hungary was already considering its options should Russia intervene. Based on the information currently available, it seems unlikely that Russia would avoid intervention unless Britain directly announced its support for the Ottoman Empire's rebellion. This, however, was clearly impossible. Britain would be unlikely to actively join the war unless there were significant benefits. Even if Britain were truly willing to join, would it be a good thing for Austria-Hungary? Probably not. With Britain's direct involvement, the Ottoman Empire would undoubtedly be able to quickly quell the rebellion and avoid the threat of Russian influence. However, the Ottoman Empire would undoubtedly be infiltrated by the British, making further Austro-Hungarian incursions into the Balkans much more difficult. These factors have led to Austria-Hungary's current ambivalence. If anything, it seems more like Austria-Hungary hopes for the complete extinction of both Russia and Britain, who are involved in the Balkans, leaving only Austria-Hungary as the sole major power. Austria-Hungary, in a rare move, maintained neutrality regarding the Balkan situation, patiently awaiting the next round of diplomatic struggle between Britain and Russia. Simultaneously, Emperor Franz Joseph I ordered the Austro-Hungarian army to be on standby, ensuring Austria-Hungary could intervene in the Balkan War at any moment. While Austria-Hungary had no intention of intervening in the conflict, it remained committed to ensuring that whoever emerged victorious would reap a share of the spoils. If Russia defeated the Ottoman Empire, Emperor Franz Joseph I would have opted for an alliance with Britain, even resorting to the threat of war to force Russia to yield, thus dividing the Balkans into three parts rather than allowing them to annex the entire region. A Russian victory over the Ottoman Empire would have been ideal. Not only would the status quo in the Balkans have been maintained, but the ambitions of the Russian Empire would have been further thwarted. However, this possibility was far less likely than the first. While both the Ottoman Empire and Tsarist Russia were weakened, the Ottoman Empire was clearly on its last legs, and while Tsarist Russia clung on, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Since the Franco-Prussian War, The war in the Balkans has arguably been the most buzzing news story in Europe in recent times. As such, the Balkans have captured the attention not only of the three major powers, but also of the media and the European public. Spain was also busy during this period. On the one hand, it vigorously promoted compulsory primary education, piloting it in Catalonia and Madrid. On the other hand, it secretly contacted the Ottoman Empire and Russia to explore export opportunities for Spanish weapons and equipment. Besides weapons and equipment, other strategic materials, including grain, could also be sold. Spain's environment has been relatively stable in recent years, with grain production steadily increasing, making it feasible to allocate some grain for export. Seeing that a conflict between Russia and the Ottoman Empire in the Balkans was unlikely to break out anytime soon, Carlo gradually began to focus on other matters, particularly responding to the economic crisis. As stated at the cabinet meeting earlier that year, the government and the Ministry of Finance predicted a high probability of a second economic crisis this year. This proved to be the case. Between February and March, the British economy experienced a new round of volatility, which precipitated the outbreak of the second wave of the crisis. Fortunately, Spain had already prepared for this, and the fluctuations did not have a serious impact. Of course, this was largely due to the ongoing economic crisis in Europe. While the impact of the first wave had diminished, the crisis itself was not over. By the beginning of 1876, many European countries were still experiencing economic devastation, with industrial production suffering significant impacts. Under these circumstances, while the second wave of the crisis affected many countries, it was not as devastating as the first. Those businesses that could not withstand the crisis had already gone bankrupt during the first wave, and those that remained resilient were largely supported by the government, making them relatively safe to weather the second wave. If Germany, the United States, and Austria-Hungary were the hardest hit by the first economic crisis, then Britain and France were the hardest hit by the second. Thanks to their vast colonies, Britain and France were able to weather the first crisis longer, and the impact on their industry and economy was far less severe than on other countries. However, after the onset of the second economic crisis, even with their colonial reliance, it became clear that Britain and France could no longer sustain themselves. Fortunately, the first economic crisis had already bankrupted many vulnerable businesses, making the impact of the second economic crisis limited, especially for economies and industries as large as those of Britain and France. During the peak period of the first economic crisis, over a third of factories in Germany and the United States were shut down, and nearly half of all workers were facing unemployment. In contrast, during the second economic crisis, the total number of factories in Britain that were shut down was less than one-fifth, and this was the combined impact of the two crises. Of course, the second economic crisis still had a significant impact on the British Empire. Without the second economic crisis, the British Empire's support for the Ottoman Empire would have been much greater. But now, because Britain's domestic industry and economy were also affected, its support for the Ottoman Empire was not strong, and it had no intention of using the army to intervene in this war. Chapter 205 Queen of India. In addition to the major news of the resurgence of the economic crisis, another piece of news that has sparked heated debate in the UK is the Royal Titles Bill, passed in May. This bill gave Queen Victoria a brand new title, Empress of India. Although the United Kingdom is called the British Empire, the actual title of its ruler is the King or Queen of the United Kingdom. Amidst the proliferation of European empires, Britain, as Europe's most powerful nation, has finally taken a step toward imperial status. However, compared to other European imperial titles, the title of Empress of India is somewhat awkward. The Russian Empire claimed to have inherited the title of the Eastern Roman Empire, while the Austro-Hungarian Empire was formed by the merger of the Austrian Empire, founded by the Holy Roman Emperor, and Hungary. While the German Empire was only an empire within the German region, the region once held the legally legitimate title of the Holy Roman Empire. Conversely, the title of Empress of India, long awaited by the British, actually derives its legal basis from the previous rulers of India, the Mughal Empire. From a legal perspective, the so-called Indian Empire was completely disproportionate to the imperial titles of other European countries. Europe, in particular, places great emphasis on legality, which put pressure on Queen Victoria to be crowned Empress of India. The title Empress of India originated from a nickname used by Indian princely rulers for the British Queen. When British rule in India shifted from the East India Company to the East Indies colonies, Victoria, as Queen of England, began to firmly believe that she was the Empress of India. For more than a decade, Queen Victoria had become accustomed to the title Empress of India and considered the Indian territories part of her empire. In June 1872, when envoys from the East Indies colonies prostrated themselves before her, Victoria used the title Empress of India. As Empress of India, I refuse to accept such formalities. Queen Victoria's public acceptance and appreciation of the title Empress of India inspired some aristocrats to push for her coronation on the Indian throne. 3 years earlier, Queen Victoria's secretary, Frederick Ponsonby, had publicly proposed to Earl Granville that Queen Victoria be crowned Empress of India. Frederick Ponsonby's reasoning was that the title Empress of India had long been used to refer to Her Majesty Queen Victoria, though it hadn't been publicly announced. As Queen Victoria's secretary, Frederick Ponsonby couldn't have promoted ideas that the Queen disagreed with. This meant that the coronation of Empress of India was Queen Victoria's own decision. Besides her fondness for the title, another major factor driving Queen Victoria's eagerness to become queen was her son-in-law, Frederick William Nicolaus Carlo, who had been promoted from Crown Prince of Prussia to Crown Prince of the German Empire, while his father, William I, had been promoted from King of Prussia to Emperor of the German Empire. When her son-in-law inherited the throne, she would still be Queen of the United Kingdom, a rank lower than her son-in-law. Of the 5 traditional European powers, Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Tsarist Russia were all imperial, while France, a republic, was not included. Britain, the most powerful of all, was merely a kingdom, a point Queen Victoria was dissatisfied with. It was precisely for this reason that, despite significant domestic opposition, Queen Victoria was crowned Empress of India through the Titles Act, becoming the 4th European ruler to hold the title of Emperor. While Britain was busy crowning its own queen, its arch-rival, France, was also busy. As the United States approached its 100th anniversary, France announced it would give the United States a statue representing liberty. This statue, now a celebrated symbol of American freedom, became the Statue of Liberty. The proposal was made by French political intellectual Édouard de la Balle in 1865, with the assistance of many French individuals, including sculptor Auguste Bartholdi, and approval from both the French and American governments. That same year, Bartholdi began work on the statue. In a short time, he sculpted the torch held by the Statue of Liberty and shipped it from France to the United States for the Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia. A century earlier, the French had also made significant contributions to the American independence movement. A century later, the French also painstakingly gifted the now famous Statue of Liberty to the United States, demonstrating France's deep gratitude to the United States. 1876 was a busy year for Europe, and for Spain as well. Charles II closely monitored the situation in the Balkans. At this point, the Russians seemed to have no intention of launching a war. After bestowing upon Queen Victoria the title of Empress of India, the British hurriedly prepared for her coronation in England. After all, this was an imperial title in India. If the coronation ceremony wasn't held in India, the title would have little significance. One must admire the British's attention to the situation in the Balkans. Despite their own busy schedules, the British managed to closely monitor the situation in the Balkans and even promptly delivered material aid to the Ottoman Empire, helping to stabilize the situation there. Seeing that war in the Balkans was unlikely, Charles II turned his attention back to Spain, revising problematic Spanish laws and accelerating its development, working towards the goal of making Spain great again. Spain has seen a lot of good news in recent years. First, in terms of railway mileage. More than 2 years have passed since the end of the last 5-year plan, and Spain's achievements in railway construction are quite impressive. Since the start of the second 5-year plan, an average of over 550 kilometers of railway mileage has been added annually, bringing Spain's current railway mileage to a staggering 8,875 kilometers, with hopes of increasing the total to over 9,000 kilometers this year. At the current pace of railway construction, Spain will 100% achieve its goal of surpassing 10,000 kilometers of railway mileage within the second 5-year plan, and is even expected to exceed the 11,000 kilometer target set for the plan. In terms of railway mileage, Spain has surpassed Italy, which was once a close competitor, and is catching up to the 5 traditional European powers. Railway construction not only facilitates transportation but also boosts a range of ancillary industries. By stimulating the overall growth of Spain's economy through the impact of these ancillary industries, this is the more invisible benefit of railway construction. As for the visible benefits, there are actually many more. Railways brought benefits such as facilitating communication and cargo transport between Spanish regions, enabling the Spanish government to more quickly and effectively control the regions, and stimulating population mobility. Spain's total railway mileage does not include the simple lines built in its colonies. Otherwise, the total railway mileage within Spain's sphere of influence would have already exceeded tens of thousands of kilometers. Spain's colonies can be divided into Cuba, South Morocco, Guinea and the Congo, and the Philippines. Spain built extensive railway and road systems in all four of these colonies, with Cuba and the Philippines boasting the longest railways. However, with a decline in Cuba's importance and the acquisition of South Morocco and the Congo, Spain shifted its focus to Africa. While railways were still under construction in Cuba and the Philippines, the intensity and investment were significantly lower than those in the other two African colonies. It is worth noting that after the military guidance mission arrived in Lanfang, it also planned to build a railway connecting the Lanfang Republic and the Spanish-occupied territories. The Lanfang Republic and the Spanish-occupied territories are located in southwest and northeast Kalimantan, respectively, making railway construction difficult. A southern route through the Dutch colonies was impossible, leaving only two options for building a railway between the two regions, either north through Sarawak and Brunei, or through central Kalimantan, traversing the primeval forests and continuing north along the Burungan Sultanate to connect with Spanish-controlled territory. The northern route would have passed through British territory, while the central route would have involved the Ala Mountains in central Kalimantan, making the railway connection between the Lanfang Republic and the Spanish-controlled Philippine colonies difficult. Fortunately, with the assistance of the military guidance group, the training of the Lanfang Republic's new army proceeded smoothly. After a year of training, this force of approximately 20,000 men had officially become the mainstay of the Lanfang Republic. During this period of training, the local indigenous people and the Dutch did pose some challenges. However, due to their small numbers, the newly formed army was quickly defeated. After all, the army consisted of only 20,000 men, armed exclusively with muskets and artillery. While their weaponry was inferior to that of the main European armies, it was more than adequate for defeating the indigenous people in Kalimantan. The indigenous armies were primarily armed with cold weapons, with few firearms. Even when equipped with them, the indigenous soldiers struggled to master their use. The muskets and cannons they possessed were largely sold by the British and Dutch, making them extremely dependent on these countries for ammunition. Even if they learned how to use guns and cannons, they were completely helpless when their ammunition and shells ran out. The distance between the British and Dutch mainlands and Borneo Island was tens of thousands of kilometers, limiting the indigenous population's access to weapons, equipment, and ammunition. Under these circumstances, they could hardly pose a threat to the 20,000 new troops trained by the Lanfang Republic unless the Dutch were willing to personally intervene and ship weapons and ammunition to the colony before the war began. In the Philippines, after unifying the region, Spain implemented a series of reforms and investments. Not only did it strengthen railway construction to ensure the colonial government's control over the colony, but it also invested in plantations and mines to ensure the colony generated sufficient profits. In governing the Philippine colony, the Spanish government adopted a strategy of division and suppression. Separating the newly brought under Spanish rule from the indigenous people who already belonged to the Philippine colony and granting the original indigenous people certain privileges would create a fragmented, less monolithic Philippine population, further facilitating Spanish rule. To maintain their privileges, the privileged indigenous peoples had to support Spanish rule in the Philippines and oppose the less privileged ones. The less privileged indigenous peoples, facing oppression from the privileged ones, would in turn transfer their hatred onto the privileged ones. Through division and oppression, the Filipinos, who were supposed to resent the Spanish colonizers, were divided into two factions, preventing them from uniting against Spanish colonial rule. The Lanfang Republic was a crucial element in Carlo's vision. While dividing the indigenous peoples was effective in controlling the Philippines for now, it was ultimately only a temporary solution. There wasn't much conflict among the indigenous peoples, their hatred would eventually shift towards the Spanish colonizers. However, if the Lanfang Republic were to join in, conflict would escalate between the Lanfangs and the Filipinos. Due to their ethnic and cultural differences, it would be difficult for these two groups to unite against Spanish colonial rule. By controlling these two ethnic groups, Spain could stabilize its rule in the Philippines and use them as its own pawns. The upcoming world wars would still require a significant number of manpower. Spain itself had a small population, so if it could provide a large number of vassal armies from the Filipinos and Lanfangs, it could mitigate losses in the Spanish mainland. The loss of these vassal armies was acceptable to Spain. Even if the casualty ratio was slightly lower, as long as they could contribute, the cost of establishing the army would be fully justified. The extent of manpower losses also had a bearing on the distribution of post-war benefits. France's losses in World War I were staggering, nearly wiping out a generation of French people. The economic and agricultural damage was even more devastating. It wasn't until over a decade after the war ended that France gradually emerged from the aftermath of the war, but that was only a brief period of recovery. The wars had cost the young and able-bodied workforce, and the impact on the country would not be remedied in just a decade. France's subsequent transformation from a traditionally white European nation to a predominantly black nation was partly due to the massive losses suffered during World War I and World War II. France suffered significant population losses during World War I, forcing it to rely on colonies to supplement its domestic labor needs. This resulted in a significant number of white people being disgraced, ultimately transforming France into a nation dominated by blacks. Carlo, for one, did not want to see Spain disgraced. Therefore, minimizing Spain's manpower losses during the war was a crucial question for Carlo. Chapter 206 Bullfighting. For people in 1876, society was decidedly lacking in entertainment. This was largely due to factory owners' relentless exploitation of workers, leaving them with insufficient time for rest and recreation. However, it's undeniable that technological backwardness and a lack of recreational activities also contributed to a sense of boredom. While Spain's media industry has developed entertainment newspapers dedicated to gossip, not all Spaniards buy them. Without sufficient entertainment options to vent, the public can gradually develop various opposition voices and forces. This means that Spain urgently needs an entertainment program that can engage the majority of the public and enjoy widespread popularity. Throughout Spain, only one tradition meets this requirement: bullfighting, a centuries-old tradition. Spanish bullfighting, originating from ancient religious practices, has a long history and tradition in the Iberian countries of Spain and Portugal. Historical records show that even the Roman Emperor Caesar, who once ruled Spain, was a keen bullfighter on horseback, and matadors are considered a symbol of bravery and fighting prowess. Originally, this sport was only popular among the Spanish nobility, as the training and preparation of bullfighting events required significant funding. However, due to the high number of casualties among the nobility, King Felipe V banned bullfighting even among members of the royal family. This transformed bullfighting from a privilege into a national event accessible to the general public. After a long period of development, bullfighting has become an irreplaceable Spanish tradition and a passionate passion among the Spanish people. Bullfighters are revered as courageous and fearless men, admired and revered by all Spaniards. For Carlo, there is no activity more revered than bullfighting. Bullfighters symbolize bravery and fearlessness, and the greater the Spanish people's admiration and respect for the spirit, the more it reflects the strength of the Spanish army. National spirit has a significant impact on a military's combat effectiveness. The Italian army's combat effectiveness was not particularly strong, but it was certainly not weak either. Why did Italy perform so poorly in both World War I and World War II? The primary reason is that Italy's national spirit leans more towards freedom and hedonism, while also lacking a strong sense of national identity. Naturally, they are unwilling to fight for the very concept of Italy. Spain, with its tradition of bullfighting, clearly does not share Italy's shortcomings. With proper cultivation, even with a small population, the Spanish army can maintain a strong fighting capacity. Bravery and fearlessness have a profound impact on an army. When all Spaniards embrace this spirit, what reason is there to doubt the Spanish army's combat effectiveness? Equipped with the advanced rifles and artillery that Carlo prepared for his army, the Spanish army, even if numerically comparable, would be confident in its ability to defeat any nation. Even if outnumbered, with the Pyrenees as a defensive barrier, Spain would not fear any attack. This is the conviction that national spirit brings. When all Spaniards possess a strong sense of national cohesion and identity, the Spanish army will become an enemy that no country in the world would wish to face. Promoting bullfighting not only fosters a national spirit of bravery and fearlessness, but also has the added benefit of boosting economic activity. Bullfighting required tickets, which increased currency circulation and boosted Spain's economic growth. Bullfighting was a major Spanish attraction, attracting large numbers of European tourists annually. In an era without football or basketball, bullfighting was one of the few major events that captured the public's attention. While bullfighting had its drawbacks, these were outweighed by its benefits. Carlo decided to vigorously promote bullfighting, hoping to infuse the Spanish national spirit with a sense of bravery and aggression, while also providing Spaniards with a new outlet for emotional release and energy, and stimulating economic exchange. Spain's largest bullring is currently located in the heart of Madrid, in the Plaza de Toros. At its center lies a circular bullring, and bullfighting season takes place from March to October. With a capacity of over 3,500 spectators, the Plaza de Toros is Madrid's largest bullring, attracting a large number of Spaniards from the surrounding area. Carlo's first step in promoting bullfighting was to personally experience its allure and the public's support. At the end of September 1876, Carlo personally arrived at the Lerda bullring to watch a bullfight specially prepared for him. The cheering crowd, the majestic bull, and the matador, wielding a red cloth and swearing his heart out, created a breathtaking spectacle within the arena. Upon learning that Carlo would personally witness the bullfight, the arena had meticulously prepared the scene. The matador performing for Carlo was the most renowned bullfighter in the Madrid area, undefeated in recent years, easily defeating thousands of bulls. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a matador's march. Such thrilling scenes could only be accompanied by the roars of the crowd and the angry roars of the bull. This gave Carlo a new idea. Before promoting bullfighting, he first needed to create a song specifically for the occasion, the Spanish Matador's March. A majestic and awe-inspiring accompaniment, coupled with the fearless and confident bullfighters, is the perfect accompaniment. A bullfight isn't just about one bull. Instead, 3 matadors take turns battling 6 bulls. For the matador's safety, he's not alone, but accompanied by 3 dart wielders and 2 mounted lancers. After watching the entire bullfight, Carlo left the Lerda bullring with great satisfaction, offering words of encouragement to the arena's director. Carlo, the King of Spain, personally attended a bullfight at the Lerda bullring, which garnered considerable attention from some news media. While newspapers were subject to distribution controls, they weren't prevented from reporting Carlo's attendance, as it wasn't considered negative news. This also captured public attention. After all, during the Bourbon period, bullfighting was forbidden even for members of the royal family, contributing to its shift from aristocratic to a more civilian sport. Carlo watched a bullfight at the Plaza de Lerda. Could this indicate that the young king also had a certain interest in bullfighting? The public was quite interested, curious about His Majesty's approach to this ancient Spanish tradition. After returning to the palace, Carlo discussed plans to promote bullfighting with Butler Lorne. Butler Lorne was quite supportive of this, but he also offered a few suggestions. Your Majesty, if we want to promote bullfighting, relying solely on the existing number of bullrings is simply not enough. The largest bullring near Madrid is the Lerda, which seats only 3,500 spectators. Even including those standing by, the total capacity of the entire bullring is less than 5,000. If you plan to develop bullfighting into a large-scale national sport, this size of bullring is far from sufficient. I suggest that while vigorously promoting bullfighting, you also build a large bullring outside Madrid, ensuring that a single bullfight can accommodate at least tens of thousands of spectators. This will not only promote bullfighting but also benefit the economic development of the Madrid region. If each bullfight can attract tens of thousands of spectators, it will not only boost local economic development but also attract more tourists. Carlo nodded, agreeing with Butler Lorne's point. Spain has a long tradition of bullfighting, and bullrings have been built in various locations over the years. Andalusia, in southern Spain, is particularly rich in bullfighting culture and boasts numerous historic bullrings. However, regardless of their rich history, these arenas share a significant drawback: their inability to accommodate large audiences. The size of bullrings varies greatly depending on the size of the city and the financial resources of the builders. Typical bullrings seat between 2,000 and 3,500 people, though some larger ones can accommodate over 4,000. However, these rarely exceed 5,000. After all, increasing the number of seats requires continuous expansion. Furthermore, seats further from the arena offer a less than optimal viewing experience. For the sport of bullfighting, a larger, national-level bullring is essential. Bullfights held in such larger arenas attract greater attention from both domestic and international audiences, potentially becoming a representative event for Spain. After Butler Loren made his proposal, Carlo immediately expressed his affirmation. "You're right, Butler Loren. The bullfighters truly need a large bullring capable of seating over 10,000 spectators. This new bullring will become a representative structure of Spain. Butler Loren, the task of building a large bullring outside Madrid is now yours. I don't care how much it costs, but I want it to have a distinctly Spanish character and be attractive to both bullfighters and spectators. A large bullring capable of seating tens of thousands of spectators would instantly become a Spanish landmark once completed. While this would require significant investment, if the bullfighting events were well promoted, the subsequent revenue from ticket sales and related commercial operations would more than cover the costs of the plaza. For this reason, Carlo wasn't concerned about the cost of building a bullring. The benefits of building such a large venue clearly outweigh the risks. Upon hearing Carlo's instructions, Butler Loren nodded solemnly, indicating his understanding. The fact that there were no funding restrictions demonstrated Carlo's trust in him, and naturally, he had no objections. Building a bullring presents no technical challenges, as Spanish construction teams have extensive experience with such projects. The only challenge is selecting a location. Not only must it be conveniently located for future tourist arrivals, but it must also be sufficiently far from the center of Madrid to avoid hindering future expansion. Madrid is currently Spain's most populous city, and its population is growing at an exceptionally rapid rate. Only Barcelona rivals Madrid in terms of population growth, and the two cities are considered Spain's twin cities. Due to this growing population, Madrid has also expanded significantly compared to a few years ago. If the location of a new bullring were to affect Madrid's future expansion, this could become a problem. It would be better to consider Madrid's urban expansion early on, thus preserving the construction and subsequent operation of the bullring and facilitating its expansion, a win-win situation. Madrid has officially become the first and only city in Spain to exceed 500,000 in population. With a population exceeding 520,000, Spain's capital is a true metropolis, serving as Spain's cultural, economic, and religious center. Barcelona's population is just over 430,000, making it smaller than Madrid's. However, its population is expanding at a similar rate, and perhaps one day, Barcelona's population could surpass Madrid's. Barcelona boasts an advantage in maritime transport, something Madrid lacks. Madrid's location in the very center of Spain makes it a strategically important region. However, its inland location means that transportation in Madrid relies solely on rail and road, which has limited its development. Now that the issue of large bullrings has been resolved, the next step is to consider how to further develop bullfighting. The simplest way to boost bullfighting is to hold official competitions with generous prizes, get them widely reported in Spanish newspapers and media, and attract public attention. However, there's some bad news. Spain's bullfighting season is almost over. Bullfighting in Spain typically runs from March to October, and with the season already drawing to a close in early October, any further promotion will likely have to begin in March of next year. Fortunately, the intervening period was only a few months, perfect for preparing for the bullfights and spreading the news throughout Spain, attracting more tourists and public attention, increasing the popularity and excitement of the events and making them even more exciting. Within days, Carlo established the Spanish Bullfighting Association, specifically responsible for promoting bullfighting and operating subsequent bullfighting events. Just days after its establishment, the Spanish Bullfighting Association announced its meticulously prepared first national bullfighting competition. The Royal Spanish Bullfighting Competition is the official name of this competition. The competition will be divided into two major phases, held across Spain and in the capital, Madrid. The first phase will take place from March to July of next year in bullrings across each region of Spain. 10 outstanding bullfighters from each region will be selected and gathered in Madrid for the second round of the competition. The second phase will take place from August to October of next year. The outstanding bullfighters from each region will gather in Madrid to present an even more spectacular bullfight. The 3-month competition will select the best bullfighters in Spain. Besides the traditional accolades of applause, the bull's ear, and the bull's tail, the victor will receive a personal audience with Carlo and the title of Royal Matador of Spain. In addition to these prestigious awards, the top 10 matadors from each region will receive varying amounts of financial rewards. After the final 3 months of competition, When Spain's 10 best bullfighters are selected, these 10 will receive even more generous rewards, starting with checks worth thousands of pesetas. The best matador, awarded the title of Royal Matador, will receive, in addition to these prestigious awards, a check for at least 10,000 pesetas, several times the average Spanish person's annual income. Chapter 207 Ironclad Ship Launch. When the public learned through various channels about the bullfighting competitions that Carlo was organizing in the new year, they immediately erupted in cheers, with some bullfighting enthusiasts even more excited. The Spanish people's love for bullfighting is undeniable. During the bullfighting season, from March to October, nearly every show is packed. Someone once commented on the Spanish love of bullfighting: Spaniards can attend any event, but not a bullfight. This statement is not an exaggeration, especially in Spain's southern regions, such as Andalusia. As Spain's most populous region, Andalusia boasts the most bullrings and the most enthusiastic bullfighting fans in the country. Excellent bullfighters are often rewarded with a bull's ears and tail. In Andalusia, popular bullfighters not only circumnavigate the arena but also pass through the Prince's Gate amidst the enthusiastic cheers and gazes of the audience. While such rewards attract bullfighters from across Spain, qualifying to pass through the Prince's Gate is not easy. A bullfight features 3 matadors and 6 bulls, with each matador receiving 2 bullfights. To qualify for the Prince's Gate, a matador must impress the audience in 2 bullfights, capturing at least 3 bull ears and 1 bull tail. Admittedly, bullfighting carries significant risks. Spanish people revere matadors because they bravely face immense risks during a fight. Bulls used in bullrings are purebred wild bulls, typically healthy, aggressive adults selected from North Africa. Their aggressive tempers and aggressive nature, untrained by humans, make these bulls extremely dangerous, making bullfighting a highly risky sport. It's foreseeable that with Carlo's widespread promotion of bullfighting in Spain, the number of Spaniards killed annually in bullfights will rapidly increase, potentially reaching hundreds or even thousands within a short period of time. However, these shortcomings were acceptable to Carlo, as bullfighting also brought Spain numerous benefits. Regardless of external factors like weaponry, the Spanish military's combat effectiveness was not inferior among the major powers, even surpassing Russia and Italy. Leveraging the martial spirit instilled in the Spanish by bullfighting, Carlo was confident in building a Spanish army that would be among the best, if not the best, in Europe. With a smaller population than other European powers, Spain could only maximize its military's combat effectiveness to compete with them. As November approached, Spain received another piece of good news: the upcoming launch of the Renaissance-class ironclad warship, the Renaissance. This news also garnered widespread attention and cheers, quickly becoming a nationwide sensation. Spain had not concealed the construction of this ironclad. The Ministry of Defense publicly announced the procurement plan, and it was being built openly by the Royal Guarnizo shipyard. The reason for this complete disclosure was precisely to arouse public awareness and foster a sense of pride among the Spanish people. Originally, according to the construction schedule given by the Royal Guarnizo shipyard, the Renaissance ironclad ship was expected to be completed by summer and launched to begin sea trials. However, the Ministry of National Defense subsequently ordered nearly 20 other small and medium-sized warships, putting all 3 docks at the Royal Guarnizo shipyard into production, and the construction of the Renaissance ironclad ship was naturally delayed by several months. The good news was that after the Royal Guarnizo shipyard rushed the work, 2 3,000-ton cruisers were also launched and began testing alongside the Renaissance ironclad ship. With the simultaneous launch of 3 warships, and the fact that this was the first ironclad ship launched by Spain in many years, Carlos was determined to attend the launching ceremony in person. On the day of the launching ceremony, a section of the Royal Guarnizo shipyard was open to the public, and the area was crowded with curious Spanish citizens. When the citizens saw the behemoth ship being pushed into the ocean in the distance, they could no longer hold back their tears and cheered loudly in celebration. The Renaissance ironclad had a conventional displacement of a staggering 8,600 tons, placing it in the top tier among the ironclads currently being built by European nations. By comparison, the Magnificent class ironclads, built by the British during the same period, displaced only 9,644 tons, proving that the Renaissance-class ironclads were already among the top in terms of tonnage. More importantly, the Renaissance-class ironclads were equipped with 4 breech-loading 12-inch 305mm steel naval guns. While their caliber was inferior to the British 318mm guns, their advantage was that they were breech-loading guns, with a rate of fire and range far exceeding those of muzzle-loading guns. Although the British Magnificent-class ironclads weighed 1,000 tons more than the Spanish Renaissance-class ironclads, their main guns were only two 11-inch muzzle-loading rifle guns, making them inferior in firepower to the Spanish Renaissance-class ironclads. Overall, the combat effectiveness of the Renaissance-class ironclads is undoubtedly among the best in Europe's active ironclads. This was the result of Carlo's vigorous support for Spain's existing shipbuilding system and the acquisition of technology and information from Austria-Hungary, Italy, and the United Kingdom. Compared to this ironclad, which tonnage exceeded 8,600 tons, the two adjacent cruisers, each weighing just over 3,000 tons, seemed rather miniature. However, having seen the star attraction of the Renaissance ironclad, the public naturally didn't disdain the smaller dishes. With the launch of these three warships, Spain's naval power firmly established itself in the world's top 5. While only 5th, with no chance of competing for 4th, it was still in the top 5. More importantly, this was only the first ironclad built by Spain in 10 years. As Spain built more ironclads, would its naval power remain at the world's 5th best level? This was naturally the question that the public was most concerned about and eagerly awaiting. At the launching ceremony of the three warships, Carlo chose to remain understated, fearing to avoid arousing British suspicion. The British had no fear of Spain's expansion into the army, but if Spain focused on developing its navy, they would have had cause for concern. After all, Britain's position as a world leader depended entirely on its navy. Their greatest fear was a challenge at sea, which would undermine the power and status of the British Empire. Currently, the main conflicts among the European powers were Germany-France, Britain-France, Britain-Russia, and Russia-Austria. But why did these conflicts ultimately escalate into conflicts between Britain, France, Russia, and Germany and Austria? The fundamental reason was that Germany's naval development threatened Britain's position, forcing the British to choose the lesser of two evils and ultimately cooperate with a less threatening France to defeat Germany. Of course, the British's goal was not so simple. They sought to eliminate both Germany and France in one fell swoop, ensuring that no other power on the European continent could threaten their position. The ultimate outcome was clear: Germany was ultimately defeated by the British and French, and the French suffered heavy casualties, ultimately contributing to France's poor performance in World War II. The French surrender in World War II cannot be blamed on the French. After all, France had already suffered countless casualties in World War I. The gap between World War I and World War II was only a little over 20 years. When World War II broke out, many French people had experienced World War I and were undoubtedly unwilling to experience a large-scale conflict like that again. Although Spain did not intend to make a high-profile naval expansion, it would still require the construction of several ironclads for naval development in the coming years. Firstly, Spain's economic recovery could support the Spanish Navy's acquisition of more ironclads. Secondly, with the expansion of Spanish colonies, Spain truly needed a more powerful fleet to protect its colonies. As mentioned earlier, although Spain possessed the 5th largest navy in the world, most of its warships were sailing warships, which were outdated. Just as pre-dreadnoughts met dreadnoughts, sailing warships met ironclads, like eggs against stones. The huge technological advancements were a gap that sailing warships could not bridge, which led to Spain's status as a naval power being somewhat bloated. Although Carlo had no intention of maintaining a large navy, he considered it necessary to take advantage of Spain's recent period of rapid economic development to replace some of its warships with newer ships powered by steam turbines. The speed of sailing ships and ironclads was completely disproportionate. After all, one was powered by wind, while the other by steam turbines. Ironclads could even sail the vast oceans without sails, something that earlier sailing ships lacked. Spain, however, had colonies across the globe, including in the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Under these circumstances, a number of ocean-going warships were essential to help Spain stabilize its colonies. If it relied on sailing ships, by the time it reached the more distant colonies, the rebellion would likely have long since ended. With this in mind, after attending the launching ceremony of the Reconquista-class ironclads, Carlo immediately notified the other members of the Spanish Defense Council and convened a new round of defense meetings at the Royal Palace in Madrid. The Spanish Defense Council was established by Carlo after quelling the workers' demonstrations. Besides electing the Minister of Defense during cabinet changes, It also served as Spain's highest military body. Carlo's purpose in convening the council was simple: to discuss plans for Spain's naval expansion and solidify its position as the world's fifth largest navy. The council's membership was fixed: Carlo, the Minister of Defense, the Prime Minister, the Chief of the Defense General Staff, the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Guard. Because Archduke Serrano, as Prime Minister, also served as Minister of Defense, only 6 people actually attended the meetings. Smaller meetings meant less debate, and everyone, even the Commander-in-Chief of the Army, held no objection. This was primarily due to the relatively peaceful environment, which limited the growth of the Spanish army. Currently, the Royal Spanish Army boasts 136,000 troops, a significant number. Adding the 15,000-man guard, the total number of Spanish troops surpassed 150,000, placing it second only to the 5 major powers in overall combat effectiveness. Under these circumstances, further expansion of the army is difficult. Unless faced with a war crisis, the army can only secure a larger equipment budget so that soldiers can train confidently and without worrying about ammunition consumption. In fact, the current Royal Spanish Army is quite generous with its training. Excluding the 46,000 colonial troops, the Royal Army still numbers over 90,000 men. The training costs of these 90,000 soldiers account for the bulk of the military expenditures reported annually by the Ministry of Defense. Don't underestimate the cost of training. If each soldier conducts target practice twice a week, consuming 10 rounds of ammunition per session, that's a whopping 20 rounds per soldier per week. With 90,000 Royal Spanish Army soldiers, this means that at this rate, the Spanish Army would consume over 1.8 million rounds of ammunition per week. 1.8 million rounds per week equals over 7 million rounds per month. At this rate, Spanish soldiers' annual ammunition consumption for target practice alone reaches hundreds of millions of rounds. While actual training certainly wasn't quite that simple, it's enough to demonstrate the enormous cost of daily training for the Spanish Army. Fortunately, after years of expansion, the Royal Arsenal's production of weapons, equipment, and ammunition had increased several-fold, even dozens of times. With the army now fully equipped with new rifles, the Royal Arsenal only needed to maintain one rifle production line to cover the daily wear and tear of the rifles, while the remaining lines were fully operational, producing ammunition. While this wasn't enough to meet the training needs of Spanish soldiers, given that colonial armies also consumed ammunition, and the 15,000 soldiers of the Guards weren't included, the good news was that 70% of the ammunition used for military training was produced domestically in Spain, with only 30% imported. This was thanks to the fact that Spanish rifles were modified from Italian rifles, allowing both rifles to use the same ammunition. This allowed Spain to purchase the same rifle ammunition from Italy, thus alleviating the problem of ammunition shortages caused by military training. Chapter 208 Population Introduction Plan 1876, the Lanfang Republic on Kalimantan Island. It had been a long time since the Republic officially began cooperating with Spain, and the changes it had brought were evident. In addition to the 20,000-strong new army currently in training, the Republic had also established a large Spanish-language training school. This school not only provided free Spanish-language training to Lanfang citizens, but also offered higher-paying job opportunities to those who mastered Spanish. Although the Lanfang Republic was a Chinese settlement formed due to the gold rush, this large settlement still housed many civilians, not all of whom were gold diggers. While gold diggers might not value such high-paying jobs, the jobs offered by the Spanish were still attractive to the ordinary citizens of the Republic. Although the Spanish military guidance mission was small, dozens of Lanfang people were already working for the Spanish. What were their duties? Besides serving as translators, they also worked at the Spanish language school, helping more people master the language. Although Lanfang's population was small, it had significant potential thanks to its proximity to the populous nation to the north. Spain's purpose in establishing Spanish schools in Lanfang was precisely to attract some Lanfang people to Spain and the Philippines. Of course, the primary goal was the Philippines. If the Philippines consisted solely of Filipinos, these Filipinos would not remain so peaceful. However, if the Philippines could establish a counterbalance between the Filipinos and the Lanfang, or even incorporate other ethnic groups, stability would be maintained for the entire region. In that situation, armed rebellion for independence would be extremely difficult for both the Filipinos and the Southerners. They would face not only the Spanish colonizers but also other ethnic groups within the colony. In this situation, the only way to resist the colonizers was for several ethnic groups to unite and fight together. This scenario was unlikely to occur as long as the Spanish government intervened. After all, it is difficult for different ethnic groups to unite, as each has its own interests. A situation in which the Filipinos and Southerners confronted each other would be impossible in the short term. After all, the Filipino population was already large, while the Southern population was underpopulated. Building a large population within the Philippines would take a long time. Fortunately, Spain had ample time to plan and did not have to worry about the Philippines' security for the time being. Historically, Spain's loss of the Philippines was largely due to the Cuban Rebellion, which sparked American covetousness. This, combined with the outbreak of the Spanish-American War, ultimately led to the Spanish loss of the Philippines. With Cuban problems remaining relatively stable, the Philippines is currently relatively stable. Historical experience suggests that Spain still has at least 20 years to address the Philippine situation. If Cuba can be relinquished, then the Philippines could be considered for a medium to long-term holding. Unless a more valuable or longer-term colony can be acquired in exchange, it's best to hold on to it for now. After all, owning the Philippines would extend its influence to Southeast Asia, a region poised for immense economic value after the advent of the automobile. The rubber industry alone was reason enough for Carlo to consider acquiring colonies in Southeast Asia. Furthermore, Southeast Asia's lands possess other resources, and its large indigenous population makes for excellent cannon fodder. Given enough time for these indigenous people to develop, by the time World War I broke out, the lands of the Philippines and Kalimantan could provide Spain with at least 1 million troops. This would effectively bridge Spain's population gap and allow it to deploy more troops during the war. Whether Spain truly participated in World War I, testing its military might and national strength against the European powers, or using military power as a last resort, leveraging Spain's unique geographical location to demand greater benefits, both options were excellent. So far, Carlo remained rather vague about World War I and had not yet made a plan for Spain. If Spain could gain sufficient benefits by not participating, such as the British being willing to cede Gibraltar or Spain occupying all of Morocco, then Spain would naturally not need to make unnecessary sacrifices. After all, wars are waged for diplomatic purposes, and their ultimate outcome is ultimately diplomatic negotiation. If war alone could not guarantee Spain sufficient benefits, then Carlo would not mind considering the potential gains it could bring. Whether maintaining neutrality or engaging in war, Carlo's goal remained the same: to ensure Spain gains sufficient benefits from future wars, whether in the form of land and financial gains, or in the form of technology, industrial equipment, technical information, and even skilled personnel and scientists from various industries. These were all benefits Carlo considered viable. Because the program to attract Southerners was only in its infancy, only a few Southerners had been granted Spanish citizenship. However, in southern Morocco, where the population influx program has been underway for several years, it has achieved considerable success. Because Moroccans are white, Spain has relaxed the requirements for Moroccans seeking Spanish citizenship. Converts to Catholicism and proficiency in Spanish are eligible to apply for Spanish citizenship. Of course, there is a probationary period after applying for Spanish citizenship. Clean farmers generally obtain Spanish citizenship after completing this period and are eligible to travel to Spain. However, those with complex backgrounds, or even those who are suspected of being extreme nationalists, are likely to be denied citizenship, including their entire family. The probationary period typically lasts 3 to 6 months, with a maximum of 1 year. This period can generally be shortened with good performance, but it must not be less than 3 months. Spain has established mines, construction teams, and plantations in southern Morocco. Moroccans who perform well in these mines, construction teams, or plantations can shorten their probationary period and even waive the Spanish proficiency requirement, obtaining Spanish citizenship with just a few words. Given the opportunity to learn Spanish after arriving in Spain, some relaxation of these restrictions is acceptable. Regardless, those seeking Spanish citizenship must convert to Catholicism. Spain's policy for European immigrants is to accept all religions within the Christian religion, but for non-European immigrants, Catholicism is mandatory. After Spain established its colony in southern Morocco, its population influx policy has shown some success. Currently, over 2,500 Moroccans have become Spanish citizens, and the number is increasing at a rate of over 500 per year. If Spain weren't so stringent in its background checks, the rate of Moroccan immigration would likely increase several times over. While only 2,500 Moroccans have become Spanish citizens, this doesn't mean only a small number are willing to pursue Spanish citizenship. Spain's governance of Moroccans is polarized and blatantly hypocritical. Spain's treatment of extreme Muslims and extreme Moroccan nationalists is particularly harsh. Their only option is to work themselves to death in mines and other labor camps, with no prospect of leaving. However, for less extreme Moroccans, Spain is willing to give them a chance. Anyone who performed well in their work, possessed certain technical skills, or was willing to marry a Spanish soldier had the opportunity to obtain Spanish citizenship. Hundreds of Moroccan women had married Spanish soldiers, proving that a significant number of Moroccans were open to becoming Spanish. After all, Moroccans and Spanish people are quite similar in appearance. The real differences between the two lie in religion and language, but these can be modified. While Muslims do have their share of extremes, there are also less extreme ones, or those who are less deeply committed to their religion. When it comes to personal interests, religion is not something that cannot be changed. In the southern Moroccan colonies, wages differed significantly between those who spoke Spanish and those who did not, and between Muslims and Catholics. Spanish-speaking and Catholic Moroccans, while still required to work on plantations and mines, were not sent to more dangerous locations, had less strenuous work, and received adequate food, even occasionally seeing meat, vegetables, and fruit. Those who met only one of the two criteria, Spanish or Catholic, received certain preferential treatment, such as jobs that were not dangerous or too strenuous. Those who spoke neither Spanish nor believed in Catholicism received no preferential treatment. They were prioritized for more dangerous work, and even those that were not dangerous were still quite strenuous. Their daily diet consisted of black bread made from a mixture of various grains, even straw and bran. With luck, they could also eat sand, tree bark, and grass roots. Even so, they could only eat one full meal a day. The remaining 2 meals consisted of thin porridge and rotten vegetable soup, just enough to keep them from starving. This disparity in treatment was due not only to preferential treatment for willing Moroccans to encourage them to defect, but also to minimize colonial expenses. Compared to northern Morocco, the southern Moroccan colonies were economically underdeveloped, with more land being desert and mountainous. Spain's goal in occupying these territories was to assimilate southern Morocco, and indeed all of Morocco, without excessive favoritism towards the Moroccans. If the Moroccans were willing to submit to Spanish rule, Spain could readily assimilate them. However, if the Moroccans were deeply repulsive or even hostile to Spanish colonial rule, the Spanish government would have no choice but to expel them entirely and settle in the region with Spanish settlers. As long as Morocco was entirely inhabited by Spanish settlers, it would have been Spanish territory since ancient times. This approach would ensure the localization of Morocco and eliminate any worries. Spain's population was too small, and Carlos wanted to acquire Morocco's millions, provided he could assimilate the Moroccans. Otherwise, even more brutal measures awaited the Moroccans. Before the end of World War II, Spain had ample time to conduct various assimilation experiments in Morocco. In fact, Carlos underestimated the appeal of Spanish citizenship, or the status of free subjects, to Moroccans. Although Moroccans were white, this was a backward African region. Slavery still existed in Morocco, and it was a highly feudal monarchy. Although Morocco had a population of millions, a significant number were slaves of the nobility. Submission to Spanish rule and Spanish citizenship, which offered the status of free subjects, was a huge attraction for these enslaved Moroccans. As for the Spanish enslavement of the entire Moroccan population, what did it matter to the Moroccan slaves? Even before the Spanish arrived, Moroccan nobles and other landowners had enslaved them in the same way. The difference was simply a change in personnel. For the slaves, the situation was the same. Those who truly hated Spain, or those who were more extreme Moroccan nationalists and extreme Muslims, were enslaved and killed in the years leading up to the establishment of the southern Moroccan colony. The establishment of the southern Moroccan colony was a bloody process, a standard procedure for European colonial establishment. The majority of the manpower employed was indigenous people, whose fate was of little concern to the European colonists, if anything. This was perhaps good news. After the more extreme Moroccans died, the remaining ones were relatively docile. According to reports from the southern Moroccan colony, over 10,000 Moroccans now speak Spanish, and over 100,000 have officially converted to Catholicism. This truly reinforces the notion that if Spain had not strictly vetted its population intake, the number of Spanish-speaking individuals in the southern Moroccan colony would have already exceeded 10,000. Regardless of whether these Moroccans who converted to Catholicism were genuine, the appeal of Spanish citizenship to Moroccans is clear. This also suggests that such a plan could apply to the entire Moroccan region. Morocco, with its millions of people, would be a valuable addition to Spain's economy. Even if Spain could absorb only half or even less than a third of that population, it would still amount to millions. Of course, Spain is cautious in its handling of both Moroccan and foreign immigrants. These immigrants will be dispersed, primarily in Catalonia and the Basque Country, where nationalism is prevalent. Only by continuously diluting the populations of Catalonia and the Basque Country can stability be ensured in these two regions. Spain's approach to Catalonia has been relatively effective. The development of the Barcelona industrial complex has helped Catalonia attract over 100,000 immigrants. This has effectively reduced the proportion of Catalans in the region, and this proportion continues to decline. With the development of the Barcelona industrial complex, the proportion of Catalans in the population is expected to fall below 60% in the future. Of the 60% of Catalans, how many truly consider themselves pure Catalans? The Basque Country is also being treated in a similar way. Although the Basque Country has a smaller population, large-scale immigration to the region is still relatively difficult. Compared to Catalans, the Basques are more radical and have a stronger sense of national identity. While a considerable number of Catalans are unclear about whether they are Spanish or Catalan, almost all Basques are aware of their Basque ancestry. The Basque Country is sparsely populated, with the two regions combined having only a few 100,000 people. This results in a population that is largely Basque, with a distinctly different culture and character from that of Spain. Dealing with the Basque Country has always been a difficult problem, even more so than Catalonia. While Barcelona's industrial base offers hope for resolving Catalonia's problems, there is currently no effective solution for the Basque Country. Fortunately, the Basque population is relatively small, and does not pose a significant threat to Spanish rule. Perhaps only by waiting for Spain to experience a surge in immigration, and seizing the right moment to send hundreds of thousands or even millions of people to the Basque Country, can the Basque Country's problems be resolved. Otherwise, if Basque nationalism becomes more radical and flourishes, and the Basques feel they deserve autonomy or even independence, Spain will inevitably face civil war. Carlo often asks himself why Spain's problems are always so dire. Indeed, they are quite serious. Compared to Spain, a country that has been unified for centuries, the German Empire and the Kingdom of Italy, two countries that have only been unified for a few years, have fewer problems. Germans and Italians still strongly embrace the concept of nationhood, and even when they have national independence, they are not radical. Yet, in Spain, a country that has been unified for centuries, the Catalans and Basques are so radically demanding autonomy and even independence. This is simply baffling. Fortunately, while Spain's problems are numerous, they are not beyond redemption. Once the Catalonia issue is resolved, the Basque Country will be nothing more than a minor nuisance. Whether victory is achieved through mass immigration or civil war, the Spanish government will ultimately be the victor. The Basque population also limits the Basques from defeating the Spanish government unless they have the support of other powers. But then again, the powers themselves have their own problems. The British, who love to stir up trouble, will also have fires in their own backyard. The Indians also want autonomy and independence, and even the subsequent Boer War made the British even more embarrassed. After all, everyone is a makeshift team, and it is nothing more than seeing who has fewer problems and troubles, and who will win the final victory. 5200 Word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 209 Eldest Daughter Sofia. By November 1876, Carlo was about to welcome his second child. Luckily, having experienced the first child, and while the second birth was a matter of concern, Carlo was no longer as nervous. Having recuperated for over 6 months prior to her pregnancy, Queen Sophie was in excellent health during her second pregnancy, and faced no danger during the birth. Thus, Carlo welcomed his second child, his eldest daughter, Sofia, with remarkable success. Even before the birth of his first child, Carlo had already chosen the names for his first and second daughters. The son would be named Juan Fernando, and the daughter would be named Sofia. Of course, if the second child was also a son, he would be named Martin. Because of his previous joy with his first son, Carlo had no particular preference for the gender of his second child. He even preferred a daughter. After all, a little girl was more reassuring than a little mischievous child. Of course, Carlo wasn't worried about his children being naughty. The rigorous, elite, aristocratic upbringing he personally instituted would leave no room for mischief. Prince Juan Fernando, only a year and a half old, has already begun learning Spanish words and simple sentences. As he grows older, he will begin to learn more and truly embark on a busy life. As Charles' eldest son, there's a strong possibility that Juan Fernando will inherit the throne. Therefore, Charles is extremely serious about his upbringing. Not only will he receive the traditional aristocratic education, but he will also be taught a wealth of new knowledge, as well as the historical, political, and psychological courses essential for a monarch. He will then have to serve in the military for 2 to 3 years, cultivating close confidence, completing the entire air training program. Afterward, Juan Fernando can gradually begin to participate in government affairs, awaiting the day when Charles will pass the throne to him. If the training process goes smoothly, he will be first in line to the Spanish throne. However, if Juan Fernando's performance in the air training process falls short, Charles will consider passing the throne to a more capable child. The King of Spain certainly carries immense power, but it also carries with it immense responsibilities and obligations. Charles was clear, even the eldest son could not inherit the throne without sufficient ability. For both Juan Fernando and the future princes, the first 20 years of their lives would be extremely difficult. But for princesses like Sofia, such hardships would be spared. Daughters certainly needed to be nurtured, but since they were not heirs to the throne, their upbringing did not require such rigorous training. They simply needed to acquire some cultural knowledge and choose a field of study that interested them. After graduating from university, Charles would arrange their future endeavors. From the moment Princess Sofia was born, Charles showed his unwavering devotion to his daughter. Not only did he take time out every day to play with the infant, he even created a new title for her, the Duke of Arganda. Arganda is a small city southeast of Madrid with a population of only a few thousand. However, the scenery is quite stunning, and Charles owned a large estate there, a fitting gift for Princess Sofia. Charles doted on his children. His eldest son, Juan Fernando, was granted the title of Duke of Monteblanca upon birth, and his eldest daughter, Sofia, was also granted the title of Duke of Arganda. Both born already at the pinnacle of the Spanish aristocracy from birth. And that wasn't all. Charles would bestow even greater rewards upon their coming of age. The royal family's assets already amounted to hundreds of millions of pesetas, and Charles was generous with his children. Both his eldest son and daughter, as well as any subsequent children, would receive substantial financial gifts upon reaching adulthood. These gifts included not only land, estates, gold, jewelry, and antiques, but also shares in businesses and even complete control of some companies. The heir to the throne would undoubtedly inherit the bulk of Charles's wealth, and Charles would ensure that his remaining children would have a comfortable life, ensuring they lived a life of prosperity even without substantial means. For a full month after Princess Sofia's birth, Charles made time every day to be with Queen Sofia and Princess Sofia. Although infant mortality was high during this era, both the eldest son, Juan Fernando, and the eldest daughter, Sofia, appeared to be in relatively good health. Shortly after Princess Sofia's full month, Christmas 1876 arrived. The palace was bustling with activity that Christmas. The royal family was growing at a rate of almost one child per year, which was definitely good news for the Spanish royal family. The royal family now looked presentable. Charles, Queen Sofia, Prince Juan Fernando, and Princess Sofia spent Christmas together joyfully. Although Princess Sofia only watched the children for a short while before falling asleep in her crib, the sight of the four of them together made the atmosphere more lively and heartwarming. The news of Princess Sofia's birth once again electrified Spain, but it didn't cause the same sensation as the birth of Prince Juan Fernando. This was understandable. Juan Fernando was Charles's eldest son and the future heir to the Spanish throne, so it was natural for him to attract the attention of foreign governments and high-ranking officials. While Sofia was equally distinguished, she was only a princess, and congratulations were only extended to the royal families of Italy, Austria-Hungary, and a few other countries with kinship to Spain. Compared to the birth of Princess Sofia of Spain, European powers were clearly more focused on Queen Victoria's coronation as Empress of India. This had already been agreed upon by the British in May 1876, officially making Queen Victoria Empress of India and holding her own title. Becoming an emperor required a coronation ceremony, and since the throne was Indian, the coronation could only take place in India. The British had been concerned about the Balkans, but after months of waiting, Russia showed no sign of entering the war, which reassured them. The British government decided to hold Queen Victoria's coronation in India on the first day of the new year, crowning the British Queen with the imperial crown of India. While the Indian throne might seem a bit self-serving, it was still the British ruler, Queen Victoria, who was doing the self-serving, and the rest of the world had to give her some respect. However, within Britain, public opinion on the Indian crown was divided. The pamphlet, titled The Blot on the Queen's Head, quickly gained a circulation of over 90,000. It used cartoons to attack Prime Minister Disraeli, mocking him as a Jew with strong Orientalist views. In the cartoon, Disraeli, depicted as Aladdin, urged Queen Victoria to accept the crown of the Empress of India. The pamphlet's stance was clear. It argued that Queen Victoria did not need a superfluous crown, as the term empress easily conjured up images of absolute monarchy, rather than the constitutional monarchy currently maintained by the British government. Another pamphlet echoed this conclusion, with members of Parliament and the British public generally arguing that the Crown Act would undermine the principles of the British monarchy and that the title of Empress of India was a lie. The title of Empress of India was imperial, opposed to the British monarchy, and a despotic and arbitrary act that privileged individual rights over those of the public, allowing individual will to be enacted at will, a profoundly wrong decision. The opposition used the Queen's accession to the throne to oppose the ruling Conservative Party, arguing that the Conservatives had completely ignored public needs and were trapped in the shadows of their own political propaganda. Some extreme opponents even labeled the ruling Conservative Party a dictatorial party that espoused absolutism. Even the renowned British newspaper The Times expressed opposition and criticism, arguing that the coronation of Queen Victoria as Empress of India was a manifestation of Queen Victoria's arrogance and hubris, a betrayal of the principles of the British Constitution. John F. Dickinson publicly stated that the Titles Act was a complete violation of the collective will by Queen Victoria's personal will. The title of Queen legally established India's vassalage to Britain, exacerbating conflicts between India and Britain. It would also legally confirm a new round of expansion for the British Empire, something most British people did not want. The Act's emphasis on personal interests over public interests would destroy the British Empire. He believed that the fewer and simpler the principles of British rule in India, the more effective it would be. The more prosperous the empire, the more restrictive its policy towards India should be. The new crown, old Queen cartoon became a hotly debated topic within the British government and public, eclipsing even the fact that Queen Victoria was crowned Empress of India. The fundamental reason for the widespread opposition from officials and democratic figures stemmed from public concern about authority. The British Empire possessed a vastly larger number of colonies than any other nation, but the colonies were not entirely subservient and loyal to the British Empire. The United States was also a British colony but later chose independence. This also suggests that the people of the colonies were not entirely loyal to the British Empire and had their own considerations. In this context, whether Queen Victoria's coronation as Empress of India would cause dissatisfaction in several colonies, including India, was a question for some British officials and parliamentarians. Did the authority of the British Empire and Queen Victoria override that of the colonies? Did the British Empire have complete control over the colonists? Should this control be increased? These questions were key points of discussion between the two major political parties and numerous parliamentarians in Britain, and they sparked a stir in the country. However, it was clear that these discussions alone could not sway Queen Victoria. The inability of these dissenting MPs to block the bill's passage demonstrates that both Prime Minister Disraeli and Queen Victoria were willing to see the British Empire control the Indian throne. On January 1, 1877, Queen Victoria's coronation as Empress of India took place in India. Despite widespread opposition at home, the British government treated the coronation ceremony with considerable importance. Prime Minister Disraeli personally attended the ceremony, and the Indian colonial government prepared a grand ceremony for the Queen, complete with a large number of extras. Regardless of how the Indians reacted to Queen Victoria's coronation, over 100,000 Indians enthusiastically celebrated her coronation, chanting "Long live Her Majesty." Queen Victoria was incredibly pleased with the grand ceremony prepared by the Indian colonial government. Her coronation fulfilled a long-cherished wish, and she looked at the Viceroy of India with a look of satisfaction and appreciation. Carlo did not attach much importance to Queen Victoria's coronation. The throne itself was a blemish on her, and whether or not she held it did not add anything to her fortune. Without the Indian throne, Queen Victoria was one of the greatest monarchs in British history, ushering in the Victorian Age, the most glorious era of British dominance. Fortunately, this stain was not too serious and would not affect Queen Victoria's reputation in Britain. Charles was more interested in the Balkan situation than Queen Victoria's throne. The British government was confident in holding the coronation ceremony because Russia had not taken any major action in the Balkans. The war in the Balkans was still a conflict between the Ottoman Empire and several ethnic groups striving for independence, and Russia was currently providing covert support. Through telegrams exchanged with Franz Joseph I, Charles concluded that Britain and Austria-Hungary had underestimated Russia's ambitions in the Balkan War. Britain arrogantly assumed that Russia would not launch a war against the Ottoman Empire despite Britain's clear support for the Ottoman Empire, which was why Britain reduced its attention to the Balkans. After all, the Ottoman Empire had already gained the upper hand in the current war, and Serbia and Montenegro were clearly no match for the Ottoman Empire. This is also the reason why Russia was able to defeat the Ottoman Empire and win the war after launching the war. Because the British Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire were not well prepared, they could only use diplomatic means to threaten Russia to give up part of the victory after the war to ensure that they would not suffer too much loss. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Tsar Alexander II, the Warlord. Unlike the British government, which was filled with jubilation over the coronation, the atmosphere within the Tsarist government in Eastern Europe was profoundly solemn. As the only Orthodox state among the great powers, the relationship between the Orthodox Church and Tsarist Russia was far closer than that between other powers and Catholics or Protestants. The Russian government had always advocated Pan-Slavism, upholding Orthodox communities and protecting its fellow Slavs. Serbia, a nation resisting Ottoman rule in the Balkans, met both of these criteria. It was both a Slavic nation and an Orthodox Christian. For Tsarist Russia, abandoning its support for Serbia was a vehement decision. This was not only to establish a route from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, but also to align with its Pan-Slavism and maintain Tsarist expansionism. Britain and Austria-Hungary clearly underestimated Russia's resolve. For Tsarist Russia, this was a matter of absolute impermissibility, a matter worth fighting for. At a Tsarist government meeting, officials deliberated solemnly. Despite Russia's support, Serbia and other nations were still at a disadvantage in their resistance to the Ottoman Empire, and there was even a possibility that they would be completely quelled by the Ottoman Empire. This was completely unacceptable to Russia. Allowing Serbia and other resistance forces to be eliminated by the Ottoman Empire would not only undermine Russia's expansion in the Balkans but also cause great humiliation for Tsarist Russia. Regardless of the reasons, war might be the most appropriate option for Russia at this time. Tell us, what can we do to help Serbia repel the Ottoman Empire? Tsar Alexander II's face was grim as he turned to his trusted ministers. Born in 1818, Alexander II was already 59 years old and looked very old. However, his age did not diminish Alexander II's ambition. During his reign, Tsarist Russia expanded its territory by millions of square kilometers, a feat worthy of praise. Of course, Alexander II's most famous initiative was undoubtedly his reforms abolishing serfdom, earning him the affectionate title of liberator by the people. Unfortunately, Alexander II's reforms were not decisive, instead plunging the Russian government into new chaos. Reformers believed that Alexander II, with his more liberal views, was a ray of hope for reform, but his limited reforms clearly disappointed them. While implementing these limited and unwavering reforms, Alexander II brutally suppressed the revolutionary movement, placing himself in a rather awkward position, pitting conservatives against reformers. Conservatives would conceal their dissatisfaction with the Tsar, waiting for an opportunity to unleash it. Meanwhile, the discontent of reformers led some more extreme individuals to take even more extreme measures, such as assassinating Alexander II. Revolutionaries had already plotted the assassination of the Tsar several years earlier. Although unsuccessful, the relentless assassination attempts were indeed a source of great distress for Alexander II. For Alexander II himself, the war between Serbia and the Ottoman Empire presented an opportunity, a chance to expand Tsarist Russia. As long as Alexander II completed his territorial expansion, he would have a chance to restore his standing in the hearts and minds of the people. This way, he would remain the Tsar trusted and beloved by the people, and the revolutionaries' assassination attempts would be easily avoided. In response to Alexander II's inquiries, the ministers were of course aware of Alexander II's stance. The reformed Tsarist Russia remained an absolute monarchy, and as Tsar, Alexander II held unparalleled supremacy and authority. Now that Alexander II's stance was clear, the next step was easy: to align with Alexander II's stance and promote war between Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Your Majesty, I believe we should begin preparations for war with the Ottoman Empire. There is no other option, unless we wish to see Serbia once again annexed by the Ottoman Empire, said a minister recently promoted by Alexander II, speaking first and expressing his support for war. Alexander II nodded in satisfaction. He sought support for the war within the government. Has the military considered this war? If we launch a war against the Ottoman Empire now, what are our chances of victory? Alexander II's inquiry wasn't solely about a war with the Ottoman Empire, but rather the situation in which Britain strongly supported it and might even join the war. Furthermore, Britain wasn't the only country concerned with this situation in the Balkans. Austro-Hungary was also concerned, posing a similar problem for Tsarist Russia. Your Majesty, as long as the Germans don't support Austria-Hungary, they won't join this war out of opposition. In this case, we only need to deal with the Ottoman Empire, which has British support. Without British participation, we have a 100% chance of victory. The Ottoman Empire is no match for Russia, even with British support, the war minister assured Alexander II. Despite Russia's various problems, it remained one of the 5 most powerful countries in Europe. The Ottoman Empire was no match for Russia, just as Serbia was no match for the Ottoman Empire. There was a stark disparity between nations, and even support from other powers could not bridge this gap. Unless Britain was willing to join the war on behalf of the Ottoman Empire, would the British actually do so? It's highly unlikely. Given the British's troublemaking nature, they would only strongly support the Ottoman Empire against Russia, at most instigating Austria-Hungary to resort to military force in support of the Ottoman Empire, but they would likely not risk their own lives. This provocative nature of the British kept Europe in chaos and competition for a long time, but it also presented an opportunity for Tsarist Russia. As long as the British did not personally join the war, the Russians would not take the Ottoman Empire seriously. Furthermore, with the support of the Balkan peoples, the war could be won quickly, giving Russia access to the Black Sea and the opportunity to control the Balkan peoples. This also boded well for Russia's long-cherished pan-Slavism. If this war could secure the support of the South Slavs in the Balkans, Tsarist Russia's Greater Slavic plan would be largely complete. With control of the Balkans, Tsarist Russia would undoubtedly regain its position at the top of the world. Even the British Empire, with its foremost navy, would not be able to guarantee a 100% direct defeat of a Tsarist Russia in control of the Balkans. Upon hearing the war minister's report, Tsar Alexander II nodded with satisfaction and issued his own decision: from this very moment, Russia will enter a state of war preparedness. The army will be ready to deploy at any moment. When Serbia is unable to resist the Ottoman attack, then we will send our troops into the Ottoman Empire. Orthodox believers will absolutely not tolerate being bullied by infidels, and the Slavs will absolutely not tolerate being oppressed by foreigners. The Balkans are Slavic lands, and the Slavs should rule for themselves. As you command, Your Majesty. The ministers nodded solemnly, not daring to express the slightest dissatisfaction with its Tsar's order. With Alexander II's command, all of Russia entered into intense war preparations. For Russia, a behemoth with a territory stretching over tens of millions of square kilometers, war preparations took a long time. Even mobilizing a portion of its forces often took months. Besides the sheer size of its territory, another major factor was the rotten political system of Tsarist Russia, which resulted in slow information flow between departments. While technological backwardness certainly played a role, other countries didn't require as long a time to mobilize for war as Russia did. Powers like Germany and France could mobilize over 200,000 troops to their borders within a month, and their entire domestic army within 3 months. But for Russia, mobilizing even 100,000 troops in a month wasn't enough. It would take at least 3 months to mobilize more than 200,000. This was also due to the Balkan Peninsula being located in Europe. Had the battlefield been in the Far East, Russia wouldn't have been able to transport hundreds of thousands of troops there even in a year. Historically, Russia's defeat to Japan in the Russo-Japanese War was largely due to its poor logistics, which made it difficult to transport troops and other supplies to the Far East. The Russo-Japanese War was indeed Japan's attempt to establish itself as a great power, but its enemy was only half of Russia, or even less than half. This is why, despite being recognized as a great power after the war, Japan remained at the bottom of the heap. Reforming into a powerful nation in just a few decades was a miracle for a relatively backward East Asian country. However, even with recognition as a great power, Japan still had many shortcomings, particularly in its industry and economy. During both World War I and World War II, Japan's industry ranked below average among the great powers. Coupled with Japan's lack of mineral resources, it was difficult for the country to develop as rapidly as emerging powers like Germany and the United States. Under the orders of Tsar Alexander II, Russia's war machine began to operate like a dying man. Meanwhile, wars between the Ottoman Empire and other ethnic groups in the Balkans raged on. In the Balkans, the Ottoman Empire mobilized over 280,000 troops, commanded by General Abdülkerim Nadir Pasha. The Ottoman Empire's Asian divisions also possessed an army of over 126,000, commanded by General Mehmed Mukhtar Pasha. Combined, these European and Asian forces numbered over 400,000 men, equipped with over 850 artillery pieces. This size of land force was considered quite formidable. While not on par with the great powers, this force could easily crush the rebellious Balkan peoples, such as the Serbs. The intense anger among Serbs and other ethnic groups against the Ottoman Empire contributed to the prolonged nature of the war. Furthermore, the Ottoman army's lack of discipline and overall combat effectiveness turned what should have been a one-sided conflict into a protracted stalemate. Although Britain provided the Ottoman army with a batch of rifles and other scarce strategic resources, this did not significantly improve the Ottoman army's actual combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Russia provided the Serbian and other ethnic groups with lesser and lower quality equipment, yet they nonetheless demonstrated immense combat effectiveness. The Ottoman army's dismal performance in the war spurred Russia to intervene, swiftly defeating the Ottoman army and forcing the British government to accept Russia's defeat. Despite the Ottoman army's disastrous performance on the battlefield, both the Ottoman Empire and the British Empire, which backed it, remained relatively optimistic about the war. Under the Ottoman army's reckless offensive, Serbian and other rebel groups opposed to the Ottoman Empire were cornered. Perhaps within a year, the Ottoman Empire could have completely ended the war and re-established its dominance over Serbia and other ethnic groups and regions. This is why the British were so confident in holding Queen Victoria's coronation and reducing their focus on the Balkans. The situation was so favorable that the British government even reduced its aid to the Ottoman Empire. After all, the economic crisis was affecting the British Empire, and it was natural to reduce spending wherever possible. Unbeknownst to Britain and the Ottoman Empire, Russia was already preparing for war. Russia also informed Serbia and other nations resisting the Ottoman Empire of its war preparations, which delighted these Yugoslavs. Fueled by this good news, the Balkan peoples intensified their resistance to the Ottoman offensive, even pushing the Ottoman army back several kilometers. Unfortunately, Tsarist Russia's military support for the Balkan peoples was gradually decreasing, as this equipment was destined for their own armies in the war. Between the prospect of weaponry and direct Russian involvement, the Balkan peoples naturally knew which option was more advantageous. The Serbs, Bulgarians, and Montenegrins eagerly awaited the outcome, completely ignoring the steady retreat they were already experiencing on the front lines. With the situation in the Balkans deteriorating, Russia finally made the decision: war. Chapter 211 Russia joins the war. 1877, news from Tsarist Russia shocked the entire Europe and immediately made the Balkan Peninsula the focus of global attention. Tsar Alexander II officially declared war on the Ottoman Empire, and the Russian army, with lightning speed, crossed Romanian territory and launched an attack on the Ottoman Empire along the Danube River. Due to insufficient preparation, the Ottoman army panicked when it was attacked by the Russian army. The Ottoman army, which had been fighting rebel forces such as Serbia, had never felt the pressure of the Tsarist Russian army. Although Russia had only a little over 200,000 troops on the front line after months of mobilization, the combat effectiveness of these 200,000 troops was clearly different from that of the armies of Serbia and other ethnic groups. Because of the months of preparation, Tsarist Russia's attack on the Ottoman Empire was divided into two directions. The first route consisted of two armies totaling 100,000 men, comprising the Caucasian Army. Commanded by Tsar Alexander II's younger brother, Mikhail Nikolaevich, the army was also joined by militias from Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Ossetia. Meanwhile, on the European front, the Danube army was projected to number 300,000 men. While over 200,000 troops were on their way, the 100,000 already deployed, combined with the Bulgarian militias incorporated into the Danube army, was more than sufficient to counter the Ottoman Empire in the short term. While the Danube army was currently undermanned, Russia equipped it with over 1,000 artillery pieces, more than the entire Ottoman Empire had in its inventory. This inflicted significant pain on the Ottomans from the outset. Due to the lack of artillery firepower, the Ottoman army was effectively suppressed in direct engagements with the Russians, barely daring to raise its head. This disparity in firepower hindered the Ottoman advance and also affected their morale. As the Ottomans gained ground, the Russian army advanced with unstoppable force, pushing the Ottoman forces, which had previously threatened Romania, back to a distance of more than 10 kilometers in just 1 week. The news of Tsarist Russia's entry into the war shocked the world, including the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the British Empire, which had been closely watching the Balkans. Neither country could have anticipated Russia's resolve. Despite the possibility of British participation, the Russians resolutely chose to join the fray. The apparent disparity in military strength between Tsarist Russia and the Ottoman Empire was stark. Russia's conventional forces comprised 48 infantry divisions totaling 720,000 men, equipped with over 3,000 artillery pieces. The Ottoman army, on the other hand, consisted of only 400,000 men and possessed just over 850 pieces of artillery. While the Ottomans' rifles were superior to those of the Russian infantry, supplied by Britain and Austria-Hungary, Russia maintained a commanding lead in heavy firepower. Of the Ottomans' 850 guns, Britain and Austria-Hungary provided over 300. But there was no way around it. The Ottoman Empire's original industrial base was too weak. Its ability to equip itself with over 850 artillery pieces in such a short period of time was a result of significant British support. While Russia's industry wasn't as strong among the 5 traditional powers, it was still substantial compared to other non-great powers. With an army of 720,000 men and over 3,000 artillery pieces, not even the powerful armies of Germany and France could boast a level of military prowess surpassed on paper, let alone the Ottoman Empire. More importantly, Russia's military prowess was far more than just a passing glance. In a fully mobilized state, Russia could field millions of troops, a fact that other European powers feared. The Ottoman Empire's population was far smaller than Russia's, and its core Turkish population was even smaller. Consequently, upon learning of Russia's entry into the war, the Ottoman Empire immediately shifted its strategic focus from offense to defense and sought assistance from Britain and Austria-Hungary. By the time news of Tsarist Russia's declaration of war reached Spain, it was already the second day of the war. Archduke Serrano, then Prime Minister of Spain, approached Carlo with a look of surprise, bearing news he had anticipated. "How will the British react?" Carlo asked with a smile, unfazed by the outbreak of war. "The British government has not yet reacted, but we cannot rule out the possibility of them declaring their participation in the war," Archduke Serrano replied. "Your Majesty, if the British declare their participation, what should we do?" It was a good question, but one that, when considered in light of history, should have been unnecessary. The British are unlikely to join the war unless the Ottoman Empire collapses even more rapidly than expected, Carlo replied with a smile. Despite Britain's current status as the world's dominant power, the British were also reluctant to confront the might of Tsarist Russia. Unless Russia captured Constantinople or achieved a resounding victory in the Balkan Wars, the British would likely not intervene. The reputation of Europe's troublemaker wasn't earned for nothing, it was a common annoyance for the British Empire in this era. Archduke Serrano nodded, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Carlo smiled and said nothing more. He understood what Archduke Serrano was thinking, reclaiming Gibraltar, a small piece of land in southern Spain. Ever since the British seized Gibraltar during Spain's crisis, it had become a thorn in the side of every Spanish general, a constant desire to remove it. Unfortunately, after the British seized Gibraltar, their national strength grew. Since the loss of Gibraltar, Spain, from a powerful nation, has gradually weakened and has remained in a rather awkward position. If Spain is strong, Europe can easily find countries more powerful than Spain. If Spain is weak, it seems so much stronger compared to truly small countries. This awkward position, neither better than the best nor the worst, has made Spain invisible, both in the later European Union and on the world stage. As King of Spain, Carlo naturally wanted to reclaim Gibraltar. It was a political achievement that ordinary territorial expansion could not match. It's no exaggeration to say that if Charles could recapture Gibraltar, he would become one of Spain's most influential monarchs, and no other family could threaten the House of Savoy's dominance in Spain. Unfortunately, the British Empire was too powerful, and Spain alone could not recapture Gibraltar. Offending the British at this point was clearly not a good idea, especially since they were unlikely to join the war between the Ottoman Empire and Tsarist Russia. A truly viable opportunity to recapture Gibraltar would likely come only after Britain had heavily engaged in the Boer War, or perhaps World War I or II, when Britain was preoccupied with a major global war and could have used trade to recapture Gibraltar. After Tsarist Russia declared war on the Ottoman Empire, European powers watched closely to see how Britain would react. If Britain joined, the Balkan War would immediately devolve into a contest between two major powers, with its repercussions extending across Europe. However, if Britain stayed out of the war, Tsarist Russia would quickly defeat the Ottoman Empire and expand its influence throughout the Balkans. Would Austria-Hungary, also eyeing the Balkans, allow Tsarist Russia to act? If Britain did not join the war, would Austria-Hungary join in to prevent Tsarist Russia's expansion? The Balkans were indeed Europe's powder keg. Although World War I was still decades away, the situation had already reached a considerable level. For several days, the British government remained ambivalent and offered no clear statement. Austria-Hungary naturally couldn't jump into the fray alone, leading to a situation where Tsarist Russia dominated the Balkan battlefield. While Austria-Hungary hadn't made a clear statement, it was urgently seeking Britain's opinion while also securing the support of its allies, the German Empire and the Kingdom of Spain. For Emperor Franz Joseph I, the Balkans were a sphere of influence that Austria-Hungary absolutely could not lose. If Russia were to expand into the Balkans, Austria-Hungary would be completely confined to its existing territory, forever relegated to a middling power. While Germany was often said to be located on four fronts, Austria-Hungary's geographical location was in fact not much better. The Austro-Hungarian Empire had five neighbors. To the north and east, they were the German Empire and Tsarist Russia, both traditional European powers. To the southwest, they were the newly powerful Kingdom of Italy, and to the south, they were Romania and the Ottoman Empire. Of all their neighbors, only the Ottoman Empire and Romania in the Balkans were relatively easy targets. Even tiny Italy was no match for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Before Italy's unification, the Austro-Hungarian Empire occupied large swathes of Italian territory. However, after Italian unification, further expansion into Italy became extremely difficult for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Although Italy was a minor power, minor powers are still major powers. Although Italy was far less powerful than the Austro-Hungarian Empire, other countries were clearly unwilling to allow the Austro-Hungarian Empire to annex the Kingdom of Italy. Expansion into Germany and Russia was even more impossible, as neither of these countries was weaker than the Austro-Hungarian Empire in terms of overall strength. Faced with the only possible expansionary direction on the continent, the Austro-Hungarian Empire would never allow itself to lose control of the Balkan Peninsula, even if its enemy was the more powerful Tsarist Russia. Emperor Franz Joseph I was even prepared to intervene in the war between Russia and the Ottoman Empire without British support. If Britain refused to participate, Austria-Hungary would have no choice but to face the challenge head-on, at least to ensure it could reap sufficient benefits from the war. Indeed, Austria-Hungary's goal wasn't to help the Ottoman Empire defeat Russia, but rather to seize the opportunity when the main Ottoman and Russian forces were engaged to invade Serbia and Bosnia, or at least occupy these two territories. Of course, this was only done after ensuring that Britain would not interfere in the war. With the British support, Austria-Hungary might be able to seize a significant share of the Russian spoils without even starting a war. Spain, as an ally of Austria-Hungary, was naturally on its contact list. Austria-Hungary did not disclose its plans, but simply requested Spanish support in the Balkans. In return, Austria-Hungary would convert all previous Spanish loans into interest-free loans and provide Spain with a new round of industrial and financial aid. This industrial and financial aid proved highly valuable to Spain, and Carlo certainly had no problem supporting Austria-Hungary diplomatically. Although the British were known for their troublemaking, they remained resolute in matters of fundamental importance like Constantinople. Regardless of how the situation in the Balkans developed, Russia's monopoly of the Balkans was utterly impossible. Supporting Austria-Hungary offered Spain no disadvantages, and the benefits Austria-Hungary offered were currently scarce in Spain. Regardless of Austria-Hungary's covert preparations, neither Britain nor Austria-Hungary reacted overtly. This intensified the Balkan people's confidence in defeating the Ottoman Empire. Within days of Russia's declaration of war, countries like Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro declared their alliance with Russia to jointly confront this enemy. The Balkan people's anticipation for the war also demonstrated that the Ottoman Empire was indeed unpopular in the Balkans. This was primarily due to the Ottoman Empire's brutal policies in ruling the Balkan peoples. With the changing times, blind repression was no longer feasible. The Balkan people's long history of resistance against the Ottoman Empire had endowed them with a valiant and warlike spirit. This in turn instilled in them a formidable fighting capacity, and the military might of the later independent Balkan states was not to be underestimated. After the Balkan peoples joined Russia, the Russian army on the European battlefield quickly surpassed 200,000 men. In contrast, the Ottoman Empire's concentrated forces in Europe numbered just over 200,000, meaning it had lost its numerical advantage. On the Caucasus battlefield, the Ottoman Empire also lacked a numerical advantage. The Asian army commanded by Mehmed Mukhtar Pasha numbered only 120,000 men, while the Russian Caucasian army, combined with the combined forces of various ethnic militias, also numbered over 120,000, putting both sides on par in terms of troop numbers. Chapter 212 Arms Trade. The war between Tsarist Russia and the Ottoman Empire broke out, which was also good news for Spain. Upon the outbreak of the war, both sides deployed nearly 1 million troops, and the number would only escalate. The daily ammunition and supplies consumed by these 1 million strong troops was a massive sum, and it also presented a long-awaited commercial opportunity for Spain. More importantly, neither Russia nor the Ottoman Empire possessed the ability to sustain themselves during the war. The Ottoman Empire had experienced famine before the war, and Russia was also facing a grain shortage. Spain could not only sell its weapons, equipment, and ammunition during this war, but also some medical resources and food, a huge profit indeed. Because Spain had no ties to either side, it could trade freely with both. In May 1877, Charles summoned the Russian ambassador to Spain and proposed selling weapons, equipment, and other vital supplies to Russia. Russia was not facing a serious shortage of supplies at this time. However, the consumption on the front lines was enormous, and Russia's current reserves would not last long. More importantly, while the Ottoman Empire enjoyed the support of Britain and Austria-Hungary, Russia lacked any support from the major powers. Spain's initiative to trade resources would help Russia avoid future material shortages. With this in mind, the Russian ambassador didn't immediately reject Carlo's proposal, simply stating that he needed to contact Russia before further discussions on trade between the two countries. Carlo accepted the offer. After all, it was the Russians who participated in the war, and it would be the Russians who would be most concerned about future resource shortages. Within a few days, the Russian ambassador returned with a response from Russia, expressing willingness to trade with Spain and purchase Spanish weapons, equipment, ammunition, and other strategic resources. After detailed discussions between the Royal Arsenal and the Russian side, a purchase order for 100,000 rifles, 350 artillery pieces, 25 million rounds of ammunition, and 100,000 rounds of ammunition was finalized. Russia stated that this was only the first order, and the size of the second order would be determined later based on the war's consumption. Russia also specifically requested that the Royal Arsenal ship 1/3 of the ordered weapons and equipment to Russia by June 15, and complete the entire order by August 15. Since the Royal Arsenal had already produced a large quantity of weapons and equipment before the outbreak of the war, it naturally agreed to the Russian request. However, the Royal Arsenal also had its own conditions. The weapons and equipment could be expedited for Russia, but only if Russia could pay for the order with gold reserves, mineral resources, or population. Currently, Spain's most closely traded partners were France, Austria-Hungary, and Italy, who naturally had no interest in Russian rubles. While the value of national currencies was linked to gold and silver, the value of currencies in different regions naturally varied. For example, the peseta, the official currency issued by the Spanish Currency Commission, was relatively stable in Spain, but certainly less valuable abroad. Because Russia was unwilling to pay for the order solely with gold, the Royal Arsenal added other requirements, such as mineral resources and population. The value of mineral resources goes without saying. Russia possesses vast domestic reserves, making any small expenditure a drop in the bucket for Russia. The population requirement, however, was driven by the difficulties Spain faced in developing its colonies. Both mainland Spain and its colonies were sparsely populated. The newly established Congo territory, in particular, despite its vast territory, was predominantly inhabited by indigenous peoples, with only a paltry few hundred Spanish inhabitants. Initial development of this territory would require at least tens of thousands of immigrants. If all of these immigrants were from mainland Spain, the impact on mainland development would be severe. After all, Spain's population was less than 20 million, a significant demographic disadvantage compared to the 5 traditional powers. Russia's population at this time had one advantage: long-term oppression under serfdom had fostered a submissive disposition among its peasants. Furthermore, compared to World War I, there were fewer radical and extreme rebels, making it ideal for Carlo's rule. The downside was that orthodoxy was deeply ingrained in the Russian peasantry, making it extremely difficult to convert these Russians to Spanish citizenship. Spain could absorb a portion of the Russian population, but not too many. Carlo's goal was simply to have these Russians develop African colonies and, incidentally, dilute the local population in Catalonia and the Basque Country. This deal was mutually beneficial for both Spain and Russia, and both sides were happy to see the cooperation agreement signed. Russia received scarce weaponry, while Spain received a certain amount of gold reserves and a relatively docile Russian peasant population. Although these people were provided by Russia, Spain would also conduct screening. Russians involved in anti-government movements or harboring dangerous ideologies were strictly excluded from the Russian immigration. It was better for these people to remain in Russia and cause trouble for the Tsarist government. Spain did not need these anarchists and radicals. Compared to Russia, Spain still held some appeal for these Russian peasants. Although Russian reforms abolished slavery, these serfs simply continued to be exploited by the Russian nobility and landowners in a different way. Although Alexander II granted these serfs free status, they held no land. Without land, how could these newly freed serfs survive? They could only rely on loans from nobles and other banks to purchase land at significantly inflated prices, or they were forced to rent mountains of farmland from noble lords, continuing their serfdom in another way. It was precisely because these Russian peasants suffered such brutal oppression and exploitation at home that Charles was confident that he could increase Spain's population by importing some of them. Of course, no matter how docile these Russians might be, Spain's capacity to accommodate the Russian population was limited. Given Spain's current population size, the planned Russian influx had a cap. The current cap was 500,000, which would fluctuate with the country's overall population growth. However, it was certain that the number of Russians imported would not exceed 1 million unless Spain's population exceeded 30 million. Furthermore, these imported Russians would be dispersed throughout Spain, preventing them from uniting. With Spain divided into more than 10 regions and several colonies, the Russian population would have little impact. After all, this population influx was implemented gradually, with the annual influx of Russians limited to only a few tens of thousands. This number was manageable, not burdening the Spanish government but effectively boosting population growth. Currently, Spain's population has seen significant growth amidst a relatively peaceful and stable environment. During Queen Isabel's reign, Spain's population was virtually stagnant, fluctuating between increases and decreases, with no consistent growth. After Queen Isabel's departure, Spain's population growth began to accelerate. In 1869 alone, Spain's net population increase exceeded 140,000, marking its fastest annual growth since the 1860s. Entering the 1870s, Spain's population growth was like riding a train, breaking away from its previously slow pace. As of now, Spain's population has officially exceeded 18.66 million, compared to just 16.61 million 8 years earlier. With a net population increase of over 2 million in 8 years, the rate of population growth is already comparable to that of some of the more populous powers. While these powers are influenced by immigration, their population size is still there. Spain's population growth, comparable to these powers, demonstrates the positive impact of Spain's stability during this period. Based on this rate of population growth, Spain has the potential to increase its total population to over 20 million within 5 years and to over 25 million before the start of the new century. This is a conservative estimate. Taking into account immigration, increased life expectancy, and advances in medical technology, Spain's total population could reach around 30 million before the start of the new century, or in the first few years of the new century. Considering Spain's population inflow programs in the Philippines, Morocco, and Langfang, a population of 30 million is within reach. Reaching 30 million in the first few years of the new century would provide Spain with greater confidence in its future during World War I. In June 1877, firearms, bullets, and shells produced by the Royal Arsenal were shipped to Russian ports. Because Britain had blockaded the Strait of Constantinople, Spain had only two options for transporting these weapons and equipment to Russia. One was to transport them through the English Channel and the North Sea to Russian ports on the eastern coast of the Baltic Sea. The other was to transport them to the Russian Far East and then transport them overland to the front lines. For Russia, the only acceptable option was to transport them to the Baltic coast. If they were to ship them to the Far East, the combined sea and land transportation timelines were unpredictable, and it would take months for the frontline troops to receive the equipment. If they were to unload the equipment on the Baltic coast, Russia's rail infrastructure in Eastern Europe was relatively good. While not as extensive as the extensive railway systems of Germany and France, it was still a well-developed rail transport system. The first option would ensure that the Russian frontline troops received the equipment within a month, making it acceptable to Russia. This fact also explains Russia's continued expansion into the Balkans. Constantinople, controlled by the Ottoman Empire, directly cut off Russia's connection to the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. Any country seeking to support Russia could only transport supplies further north via the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea is far from the main battlefields in the Balkans, and the time lost in transporting supplies directly through the Strait of Constantinople could even change the course of the battlefield. Fortunately, Russia had made careful preparations before launching the war, ensuring a sufficient supply of weapons and equipment for the short term. This is also due to the changes brought about by Alexander II's reforms. During the previous Russo-Turkish War, the Crimean War, Russia's industrial base was extremely poor, ultimately resulting in defeat. However, during this war, Russia had already established a substantial industrial base through reforms, which was a significant change for the country. Although Alexander II's reforms were not thorough, they were, at least, comprehensive and had a significant positive impact on the country as a whole. It can even be said that Russia's ability to maintain its position as one of the five traditional European powers after the Crimean War was due, firstly, to its vast territory and population, which was far ahead of other European powers, and secondly, to the industrial upgrades brought about by Alexander II's reforms. Russia's industry ranked last among the five traditional European powers, but compared to other powers, including those not yet major, it was certainly still very strong. Having finalized the arms trade agreement with Russia, the Spanish government turned to the Ottoman Empire. Although the Ottoman Empire had suffered famine and financial collapse, it had the support of the British. As everyone knows, Britain was undoubtedly one of the wealthiest countries in Europe. British support was a vital lifeline for the Ottoman Empire, keeping the decaying empire afloat. However, at this moment in the battlefield, the Ottoman Empire was constantly lacking advanced weapons, equipment, and ammunition. Spain possessed both, which was why Spain turned to the Ottoman Empire. Furthermore, in addition to scarce weapons and equipment, the Ottoman Empire was also short of food, something Spain currently had in abundance. Negotiations with the Ottoman Empire were significantly smoother than those with Russia. This was primarily due to the Ottoman Empire's weaker industrial base. The weapons, equipment, and ammunition consumed during the war came almost entirely from aid from Britain and Austria-Hungary. Since it was aid, it was certainly limited. The Ottoman Empire's domestic reserves of guns and ammunition were dwindling, causing panic among the imperial leadership. The Spanish government's proactive contact was a ray of hope for the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire lacked everything, but two things were most pressing: weapons and equipment, and food. Even before the outbreak of this war, the Ottoman Empire had experienced a severe famine. This famine not only caused chaos within the Ottoman Empire, but also resulted in the deaths of numerous refugees from starvation. British aid was crucial in assembling an army of nearly 400,000 men for the war. The majority of these soldiers' weapons and equipment came from the British, with a small amount secretly transported from Austria-Hungary. This demonstrated the extent of British aid to the Ottoman Empire, a truly unwavering commitment. In addition to weapons and equipment, the British also provided food and some financial support. The famine had already plunged the Ottoman Empire into a financial crisis. Without this financial support, the Ottoman Empire would have been bankrupt before the war was over. It was precisely this funding that Carlo was targeting. The British pound was still quite valuable and could be used as a currency in other European countries. Selling large quantities of weapons and equipment to the Ottoman Empire in exchange for pounds, which could then be used to purchase industrial equipment and other technical information from other European countries to develop Spain's own industry, it was a perfect plan. The arms trade with Russia primarily involved orders for rifles and ammunition. After all, Russia held an advantage in artillery, and its domestic production was sufficient to meet the demands of the war. The Ottoman Empire, however, was different. It was at a significant disadvantage in artillery, and its primary need was a large supply of artillery to bridge the gap. The Ottoman Empire had no shortage of rifles, given the significant support provided by the British. Ottoman soldiers, armed with British-made rifles, naturally had little regard for Spanish-made rifles. After several days of negotiations, the military factory secured another order with the Ottomans. This order included only 20,000 rifles and 10 million rounds of ammunition, but included orders for over 580 pieces of artillery and 150,000 rounds of ammunition. The Ottoman Empire also specifically requested that the order for rifles and ammunition be delivered later, but that the artillery order be fully delivered within 3 months. For the royal arsenal, already well prepared, delivering over 580 guns within 3 months was no problem. Thus, the royal arsenal and the Ottoman Empire happily signed the order, agreeing to complete the order within 3 months, with the Ottoman Empire paying for it with gold, pounds, and mineral resources. In addition to the arms order, the Ottoman Empire also signed a grain trade agreement with Spain. During the recent years of stability, Spain's grain production had steadily increased. Spain already exported large quantities of grain annually, so a grain trade agreement with the Ottoman Empire was not a major undertaking. The signing of these two orders ushered in a brief period of busyness for the royal arsenal. Currently, the royal arsenal's inventory was sufficient to fulfill most of the two orders, and with a small amount of weapons and equipment being expedited, it was also possible to complete the entire order within the stipulated time frame. The profits generated by the two arms deals were used by the royal arsenal to upgrade and modify the weapons and equipment. Although the rifles and artillery currently equipped by Spain are relatively advanced products, with the development of military technology, these rifles and artillery will eventually become outdated. Only by continuously improving them and developing new generations of products can we ensure that Spain's military technology remains at the forefront of Europe. Although this requires a large amount of funds, compared to the improvements brought to Spain by the continuous upgrading of military technology, this small amount of money is definitely worth it. 5,200 words 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 213 The Development of Bullfighting. In fact, bullfighting, organized by the royal family and held simultaneously across Spain, began in March 1877. While it's called an event, it's actually a nationwide competition for Spanish bullfighters. This competition selects the best bullfighters in Spain, who are personally awarded the title of Royal Bullfighter of Spain by Carlo. Because the selection process takes place nationwide, the first 4 months of the bullfighting competition are held in the regions. This is the first round of selection, with the best bullfighters selected to travel to Madrid for the second and final rounds. Currently in April, bullfighting season is at its peak in Spain. Carlo envisioned bullfighting as a national event that would impact the combat effectiveness of the Spanish army, providing a place for the Spanish people to vent their emotions and cultivate a competitive and fearless spirit. This year marks the inaugural year of the national bullfighting competition, and Carlo is quite enthusiastic about it. In mid-April 1877, Carlo led a group of Spanish officials to a highly anticipated bullfight in the Madrid region, where he praised the best bullfighters. According to bullfighting rules, each region conducts preliminary selections from March to July each year, determining when the final 10 will travel to Madrid for the second round. This rule was primarily intended to expand the national reach of bullfighting. Holding the competition solely within the Madrid area would have limited its reach throughout Spain. Although Madrid is Spain's largest city, its geographical location, aside from its central location, is not as advantageous as Barcelona's. Barcelona, a Spanish port city, is surrounded by mostly plains and hills, which has little impact on its development. Madrid, on the other hand, is surrounded by mountains, which not only hinders its development but also limits the number of major cities within a few dozen kilometers of the city. To the west of Madrid lies the vast Central Mountain Range, to the east lies Cuenca Mountain, to the north lies the vast Meseta Plateau, and to the south lies the Toledo Mountains. It was in this area between these mountains that Madrid, Spain's largest city, was born. However, Madrid's location amidst these mountains also limited its development. The numerous mountain ranges and plateaus contributed to Spain's lagging behind other European powers in national development. Although Spain boasts an immense territory, the vast Meseta Plateau, situated in central and northern Spain, has transformed vast tracts of land into mountainous and desert land unsuitable for development. Spain is also the only European country with mountain ranges. The Peñas Desert lies between the Sierra Morena and Penavitico Mountains. The mountains to the north and south block the humid climate from the ocean, and this, combined with the dryness and lack of rainfall, has resulted in a desert. The Peñas Desert is a unique natural landscape in Spain and even across Europe. Its geographical resemblance to the American Southwest has attracted many Hollywood film crews. Famous films like Once Upon a Time in the West and A Fistful of Dollars were both filmed in Spain. Over 40% of films depicting the American West have featured scenes in the Peñas Desert. This also shows that having this desert isn't necessarily a bad thing for Spain. The Peñas Desert, covering only 280 square kilometers, is only the size of a few towns. Instead, it enriches Spain's geographical landscape and attracts tourists from Europe. Carlo clearly underestimated the appeal of bullfighting in Spain. This national bullfight organized by Carlo has captivated a vast majority of Spaniards. The Madrid region naturally selects the top 10 matadors before the second round. Whether it's at Plaza Lerda or at other bullrings, bullfights attract a large number of Spaniards. This results in nearly every bullfight being packed and has boosted business development near the bullrings. Take Plaza Lerda, Spain's largest bullring, for example. It can accommodate over 3,500 spectators and has recently hosted bullfights almost daily. Ticket sales alone from the daily bullfights have generated significant profits for Plaza Lerda, a portion of which is converted into tax revenue, generating additional revenue for the Madrid city government. Not to mention the food and drink these tourists purchase around the square, as well as other purchases, which also boost the economy. While most tourists don't spend much, the impact of money circulation on the economy goes beyond the superficial value of the currency. More importantly, this economic circulation occurs daily. This bullfight alone will boost Spain's economic growth significantly compared to the same period last year. And that's without a large bullring. Once Spain's large bullrings are built, each bullfight could attract nearly 10,000 spectators. The economic impact of nearly 10,000 spectators will increase several times compared to today. With the annual bullfight, Madrid's economic development will be on a fast track, rapidly booming. After watching 2 bullfights, Carlo stopped going to the Plaza de Lerda. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in bullfighting, but rather that his presence disrupted the schedules of ordinary spectators. To ensure Carlo's safety, guards would cordon off the Plaza de Lerda during his bullfights, allowing only a small number of spectators, who had undergone body searches and inspections, into the arena. While this might not be a problem once or twice, the public would undoubtedly react differently if it became frequent. This was due to the fact that the Plaza de Lerda wasn't designed with royal attendance in mind. In theory, large bullrings like these are built with several dedicated private boxes, separated from the general audience seating. This not only ensures privacy and security within the boxes, but also prevents the general public from enjoying the bullfights. These boxes are intended for distinguished guests. While ordinary spectators can purchase private box tickets, they are generally expensive and require certain qualifications, making them not accessible to everyone. Carlo had already considered this. The large bullring built by the royal family outside Madrid will accommodate nearly 10,000 spectators, including 10 private boxes of varying sizes. The largest of these boxes could accommodate over 20 spectators, while the smallest could hold over 5. Each had its own dedicated entrance, eliminating the need for the public to use the common spectator corridor. This was a place Carlo designed specifically for himself, his family, and the nobility to watch bullfights. While capitalists could purchase tickets to watch from the boxes, they were more expensive, and this was where the bullring earned its revenue. Since this large bullring was funded by the royal family, ownership naturally remained with the royal family. Carlo certainly couldn't profit significantly from the public, so his only sources of income were from the boxes and the services provided by the bullring. After all, the bullring could accommodate nearly 10,000 people, and food and drink were available for sale inside, along with large restrooms scattered throughout the arena. While Carlo didn't expect a quick return on his investment, he certainly wouldn't mind profiting from capitalists and the nobility. After attending 2 bullfights, Carlo never appeared again, but this didn't dampen the Spanish people's passion for bullfighting. After several months of national bullfighting competitions, bullfighting had become an unstoppable craze in Spain. Outstanding matadors from each region became the stars of their respective regions, drawing cheers and admiration from the public. Notably, with Carlo's introduction of national bullfighting competitions, bullfighting also became a craze among the nobility. While most aristocrats simply watched the competitions, a small number chose to join the ferocious bullfights and become fearless matadors. Although bullfighting was fraught with danger, with the possibility of death at the hands of a ferocious bull, this did not dampen the Spanish people's passion for bullfighting. Instead, it sparked a surge of curiosity and interest in this national event. According to royal statistics from the regional bullfights, over 1.5 million tickets were sold in each region during the first 2 months of the competitions. While this number represents the number of tickets sold and does not necessarily indicate the actual attendance, it does demonstrate a profound level of interest in bullfighting among the Spanish people. Looking at the size of bull rings in each region, with the exception of Andalusia and Madrid, which have relatively large arenas, the other regions only have medium-sized arenas with seating for 1,000 to 2,000 spectators. Furthermore, bullfights aren't always held every day, so selling over 1.5 million tickets in less than 2 months is quite an impressive figure. Bullfight ticket prices vary depending on the seat. For example, at Madrid's Plaza Lerda, tickets at the farthest end are the cheapest, with an average price of less than 10 centavos, or 0.1 pesetas. Tickets in the best viewing areas, on the other hand, cost several times more, with the most expensive ones reaching 1.25 pesetas. Although Spain's per capita income has risen to over 131 pesetas, a 1.25 pesetas ticket is still equivalent to 3 days' work for the average person, and most ordinary people wouldn't spend so much money on a single bullfight. Those who actually purchase these better viewing seats are mostly middle class, capitalists, and aristocrats. In reality, the price of 1.25 pesetas isn't expensive at all, making it a minor expense for the average middle class, let alone the wealthier capitalists and aristocrats. Bullfight ticket prices fluctuate constantly. Many factors influence ticket prices, the most important of which are the fame of the participating bullfighters and the ferocity of the bulls being prepared. The more ferocious the bullfight, the more exciting the match. Famous bullfighters also attract more spectators. After all, the only way these bullfighters attract attention is through spectacular bullfights that capture the audience's attention. These two factors determine the excitement of a bullfight and therefore influence ticket prices. Although this match was organized by Carlo, it was actually a collaboration with the bullrings across Spain. Carlo's bullring hasn't yet been completed, and once it is, only the second round of the finals will be held at a larger arena. The goal of collaborating with existing bullrings in these regions was to expedite the organization of bullfights and promote the development of bullfighting in Spain's regions. Relying solely on the royal family's promotion would require a longer time frame and greater financial investment, and without the involvement of other investors, rapid development would be challenging. While this would result in a portion of profits going to the regional bullrings, for Carlo, the losses were minimal. A portion of the profits earned by these bullrings would be turned into taxes and paid to the government, increasing government revenue. Their own profits would also be used to promote bullfights and expand bullrings, further boosting the popularity of bullfighting in Spain. Combined with the influence of Carlo's newspapers, this contributed to the rapid popularity of bullfighting among the majority of Spanish people and its immense success. With the initial success of the bullfights, the next step was simple: further publicize the ongoing bullfights and expand the regional bullrings to accommodate as many spectators as possible. The greater the number of spectators attending the bullfights, the greater the revenue generated for the bullrings and the royal family. Currently, bullfighting arenas in various regions hold between 1,000 and 2,000 people, which is far too small to accommodate the public's enthusiasm for bullfighting. Even in Madrid, where the capacity is 3,500, tickets are still scarce. This is due not only to the relatively low price of bullfighting tickets, but also to the fact that bullfighting arenas in various regions simply cannot accommodate more spectators. As a result, most Spaniards can only watch the bullfights on the news, unable to witness them in person. This is the first update of 4,000 words. Please support. There will be another update later, and today's update is 10,000 words. Chapter 214, Secret Colonial Expansion. 1877, Carlo's attention had barely shifted from the fervent bullfighting to the ongoing railway construction in Spain. Since Carlo's coronation, Spain has seen a surge in railway construction, with the length of its railway network steadily increasing. According to statistics from the Ministry of Transportation, Spain's existing railway network has officially surpassed 9,100 kilometers, with a goal of reaching 9,500 kilometers expected this year. This represents a near doubling of the 5,000 kilometers it had when Carlo was crowned. This achievement took Carlo less than a decade, a truly monumental change compared to the reign of Queen Isabel. Railway construction has transformed Spain beyond the expansion of its railway network, also boosting industry and the economy. To date, the scale of Spanish industry has grown by over 60% since Carlo's coronation. Thousands of businesses have sprung up in less than a decade, hundreds of which have become renowned factories and construction companies, a truly impressive feat. The number of workers in Spain has grown from a small number at the time of Charles' coronation to nearly 1 million today. Workers have become a vital group in Spain, and a target that Charles sought to win over. While it may seem unbelievable that a king would court workers, this was precisely what Charles set out to achieve. While the royal enterprises guaranteed workers' interests and incomes, the newspapers controlled by Charles vigorously promoted these benefits and his protection of workers' interests, effectively fostering a love and recognition among Spanish workers for the royal family. Workers resented capitalists, more precisely, those who exploited and withheld their wages. However, state-owned capital, like Charles's, was not among them. After all, Spanish state capital still offered workers some protection, offering significantly better wages and benefits than workers in capitalist factories. Speaking of Spain's current railway development, the progress has been quite impressive. A map of Spain's railway routes resembles a tilted Y. The intersection of the three lines is Madrid, Spain's capital, home to one of Spain's busiest train stations. The three edges of the Y are Santiago de Compostela, the capital of Galicia, Barcelona, the capital of Catalonia, and Seville, the capital of Andalusia. The three main railway lines forming the Y not only pass through the three regions mentioned above, but also Valladolid, the capital of León, Zaragoza, the capital of Aragon, and Toledo, the capital of La Mancha. Branch lines extending from these three main lines pass through even more regions and cities. These lines, combined, form Spain's railway network, but the busiest are still the three main lines forming the Y. The busiest line is undoubtedly the Madrid-Barcelona line. Madrid and Barcelona are the two largest cities in Spain, and Zaragoza, which passes through them, is also a major city in Spain. Madrid and Barcelona are also two of Spain's two major industrial cities, accounting for more than half of Spain's total industrial output. Carlo's interest in Spanish railway construction stems naturally from the good news from the transportation sector, the successful opening of the Madrid-Extremadura Railway. Extremadura is a Spanish border region, bordering Portugal to the west. Carlo's interest in this railway stems primarily from the fact that Extremadura borders Portugal's Porto Alegre region to the west, and further west, Santarém and Lisbon, Portugal's capital. Spain and Portugal have previously collaborated on railway connections. The main purpose of this railway, running from Madrid to Mérida, the capital of Extremadura, is to connect with Portugal's railways and directly connect to the Portuguese capital, Lisbon. The connection between the Spanish and Portuguese railways is a significant event for both countries. Excluding the small, non-sovereign nation of Andorra, there are only two countries on the Iberian Peninsula, Spain and Portugal. France, the only country bordering Iberia, has a significant gap in railroad track width compared to the Iberian countries. This makes economic exchange between the Iberian Peninsula and continental Europe extremely difficult, often relying solely on sea transport. Within the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal and Spain also have disparities in railroad track width. If it weren't for both Iberian countries' extensive shipbuilding heritage, the lack of economic connectivity alone would likely hinder their development. A railway connection between Spain and Portugal would accelerate economic development in both countries. Spain, with its larger population, would undoubtedly benefit disproportionately. If the Portuguese government didn't intervene, an influx of Portuguese people into Spain would undoubtedly occur. After all, the language and culture differences between the two countries are not significant, and Spain, with its rapid development, offers numerous job opportunities that Portuguese people would find irresistible. A railway connection would greatly facilitate travel to Spain for Portuguese. The straight-line distance from Lisbon to Madrid is just over 500 kilometers. Even with today's fast trains, the journey would take less than 24 hours, even factoring in border crossing procedures. This would create significant challenges for the Portuguese government. If this outflow of people wasn't controlled, Portugal's population would continue to decline. But if it were, what justification could be given to stop the exodus? If it sparked public discontent, it would likely intensify the Portuguese' hatred of the government, leading to even greater problems. Charles knew this would create numerous problems for the Portuguese government, but who cared? Spain only had so many neighboring countries, it couldn't focus on Britain and France. Besides Britain and France, the only country Spain could possibly target was neighboring Portugal. This was a matter of national interest, and kinship couldn't stop it. Furthermore, Charles wasn't currently considering annexing Portugal. He simply sought to bring in some of the Portuguese population through railroad connections, using Portugal to boost Spain's development. As May 1877 approached, another significant piece of news shifted the dynamics in the Balkans: the stance of Germany, another participant in the Triple Alliance. For Germany, the choices in the Balkan War were difficult. Germany's ally, Russia, was a participant in the war, while its other ally was an opponent. If Germany made a hasty choice, it would obviously offend its other ally. Both allies, Russia and Austria-Hungary, were great powers, crucial implementers of Chancellor Bismarck's policy of isolating France. Choosing either ally would undermine Germany's own diplomatic plans. Therefore, the best option was to remain neutral, not express a position, and avoid losing either ally. However, as the situation in the Balkans unfolded, Germany would eventually have to choose one of the two. Allies are more than just words, they must provide assistance at critical moments. If an ally couldn't provide assistance, why enter into an alliance? Before declaring war on the Ottoman Empire, Tsar Alexander I personally sent a telegram to Kaiser Wilhelm I, seeking German support. German support was crucial to Russia. First, German support ensured Austria-Hungary remained inactive. Austria-Hungary relied on German support to defeat Russia. Second, German support ensured Russia had no worries throughout the war. The vast Russian territory would provide a steady flow of supplies to the front lines, giving Russia the confidence to win the war against the Ottoman Empire. Ultimately, the Germans chose Russia over Austria-Hungary. Regarding the relationship between the three emperors, Germany and Russia were purely allies, while Austria-Hungary was more of a lapdog. Austria-Hungary proactively aligns itself with Germany, and before Austria-Hungary's show of weakness, relations between the two countries were hostile. Compared to Austria, which had fought a war only a few years earlier, the Germans clearly trusted Russia more, as it posed no threat to their interests. At least in Chancellor Bismarck's strategy of isolating France, Russia played a more important role than Austria-Hungary. Currently, the Germans were most concerned about their feud with France, not their significant conflict of interest with Russia, which is why Germany ultimately chose Russia. With German support, the rest of the situation would be much easier. Without Russian support, Austria-Hungary would have lacked the courage to wage war against Russia, meaning Russia could rely solely on diplomacy to ensure Austria-Hungary remained completely neutral in the war, which it did. Austria-Hungary certainly didn't have the courage to go to war with Russia alone, even if Britain might support it. With Russia promising Austria-Hungary the annexation of Bosnia and Serbia, Austria-Hungary ultimately chose to remain neutral in the war, abandoning any idea of intervening. This voluntary abdication by Austria-Hungary also made the British see a greater danger. Without Austria-Hungary's interference, Russia could focus solely on the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was no match for Russia. If Russia had been allowed to attack the Ottoman Empire at will, Constantinople might have been Russian territory by the next year. To aid the Ottoman Empire in resisting the Russian attack, Hobart, a British man who claimed to have converted to Islam, led the Turkish fleet to blockade the Black Sea, preventing the Russians from transporting supplies to the front by sea. Hobart served in the Royal Navy and retired as a captain over a decade ago. After his retirement, Hobart traveled to the Ottoman Empire, converted to Islam, and was granted the title of Pasha by the Ottomans. Pasha, formerly known as Besho, generally referred to high-ranking officials in the Ottoman Empire's administrative system, such as governors, generals, or high-ranking officials. Over time, the title of Pasha has evolved into an honorific title, Similar to the British peerage of Lord Hobart, having received the title of Pasha, held a high position in the Ottoman Navy, and was even expected to be awarded the rank of Grand Admiral in the future. Of course, Hobart's current status and position were also quite high. As the de facto commander of the Ottoman Navy, he commanded 22 armored ships, 82 unarmored ships, 763 naval guns, and over 15,000 sailors. In terms of naval size, the Ottoman Black Sea Fleet was superior to the Russian Black Sea Fleet. How did the Ottoman Empire maintain such a large navy? While a small part was due to the empire's inherent strength, the majority was due to British assistance. The British used every possible means to prevent Russia from occupying the Strait of Constantinople. The Ottoman Black Sea Fleet successfully blockaded the Black Sea, forcing Russia to rely solely on land transport to deliver supplies to its frontiers. While this hindered the offensive, it was fortunately not a major problem. Despite being at a naval disadvantage, the Russian army held a significant advantage over the Ottoman army. With the Black Sea blockaded, the Russians completely abandoned their sea routes and placed all their hopes for the offensive on their army. The Russian army lived up to expectations, rapidly advancing the front lines against the Ottomans with more victories than losses. This advance, however, was only a limited effort to recapture Romanian territory lost to the Ottomans. Due to the flooding of the Danube River and the Black Sea blockade, the Russian army struggled to cross the Danube to engage the Ottomans. For much of May, the Russian and Ottoman armies engaged in a barrage of artillery fire, punctuated by occasional shots to demonstrate the continued fighting. Aside from the consumption of ammunition and shells, casualties on both sides were minimal. The Russian army had originally had an advantage in artillery numbers, but after the losses in April, the front's ammunition supply was running low. This also caused Russian firepower to drop to almost the same level as that of the Ottoman Empire, and the army was blocked by the Danube River and unable to advance into Romania. The pause in the offensive caused the Russian government to become anxious. Vast quantities of ammunition and shells were being wasted daily on the front lines, and the Russian government's fiscal expenditures were constantly increasing. If the stalemate continued, it was unclear whether the government's finances could sustain it, and the supply of ammunition and shells to the front lines would undoubtedly be unsustainable. The front lines possessed 3,000 artillery pieces. If each piece fired 10 shells per day, the total number of shells consumed would reach 30,000. In a month, this number of shells consumed would be close to 1 million, a number that Russia's current military production capacity could not possibly compensate for. Furthermore, during the most intense periods of the war, the front-line artillery would also be firing heavily. The shell consumption and logistical issues alone were enough to cause the Russian government a headache, not to mention that the ammunition consumption on the front lines was the largest expense. Hundreds of thousands of troops consumed an incalculable amount of ammunition daily. If the supply wasn't replenished promptly, the frontline troops would suffer from a lack of logistical support, leading to low morale and inability to continue the offensive. They couldn't just let these soldiers go into bayonet fighting without ammunition. Whether the Russian soldiers had the courage to engage in bayonet fighting was beyond question. Even if they did, the enemy wouldn't be so foolish as to use their rifles instead of bayonets. Bayonet fighting was only used when the enemy had already broken into the trenches, or when they had already broken into the enemy's trenches, or when they were running out of ammunition and food. In other situations, especially when the Ottomans maintained their superior weaponry, suppressive firepower was the preferred method. Seeing the Black Sea blockade's effectiveness, the British finally breathed a sigh of relief. While this strategy wasn't certain to win the war for the Ottomans, it would at least delay Russia for a while longer. Britain also had more time to prepare. Both joining the war to aid the Ottoman Empire and ensuring that the Ottoman Empire did not suffer further losses after the war, particularly preventing Russia from expanding its sphere of influence beyond the Strait of Constantinople, were options available to Britain. Although Austria-Hungary maintained neutrality due to various pressures, the British doubted that it would remain so while Russia's sphere of influence annexed the Balkans. Simply put, Russia had not yet achieved victory in the war, and Austria-Hungary was forced to concede under pressure. If Russia truly threatened Austria-Hungary's Balkan presence, even facing the threat, Austria-Hungary would certainly not remain indifferent. Taking advantage of the Balkan War, which drew the attention of major European powers, Spain accelerated its expansion into African and Southeast Asian colonies. Within Africa, Spain's expansion focused on two main areas. One was the expansion of its colonies in southern Morocco into the Western Sahara Desert. Although the Western Sahara Desert was barren and sparsely populated, it held considerable economic value. As a coastal region, Western Sahara boasts abundant fisheries along its coast, and the small population there primarily relies on fishing and animal husbandry. Beyond these common fisheries, Western Sahara boasts vast phosphate deposits, with reserves in Bukhara alone reaching 1.7 billion tons. Phosphate has numerous uses, encompassing agriculture, chemicals, medicine, and crafts. Its primary application is in phosphate fertilizer, which provides the crucial phosphorus element for crops. Phosphate fertilizer is also a crucial chemical fertilizer. For Spain, which suffers from insufficient soil fertility, the vast phosphate deposits provide a significant supply of phosphate fertilizer. This fertilizer improves soil fertility, aids crop production, and increases crop yields, further strengthening Spanish agriculture. For Spain, occupying Western Sahara is a breeze. It's no exaggeration to say that after Spain established its colony in southern Morocco, other nations tacitly accepted Spain's occupation of Western Sahara. Why? Morocco originally controlled this territory, but without any actual administration, it simply lay within its sphere of influence. European colonists also visited this land, but they showed little interest in the sparsely populated desert region. Within a few hundred kilometers of Western Sahara, there were no other colonies, save for Spain's colony in southern Morocco. Even if Spain hadn't established a colony in Western Sahara, it was unlikely that other powers would have done so either. Unless the great powers have already divided up Africa, a complete division of Africa will be difficult within the next decade. After all, the reason the major powers haven't penetrated further into Africa isn't because they don't want to, but because the costs are prohibitive. Currently, no country has the capacity to develop the African interior, so there's no need to establish colonies there. Spain's establishment of the Congo, for example, may have sparked envy among some major powers, but most consider it a stroke of luck. After all, Spain's exploration of the Congo was riddled with coincidences. Without luck, Spain wouldn't have discovered such a vast territory. Other European powers viewed Spain's establishment of the Congo as impossible to replicate. Exploring the African interior like Spain did would likely yield little other than the expense of organizing expeditions. It would be better to focus on expansion along the African coast, where the lands haven't been fully divided up by the great powers either, and this is where the powers are focusing their attention. Besides expanding across the Sahara Desert, Spain also had another avenue of expansion in Africa, expanding its Congo territory down the Congo River. According to Carlo's plan, the Congo River territory would be connected by rail to the Guinean colonies and the ports downstream of the Congo River. While the Congo River territory has already completed a rail link with the Guinean colonies, plans to build a railway along the Congo River have yet to be formally implemented. This is primarily due to the long-standing indigenous state of the Congo River downstream, the Kingdom of Congo. Most of the kingdom's territory is currently controlled by Portugal, which has also established its own African colonies on Congo River territory. Any attempt by Spain to further expand its Congolese territory downstream would undoubtedly provoke a new round of conflict with Portugal. Portugal had indeed tolerated Spain's establishment of Congolese territory upstream of the Congo River, but if Spain extended its influence downstream, it would be difficult for the Portuguese to retreat so easily. After all, the Portuguese had already been expanding within the Kingdom of Congo for over a decade. How could they abandon these established colonies simply because of Spanish colonial competition? Fortunately, Portugal was currently the only major competitor in the Congo River basin, and Spain was not afraid of the Portuguese threat. While Portugal's patron, the British, focused their attention on the Balkan Wars, Charles decided to accelerate his expansion into the lower Congo River, aiming to secure the Kingdom of Congo before the Portuguese. The Kingdom of Congo boasted a large indigenous population, a perfect opportunity for developing the Congolese territory. Completing this expansion would also create a triangle between Guinea and the Congo River basin, potentially allowing Spanish control of the lands within. Seizing control of this territory before any external competitors emerged was highly advantageous. Even if it couldn't be developed in the future, Spain could exchange colonies with other powers for more desirable colonies. Even if this exchange wasn't possible, a contiguous colony would be easier to control, requiring only a small military presence to ensure its stability. Second update of 6,400 words, please support. Today's update boasts 10,400 words, successfully reaching our daily goal of 10,000 words. Please support. Chapter 215, Vittorio Emanuele II is critically ill. By June 1877, news from the Kingdom of Italy forced Carlo to change his plans for the second half of the year. Carlo's father, Vittorio Emanuele II, had been in poor health since unifying Italy. Coupled with the dire situation in Italy, Carlo was overwhelmed by his daily workload. Since January of the previous year, Victor Emanuele II had delegated most of his government affairs to his eldest son, Crown Prince Umberto, while he himself resided at an estate outside Rome to recuperate. However, medical technology of the time was unreliable. After 6 months of recuperation, Victor Emanuele II's health had not improved but worsened, becoming bedridden and seemingly nearing death. Although Carlo was a time traveler, he had a favorable impression of his father. Upon learning that Victor Emanuele II was bedridden and critically ill, Carlo immediately decided to travel to Italy with the royal family and Giotti to visit his father. As one of Carlo's earliest confidants to Spain, Giotti has now become the commander-in-chief of the Spanish Royal Guard, effectively the Guard's leader. While the Guard currently consists of only one division, it is a reinforced division with a mix of cavalry and artillery, totaling 15,000 men. The reason for bringing Steno with him on this trip to Italy was to allow him to visit his father, Garibaldi. Garibaldi, born in 1807, is 13 years older than Victor Emanuele II, who was born in 1820. In terms of physical condition, Garibaldi is in better shape than Victor Emanuele II, at least not currently in danger of death. Of course, Garibaldi is still 70 years old. It's been several years since Mattino came to Spain with Carlo, and it's time for him to return home to see his father and reminisce with his family. Of course, this trip to Italy wasn't just about visiting his father, Vittorio Emanuele II. Carlo also wanted to take the opportunity to finalize new cooperation agreements with the Italian government and strengthen ties with his brother, Crown Prince Umberto. Victor Emanuele II had only 3 sons with a claim to the throne: Crown Prince Umberto, Prince Amedeo, and Carlo. As first in line to the Italian throne, Crown Prince Umberto had no rivals. Umberto's son, Vittorio Emanuele Jr., was second in line, and his younger brother, Prince Amedeo, was third. Carlo was 7th in line to the Italian throne, after his 2 brothers and their sons. Since there was no conflict of interest, it was natural for Carlo to cultivate good relations with Crown Prince Umberto, using his relationship with him to foster closer ties between Spain and Italy. While Spain and Italy currently enjoy good cooperation, this was only established with the support of Victor Emanuele II. If Crown Prince Umberto didn't want to continue this cooperation, then the collaboration between the 2 countries would be forced to end. The good news is that Spain and Italy currently have no conflict of interest. Mutual cooperation is essential for both countries. While Italy is a major power, it ranks at the bottom of the heap, with a relatively small population and industrial economy. The same is true for Spain. While Spain's territory is vast, its population lags far behind all other major powers. Only by uniting, Spain and Italy can resist the covetousness of other powers. Currently, regarding their African colonies, Spain and Italy share a common enemy, France. Carlo, also eyeing Italy's population, naturally didn't want to abandon his cooperation with Italy just yet. Since he was traveling to Italy with his family, the stability of Spain was paramount. Carlo didn't want to lose his base in Italy. Therefore, before leaving, he made meticulous arrangements to ensure that Spain would not encounter any problems during his trip. His previous attempt to fish had given rebellious nobles and Bourbon remnants the opportunity to create chaos. Carlo now desired nothing more than stability, and would not give anyone else any chance. Before leaving Madrid, Carlo summoned the head of the Royal Security Intelligence Service, Cadet, and gave him a daunting task. While he was in Italy, Carlo instructed the Royal Security Intelligence Service to focus its intelligence work on Madrid and surrounding cities, ensuring no unforeseen events occurred. If any forces planning demonstrations or rebellions were discovered, the Royal Security Intelligence Service would be the first to suppress them and interrogate the masterminds. In addition to the Royal Security Intelligence Service's responsibility for maintaining stability around Madrid, 15,000 guards would also be stationed around Madrid to ensure the safety of Spain's political heartland. Of course, Carlo would bring a number of guards with him on this trip to Italy. However, given that Spain and Italy are separated by only the Mediterranean Sea, the number of guards accompanying him was small, only a little over 100 in total. Ultimately, Carlo's return to Italy was like returning home, with little need to worry about his personal safety. The Italian government and royal family would be concerned for Carlo. Furthermore, the current situation in Italy wasn't that complicated, and anti-government extremists weren't numerous. Before leaving, Carlo specifically instructed Archduke Serrano and Deputy Prime Minister Canovas to oversee the stable operation of the Spanish government. For now, Spain simply needed to steadily supply weapons and equipment to Russia and the Ottoman Empire, earning sufficient gold and other assets from these two warring powers. These profits could then be used to vigorously develop Spain's industry and economy, ensuring continued rapid growth. As for other matters, the Spanish government didn't need to worry about them for the time being. Development was the most important issue for Spain, everything else was minor. After making all arrangements, Carlo, Queen Sophie, and his son and daughter boarded a warship for Rome, Italy. This time, they were accompanied by an escort fleet of 3 ironclad ships, one of which was the recently launched Fusion. This luxurious fleet was more than sufficient for protecting Carlo's safety, and even for engaging in a small-scale naval battle with another nation. The fleet departed from the port of Valencia, Spain, and after passing through the Balearic region, made a brief stop in Sardinia, Italy, before heading northeast directly to Rome. In the Italian capital, Rome, the Italian government had prepared a welcoming ceremony for the Spanish royal family. Although Carlo's primary purpose for this visit was to visit Victor Emanuele, as the ruler of a major European nation and a member of the Italian royal family, the proper welcome ceremony was essential. Italy's current Prime Minister, Agostino de Pertis, is a noteworthy figure. This is his first term, and he holds a completely different political philosophy from his 3 predecessors. He is the 12th Prime Minister of Italy since its founding and the 3rd left-wing Prime Minister in Italy. What do the terms left and right mean? They are a distinction between political ideologies that originated during the French Revolution. During the French Revolution, moderate and conservative royalists generally sat on the right side of the parliament, while radical revolutionaries promoting democratic and republican reform sat on the left. This split became a tradition in the French parliament, and the terms left and right became synonymous with the political ideologies of officials. Simply put, the left represents liberal, democratic, and republican ideals, while the right represents conservatism and nationalism. Prime Minister Agostino de Pertis was not simply a left-wing politician. In his early years, he participated in the Young Italy Party and espoused the republican ideas of the Republican Mazzini. Although he later shifted towards constitutional monarchy while serving as a deputy in the Sardinian parliament, some of his political beliefs remained largely unchanged. Prime Minister Agostino de Pertis also participated in the Red Shirts organized by Garibaldi and served as the dictator of Sicily. However, after the Red Shirts reconquered the Kingdom of Sicily, he disagreed with the then-Democrat Crispi over the kingdom's status, and was ultimately dismissed by Garibaldi. It was Prime Minister Agostino's choice to support the Kingdom of Sardinia on the issue of the Kingdom of Sicily that caused King Victor Emanuele to lower his guard against this former Republican. Agostino served in the Spanish cabinet several times after Italian unification and, a few years later, became the recognized leader of the Italian left. Following the poor performance of right-wing officials last year, Prime Minister Agostino was ordered to preside over a new cabinet, the first of his premiership. While Agostino and his predecessor, Giovanni, held different political philosophies, they shared a common approach to Spain. They valued the Spanish government. Spain's overall strength was considerable, and Italy could not afford to ignore it. For Italy, Spain was also a valuable ally. Agostino himself wanted Italy to actively expand its presence in Africa and establish colonies, and naturally, he wanted to see Spain, one of the few allies that could provide assistance to Italy there. For Italy's expansion in Africa, the closest and most convenient areas were Tunisia and Libya. Tunisia, in particular, lies less than 150 kilometers from Italy's Sicily, practically on Italy's doorstep. However, conquering Tunisia proved extremely challenging for Italy. Tunisia was part of the Ottoman Empire's sphere of influence, and Italy previously lacked the strength to challenge it. While weakened by British support, the Ottoman Empire maintained considerable military strength. This was particularly true in its navy, which, in its efforts to contain Russia's Black Sea Fleet, was not weak and even maintained an advantage over it. As a newly unified nation, Italy still lagged behind the Ottoman Empire in both army size and naval size. Even without British support, Italy's defeat would have been daunting, though the Ottoman Empire would have at least inflicted significant damage on Italy. This situation prompted Italy to harbor concerns about Tunisia but hesitate to take any action. With the war between the Ottoman Empire and Russia now underway, Prime Minister Agostino saw this as an opportunity to expand Italy's influence into Tunisia. Even if Tunisia couldn't be colonized outright, Italy could at least gain some benefits there, preparing for its future annexation. Even if the Ottoman Empire was distracted by the war, Italy still had another competitor in Tunisia, France. As a Mediterranean nation, France had a more extensive colonial presence in North Africa than either Spain or Italy. France had already established a colony in Algeria, situated conveniently between Morocco and Tunisia. As one of Europe's most powerful nations, France's ambitions were clearly greater than those of either Spain or Italy. Spain's goal was limited to Morocco, Italy's to Tunisia, while the French's target was Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria in between. Historically, the French ultimately benefited. With Tunisia, the French gained complete control of Algeria, and, by helping Spain control Morocco, they reaped significant benefits there. Spain fared better, although weakened, it at least secured Morocco. Italy, however, was in a more difficult position. Unable to secure Tunisia, it turned its sights to the more distant Somalia and Abyssinia, demonstrating the inadequacy of its military to the African natives. It was precisely because of this formidable foe, France, that Prime Minister Agostino considered Spain a natural ally for Italy, as the two countries shared a common enemy in African colonization, France. Carlo readily accepted Prime Minister Agostino's goodwill. Just as Italy needed Spain as an ally, Spain also needed Italy. Even if Italy was weak, it was still a great power, offering diplomatic influence and benefits unmatched by non-great powers. Before the outbreak of World War I, Spain and Italy had no conflicting interests, which laid the foundation for the alliance and closer cooperation between the two countries. At the estate of Victor Emanuele II, Carlo met his father. Although Victor Emanuele II was only 57 years old, he looked like a man in his 70s. It was already afternoon when Carlo and his family arrived at the estate. Vittorio Emanuele II had been bedridden, frail, but upon hearing that Carlo had arrived at the manor with his extended family, he forced himself to sit up and, with a kind smile, beckoned Carlo and his two children forward. Fernando, Sofia, Victor Emanuele II called out his grandson and granddaughter's names, his eyes gleaming with a truly kind smile. At this moment, Victor Emanuele II wasn't the monarch of Italy, but a kindly old man seeing his grandchildren for the first time. Grandfather, grandfather, Carlo had taught him, and little one Fernando called out the name he had learned so many times. Grandfather's here, Victor Emanuele II nodded happily, reaching out to gently stroke little one Fernando's head. Then, smiling, he said, "Just like you when you were little, Carlo." Carlo smiled and nodded, his eyes fixed on his father. "The doctor tells me I don't have much time left." After examining his grandchildren, King Vittorio Emanuele II turned his gaze to his youngest son and spoke calmly. Carlo nodded, having expected this, yet somehow still feeling a pang of pain. As if sensing Carlo's reluctance, King Vittorio Emanuele II smiled and shook his head. "That's life. Death is inevitable, isn't it? When you left for Spain, my biggest worry was you, my son. Fortunately, you're more capable than I thought, and Spain's problems won't faze you. I've already told Umberto that an alliance between Italy and Spain is the most important diplomatic strategy, and it will ensure the stability of both of your thrones. Together, Italy and Spain can not only resist foreign enemies, but also eliminate domestic ones. You will do better than I ever could, and Amadeo will help you." Carlo nodded. Italy and Spain are natural allies, and Carlo does have the idea of cooperating with his brother, Crown Prince Umberto, to ensure the stability of each other's throne in the future. No matter which country has problems in the future, at least the safety of the royal family members can be ensured not to be threatened. At worst, he can voluntarily give up the throne and flee to another country for refuge. After all, the royal families of the two countries are one family, so it is no problem to ensure that the other party can live a wealthy life for the rest of his life. Even if Carlo will not face such danger, he must consider his children and descendants. Italy is obviously a good retreat, and the experience of Amadeo in history has also proved that having a retreat can indeed guarantee one's personal safety. The first update of 5,000 words, please support. Today I will continue to update 10,000 words, and there will be another update later. Chapter 216, Spain and Italy collaborate again. After chatting with his father, King Vittorio Emanuele II, Carlo's two older brothers, Crown Prince Umberto and Prince Amadeo, also arrived at the estate. Before King Vittorio Emanuele II became critically ill, Prince Amadeo had been living in Turin. But because of his father's serious illness, Prince Amadeo also came to Rome. Speaking of Carlo's two older brothers, Crown Prince Umberto and Prince Amadeo have completely different personalities. Crown Prince Umberto's desire for power is obvious to the naked eye, while Prince Amadeo completely lost his desire for power after missing the opportunity to become King of Spain. Especially after the death of Prince Amadeo's wife, Duchess Maria, Prince Amadeo became a well-known playboy in Italy, who only cared about having fun every day and didn't care about Italian politics at all. Of course, perhaps such a Prince Amadeo is the least threatening brother to Crown Prince Umberto. Because Prince Amadeo presented no threat, the relationship between Crown Princes Umberto and Amadeo remained cordial. As the two approached, Carlo stood up to greet his two brothers. "Carlo, long time no see." Crown Princes Umberto and Amadeo stepped forward, first exchanging greetings with Carlo, then with Carlo's wife, Queen Sophie. While Crown Princes Umberto and Amadeo were only princes, while Carlo held the higher rank of king, they were still Carlo's brothers, and since the occasion was a private meeting, formal greetings were unnecessary. Vittorio Emanuele II gazed upon the harmonious relationship between the three brothers and nodded in satisfaction. Although many of his children had died young, Victor Emanuele II found satisfaction in the close relationship between his three surviving sons. Brotherly harmony was crucial to the family's continued succession, infighting only benefited others. Through his conversation with Crown Prince Umberto, Carlo finally understood the state of Vittorio Emanuele II's health. In those days, there were no advanced diagnostic methods available. Doctors could only estimate that Vittorio Emanuele II's death was near. As for when that would happen, they had no idea. Carlo could only nod helplessly, reflecting the backwardness of medical technology in that era. Whether it was an ordinary citizen or a king, doctors were helpless in the final stages of life. Of course, if a solution was needed, some doctors might recommend bloodletting. However, bloodletting only hastens death, as countless Europeans who had died after undergoing bloodletting had learned. Carlo's family was relocated to a nearby estate. While it was far from Rome, it was closer to Vittorio Emanuele II's residence, offered more beautiful scenery, and was less intrusive. This would be the residence of Carlo and his family during their temporary stay in Italy. The Italian government had deployed hundreds of soldiers to patrol and guard the area, and Carlo had stationed most of his own guards around the estate. Furthermore, whenever Carlo and Queen Sophie went out, they were accompanied by several guards to ensure their safety. This was to prevent assassination attempts. Although Europe was the most developed region of the era, the lives of most Europeans were far from easy. This led to frequent assassination attempts, and Carlo placed great importance on his personal safety. The good news was that compared to other countries, Italy was relatively stable. The newly unified country had relatively few problems, and public discontent with the new nation hadn't accumulated to a high level. Coupled with the Italian government's protection, Carlo had no need to worry about his life unless he acted ruthlessly. Accompanying Carlo on this trip were Garibaldi's second son, Giotti, and several Spanish government officials. These officials were in Italy to finalize further cooperation with the Italian government. Previous cooperation between the Spanish and Italian governments primarily involved financial loans, industrial mutual aid, and joint military research and development. With Italy's help, Spain acquired the Vitali M1872 rifle, currently the standard-issue rifle for the Spanish army and a significant asset to Spain. Italy possesses significant industrial and military research and development capabilities, and Spain could deepen cooperation with Italy, collaborating more closely on the design and development of rifles, artillery, and warships, jointly developing and manufacturing more powerful weaponry. Historical experience suggests that Italy possesses this capability. Although Italy's navy is currently modest, it has built a formidable navy over the decades since. Notably, the significant expansion of both the Italian army and navy occurred during the reign of Umberto I. After becoming king, Umberto pushed Italy into the arms race, expanding the Italian army from 10 corps to 12 corps, totaling 420,000 men, and rapidly increasing the size of the Italian navy. During the era of battleships, or pre-dreadnoughts, the Italian navy built some of the finest battleships of its time, and in 1890 boasted a naval tonnage of 242,000 tons, ranking fourth in the world. However, Italy at the time was not a particularly powerful nation, still ranking at the bottom among the great powers. The fact that it could field an army of over 400,000 men and the fourth largest navy in the world demonstrated Umberto's ambition and the Italians' exceptional military technological research and development capabilities. Spain, at least in naval terms, could learn much from Italy. By deepening cooperation with Italy, Spain and Italy could quickly become battleship-producing nations by the time the pre-dreadnought era arrived. While Spain and Italy alone might not seem particularly formidable, a united front would be enough to threaten Britain. Of course, this would only be possible if Italy continued to build its navy as massively as it had historically, and if Spain maintained its current naval prowess. Given Spain's growing overall national strength, such a scenario was highly likely. The naval threat posed by a Spanish-Italian alliance alone would be enough to draw even greater attention from Britain. With both Crown Prince Umberto and Prime Minister Agostino Ignatius expressing their interest in strengthening cooperation with Spain, discussions between the Spanish and Italian governments proceeded extremely smoothly. In just one day, the two sides finalized a close cooperation agreement on military technology, with a focus on warships. Still in the era of ironclad warships, the goal of the Spanish-Italian joint development effort was to develop the next generation of more advanced ironclad warships to serve as the primary warships for both navies. Of course, the resulting product could only serve as a reference template, with both countries then adapting it to their own needs and developing derivatives. For example, enhancing firepower, power, and armor protection are the three most crucial elements of a warship. Beyond their joint warship development, Spain and Italy also signed agreements on other areas of cooperation, such as the joint development of naval guns, powertrains, and armor materials. Armor materials are crucial for warships. Good materials can make armor thinner and lighter while maintaining protection, thereby increasing a warship's power. Even simply improving protection can significantly improve a warship's overall performance. Improving any one of firepower, speed, and armor would significantly improve a warship. If all three could be improved simultaneously, the warship would be transformed. The same process was used for the upgrade from ironclad to pre-dreadnought, and vice versa, a complete technological transformation that resulted in significant breakthroughs in firepower, speed, and armor protection. Of course, this transformation involved not only technological advancements but also the thinking and practices of various nations in warship design. The transition from ironclad to pre-dreadnought to dreadnought was completely different, with completely different appearances, construction, and technologies. Carlo's limited knowledge of shipbuilding meant that improvements could only be made through collaboration with Italy, with Spanish and Italian warship designers collaborating. Given Italy's historical prowess in designing the most advanced battleships, a Spanish-Italian collaboration would not be a disadvantage. Spain's warship design capabilities were also considerable. The combined ship design capabilities of the two countries, while not as strong as those of the British, would certainly rival those of other major powers, and might even maintain a slight lead. In addition to joint military technology research and development, Spain and the Italian government have also signed several other cooperation agreements. The most significant agreement concerns the importation of Italians. Population importation was a key component of the previous cooperation agreement signed between the two governments. However, Spain was not yet stable at the time, and Carlo was not in a hurry to import Italians. In recent years, Spain has imported no more than 100,000 Italians, with an average annual number of Italians moving to Spain not exceeding 10,000. With Spain's population growing and the country now stable, it's time to raise this limit. In this cooperation agreement with Italy, both governments reached a consensus on the importation of Italians. Spain can recruit a certain number of immigrants from Italy, but the number cannot exceed 20,000 per year. All immigration expenses will be covered by the Spanish government, which will pay Italy 50 pesetas in compensation for every Italian who chooses to move to Spain. For the Italian government, an annual number of no more than 20,000 immigrants is not a significant burden. Due to the underdevelopment of southern Italy, a large number of people choose to leave the country each year, heading to other European countries, the United States, and even further afield. Rather than letting these people leave for other countries, Spain would be better off importing some. While the Italian government receives no more than 50 pesetas in compensation for each Italian immigrant who arrives in Spain, this represents additional revenue for the Italian government. For Spain, with annual immigration capped at 20,000, The maximum immigration fee paid to the Italian government is only 1 million pesetas. For the current Spanish government, 1 million pesetas is a mere drop in the bucket, insignificant compared to the Italian immigrants it receives. This cooperation is a win-win for both parties. Italy's population is already approaching 29 million, and despite a significant annual outflow of immigrants, it maintains fairly stable population growth. 20,000 immigrants per year is also insignificant for Italy, and will not affect its population growth figures. After signing a cooperation agreement with Italy on population inflow, Carlo was even more satisfied with his trip to Italy. If Spain could import 20,000 Italian immigrants annually, its population growth would accelerate even faster. Don't forget, Spain also has a similar cooperation agreement with the Russian government. Combined with immigration from other European countries, Spain could ideally receive nearly 50,000 immigrants annually, something previously unimaginable. Combined with Spain's current population growth rate, the net annual population increase will exceed 300,000. This is a very respectable figure for European countries today, given that Spain's population is only 18.66 million. At this rate of population growth, Spain's population will reach 20 million in just a few years. As the population continues to grow, annual population growth will reach new highs. While this won't completely solve Spain's population shortage, a bright future is certainly within reach. In addition to the population cooperation agreement, the Spanish and Italian governments also signed a cooperation agreement regarding capital inflow. Charles I of Spain pursued a path of state capitalism, with the royal family and government acting as official capital, leading Spain's industry and economy. This approach offers the advantage of ample funds, allowing the royal family and government to quickly scale up specific industries. Spanish industry has also grown rapidly along this path, and its current scale is comparable to that of northern Italy. However, this doesn't mean Spain is without problems. Because most industries are monopolized by state capital, private capital in Spain is too weak to develop any particular sector independently. In this respect, Italian private capital is significantly stronger than Spanish private capital, far more so than in Spain. The purpose of this cooperation with Italy is to attract Italian investment to Spain. With more private capital, Spanish industry can develop at a faster pace. Relying solely on government and royal funding would undoubtedly delay the effects. In fact, compared to Italy, private capital in France, Spain's northern neighbor, is significantly stronger. Spain and France do have some cooperation, so attracting some French private capital to Spain is not a problem. However, the relationship between Spain and France is not particularly good, and it can be said to be a case of mutual exploitation. After this trip to Italy, Carlo will consider contacting the French government to attract French capital to Spain. Compared to lesser powers like Italy, Spain stands to gain significantly more from France. France's industrial scale and economic scale are far beyond the reach of countries like Italy, and Italy would not be able to catch up even if it took decades. Italy's population of nearly 29 million may seem large, but France's population already exceeded 36 million several years ago. While there's no definitive data, it's certain that France's current population is at least 37 million, double that of Spain. This vast population is one of the reasons for France's strength. Beyond this population, France possesses an extremely strong industry and economy, which contributed to its position as the dominant power in Europe prior to the Franco-Prussian War. Although this European hegemon was defeated in the Franco-Prussian War and faced the threat of Germany's policy of isolating France after the war, it's undeniable that a lean camel is always bigger than a horse. France remained the formidable European hegemon in the face of Italy and Spain. Of all the European countries, only Britain and Germany truly rivaled France's strength. Russia lagged behind, and Austria-Hungary lagged behind. Beyond Britain and Germany, and Russia and Austria-Hungary, the remaining powers were vastly inferior to France, even to the later world hegemon, the United States. The opportunity for the United States to rise had to wait until World War I and World War II, or more precisely, after World War II, before it could become a world hegemon. Before Britain, France, and Germany were significantly weakened by the two world wars, the United States was just an upstart and had no resistance in front of Britain, France, and Germany. Vittorio Emanuele II was also aware of the Spanish officials brought by Carlo and the Italian government to negotiate a cooperation agreement. After learning that the two governments had successfully signed a cooperation agreement and reached comprehensive and close cooperation in industry, economy, agriculture, military technology, etc., Vittorio Emanuele II also breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, Italy and Spain, which have reached a close cooperation, will have the confidence to fight against the great powers. Facing any of the 5 traditional European powers, the 2 countries have nothing to fear. The second update of 5,000 words, please support. I successfully completed the daily task of 10,000 today, and will continue the daily task of 10,000 tomorrow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Inspection of Barcelona. Good times are always short-lived. After a few days in Italy, Carlo had to leave. After all, he was now King of Spain, and Spanish affairs were of paramount importance to him. Besides visiting his father, Victor Emanuele II, Carlo also intended to sign a further cooperation agreement with the Italian government, which was why he stayed for several days. Now that the cooperation agreement between the 2 governments had been signed, Carlo no longer had any reason to stay in Italy. He felt a sense of reluctance to part with Victor Emanuele II. But there was no alternative. Matters of state took precedence. Carlo had been able to spare some time to visit Italy, having already put some of his government affairs on hold. Although the current Spanish government appeared stable, Carlo was not willing to gamble on that possibility. Only by personally ruling Spain could he ensure its stability and development. Giotti, the commander-in-chief of the guards, had also returned to Rome from Garibaldi's residence, ready to accompany Carlo back to Spain. Giotti and Carlo shared a common grievance. Vittorio Emanuele II died of illness and overwork, while Garibaldi's death was largely due to his advanced age. While they knew both the men would not live long, it was regrettable that Giotti and Carlo clearly did not have much time to spend with them. On a more pessimistic note, perhaps Carlo's next visit to Italy would be for his father, Vittorio Emanuele II's funeral. Clearing his mind of the complex emotions, Carlo ordered the fleet to proceed at full speed, striving to return to Spain as quickly as possible. The 10th Russo-Turkish War was undoubtedly Spain's greatest opportunity for development, and Carlo did not want to waste a single moment. Trade with Russia and the Ottoman Empire alone would provide Spain with a vast source of funds and other resources. Furthermore, with the attention of most other European powers focused on the Balkans, any expansionist efforts by Spain would face much less resistance. Carlo and his entourage departed Spain via the port of Valencia, but upon returning, he chose to dock at Barcelona. The reason, of course, was to first inspect Barcelona, Spain's second most populous city. Since the construction of the Barcelona industrial base, Barcelona has experienced rapid growth, with its industrial economy showing modest success. Under the guidance of the Spanish government and Carlo, over 200,000 Spaniards have migrated to Catalonia to date, with a significant number settling in the area surrounding the Barcelona industrial base. This has led to rapid population growth in Barcelona in recent years, with the city potentially catching up with Madrid. Indeed, Barcelona's geographical location is significantly superior to Madrid's, with its extensive maritime transport network, making it a very likely destination. For Spain, Barcelona and Catalonia, to which it belongs, are crucial administrative regions and an integral part of the country. Maintaining stability in Catalonia and resolving the problems faced by Catalans are ongoing concerns for the Spanish government. Carlo's trip to Barcelona this time was to observe the current state of Catalonia and assess the effectiveness of the government's policies there. Upon arriving in Barcelona, Carlo's first destination was the Barcelona industrial base on the outskirts of the city. The Barcelona industrial base is a key initiative of the Spanish government in its industrial development. In the future, Barcelona will become Spain's industrial heartland and largest industrial city. While the capital, Madrid, also has industry, some of its more polluting industries will gradually relocate to other regions, even outside of Spain. Carlos did not want Madrid to become a smoggy city like London. While this symbolized industrial development and civilization, such a symbolism was not particularly healthy for humans. As the most industrially and economically advanced nation, the British Empire's life expectancy should theoretically be much lower. However, it was precisely because of the smog that Londoners' average life expectancy declined. In this era, there were no effective anti-smog measures, nor were there any masks with sufficient protection. It would be a miracle for Londoners to live long while breathing in such high concentrations of smog every day. Upon arriving at the Barcelona industrial base, the general manager, Angelo Orcajo, and his management team were already waiting respectfully. Angelo Orcajo was a talent promoted by Carlo from the nobility. The Orcajo family takes its name from the town of Orcajo in western La Mancha. Angelo's ancestors were granted the title of Baron of Orcajo, with fiefs extending from Orcajo to the Guadiana River to the west. After centuries of development, the title of Baron of Orcajo remained, but Angelo's family had lost most of their territory, becoming a truly impoverished aristocracy. Upon arriving in Spain, Charles decided to recruit a group of impoverished nobles from within the Spanish aristocracy. Compared to the powerful and high-ranking dukes and grand dukes, these impoverished counts and marquises were more loyal to Charles. Thus, Baron Angelo Orcajo gradually entered politics. Because of his expertise in industrial development, Charles promoted him to the Seville industrial base. Angelo's successful work at the Seville industrial base led to the Spanish government deciding to build a larger industrial base in Barcelona, entrusting him with the important task and appointing him as its general manager. So far, Carlo has done quite well with the industrial base. The Barcelona industrial base has successfully completed the first 2 phases of construction and is currently working on the final phase. If all 3 phases are completed, the Barcelona industrial base will become a massive industrial complex employing over 500,000 workers, making Barcelona Spain's industrial heartland, rivaling the capital, Madrid. Of course, even with the 3rd phase of construction still incomplete, the significance of the base, which has only completed 2 phases, remains significant. The Barcelona industrial base currently employs over 250,000 workers and houses thousands of large, medium, and small factories and businesses. The Barcelona industrial base accounts for over 30% of Spain's total industrial capacity, surpassing both Madrid and Seville in terms of industrial scale. Catalonia is also Spain's most industrially advanced region. This rapid industrial development has also benefited Catalonia. As Spain's most industrially advanced region, workers in Catalonia enjoy the highest incomes of any region. As of the beginning of this year, the Spanish Ministry of Finance reported an average annual income of approximately 131 pesetas per capita in Spain. However, Catalonia's per capita income has surpassed this figure, reaching a staggering 144 pesetas. This is due to the fact that the income is held down by cattle and farmers and other low-income individuals. The average income of workers in Barcelona's industrial base has reached 165 pesetas, far exceeding the current average annual income. This rising per capita income has led to a booming economy in Catalonia, with the area surrounding Barcelona rivaling that of Spain's capital, Madrid. In terms of regional economic size, aside from population, the Greater Andalusia region can barely compare, while other regions, including Madrid, cannot match Catalonia's overall economy. Catalonia's prosperity has also attracted a large number of foreign and domestic workers, with Barcelona receiving the most immigrants annually in Spain. Barcelona's demographics have undergone significant changes, with the proportion of true Catalans decreasing while the number of native Spaniards and foreign immigrants is increasing. This presents a danger to the more extreme Catalan nationalists, but they are powerless to address it. Catalonia is attracting foreign and domestic workers because of the development of the Barcelona industrial complex. They can't stop it, can they? After all, the Barcelona industrial complex currently employs over 250,000 workers, with a capacity to accommodate another 250,000. If the Barcelona industrial complex were to be stopped, regardless of the Spanish government's reaction, the opposition of 500,000 workers alone would be enough to derail the extremists' plans. Of the 250,000 workers currently employed, over half are Catalans. Would those already employed in the factories support their plans? With a majority of radical Catalans already relocated or suppressed, the small number of extremists is powerless to prevent the current situation. They have no power to stop the Catalans already employed in the factories and earning higher wages, nor will they allow this minority to disrupt their good lives. Your Majesty, the construction of the 3rd phase of the Barcelona industrial base is nearing completion. We anticipate that all construction will be officially concluded and production will commence within a year, and Carlo Orcajo, the base's general manager, reported to Carlo with a smile. The Barcelona industrial base has been under construction for nearly 7 years now, consuming the entire Spanish government and his dedication. So far, The results are quite encouraging. Spain's industrial scale has also grown rapidly thanks to the continued construction of the Barcelona industrial base, and is now comparable to Italy's. Italy is by no means inferior in terms of industry. Although Italy was only unified a few years ago, its predecessor, the Kingdom of Sardinia, was a formidable industrial power. Italian unification also consolidated several industrially powerful states and regions in the north, further boosting Italy's industrial scale. Catching up with Italy's industrial scale is a remarkable achievement for Spain. After all, Spain achieved this in less than 10 years, despite experiencing civil war and various other turmoil along the way. This is no small feat. After hearing Carlo's report, Carlo nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the talent he had promoted from the vast Spanish aristocracy. Although a noble of humble origins, Carlo's abilities were worthy of recognition. If the Barcelona industrial base could be successfully completed and fully operational, it would be not only an achievement for the Spanish government, but also for Carlo himself. With Canovas officially assuming the position of Prime Minister, the position of Minister of Industry, which he also held, would become vacant, providing Carlo with further training. If Carlo performed well in the position, Carlo wouldn't mind having him form a cabinet and become Prime Minister after Canovas. After all, for every country in this era, developing industry was paramount. Proficient in industry ensured national development. With industry, you have everything was an eternal truth in this era. One of the main reasons for the rapid rise of the United States and Germany during this era was their rapid development of vast industrial complexes. While Britain was currently the world's most powerful industrial nation, within the next 2 or 3 decades, the United States and Germany would successively surpass it, becoming even more powerful industrial powers. While industry isn't everything, it's one of the fundamental elements of the nation's strength. If Carlo truly possesses considerable talent, Carlo is willing to allow him to advance to a higher level and fully utilize his abilities. Are there any difficult issues in the construction of the industrial base? Carlo asked with a smile. Can the workers' wages and benefits be guaranteed? I don't want a repeat of what happened in Madrid and Barcelona. Carlo's primary concern regarding the development of the industrial base is the workers' attitude. The construction of the industrial base will create a large number of workers, and these workers are extremely powerful. Unlike the conservative peasant class, if the interests of the working class are not protected, the interests of the ruling class may be undermined. Carlo clearly understood this. After all, the Spanish government and the royal family have no shortage of money. As long as the interests of the workers are guaranteed, the royal family and government should do their utmost to ensure their interests, while also promoting themselves. The construction of the industrial base has indeed faced many problems, but under the leadership of Your Majesty and the government, most of them have been resolved. Carlo didn't rush to answer Carlo's question, but pretended to think deeply. After a moment, he spoke. If there's one problem that remains unresolved, it's the current shortage of skilled personnel. The Barcelona industrial base currently employs over 250,000 workers, but we still have a significant shortage of skilled personnel and skilled workers. Furthermore, the development of the industrial base has deviated slightly from our pre-construction estimates. Perhaps our Barcelona industrial base will be even larger than anticipated. Carlo nodded. The shortage of skilled personnel isn't unique to the Barcelona industrial base, it's a problem faced throughout Spain. Even if the government invests heavily in education, it won't produce results in just a few years. Attracting skilled personnel from abroad is certainly a solution, but large-scale recruitment is impossible. The number of skilled immigrants each year is very small, only a few hundred or 1,000 in total. The industrial base can contact various factories and businesses to identify the types of skilled trades we're most in need of. Carlo pondered for a moment before offering his solution. Once we've identified the most in-demand skills, the government will focus on finding skilled personnel and workers in these areas. The shortage of skilled personnel is a problem facing all of Spain, and it can't be solved in a short period of time. But we can address the more critical skills first, and less important ones can be dealt with later. Addressing all the skilled personnel shortages in the industrial base is simply impossible in a short period of time. However, addressing the shortage of skilled personnel in a specific area is still feasible for the Spanish government. At worst, they can just throw money at it. Talent isn't well paid these days, so spending money can still bring in some. Compared to the development of the Barcelona industrial base, sacrificing some funds isn't a big deal. A complete industrial base is extremely important to Spain. Not only are some financial sacrifices necessary, but even sacrificing supplies and other resources is not out of the question. Upon hearing Carlo's proposed solution, Carlo expressed excitement and said in agreement, "That's indeed a good idea, Your Majesty. This problem has troubled me for a long time. Thank you, Your Majesty, I can finally sleep well tonight." Haha, Carlo laughed. Although he knew Carlo was flattering him, he was still quite pleased with his attitude. The scale of the Barcelona industrial base you mentioned may differ from our estimates. What is the actual situation? Previously, our estimates showed that the Barcelona industrial base could accommodate approximately 500,000 workers and produce 700,000 tons of pig iron and 300,000 tons of steel. However, based on our statistics on the current scale of the industrial base and our estimates for the third phase of construction, upon completion, the base will be able to accommodate approximately 550,000 workers, possibly even 600,000. Total industrial output is also expected to increase by 10% to 15%. This means Barcelona needs more workers. Catalonia's population alone is not enough, Carlo replied. The construction plan for the Barcelona industrial base had been finalized long ago, but it was inevitable that there would be some deviation from the actual situation. Based on the current development and construction of the industrial base, the fully completed base will likely differ somewhat from previous estimates. Of course, this discrepancy is actually a good thing. As long as the labor and technical talent issues can be addressed, the larger the industrial base, the better. While it only represents a 10% increase in industrial capacity, for a massive industrial base with hundreds of thousands of workers, this 10% increase in industrial capacity translates to over 100,000 tons of steel alone. The Barcelona industrial base is a comprehensive complex encompassing chemical, heavy, mechanical, military, electric, and light industries, among other sectors. This 10% increase could even impact the overall scale of Spain's industrial base. After hearing Carlo's report, Carlo smiled and was completely relieved. This is a good thing. Don't worry about the workers. There will be a steady stream of workers coming to Barcelona in the future. You just need to complete the third phase of the construction plan. Any problems you face can be submitted to the government or come to me directly. The construction of the industrial base is of paramount importance, and I will not allow anyone to destroy our industrial base. Carlo, as long as the third phase of the construction of the Barcelona industrial base is successfully completed, the position of Minister of Industry in the next cabinet government will be yours. Carlo was originally a member of the Spanish aristocracy, and to Carlo, he was a well-deserved one of his own. Because of this, Carlo's regard for Carlo was palpable, even going so far as to offer him the crucial position of Minister of Industry. The industry sector is undoubtedly one of the most important cabinet departments, perhaps only comparable to defense and finance. Upon hearing Carlo's promise of the position, Carlo nodded excitedly and reassured him loudly, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will oversee the smooth construction of the Barcelona industrial base. Before the next cabinet election, I will show you a complete and extensive Barcelona industrial base. I will not let you down." Carlo nodded, expressing his deep trust in Carlo's words. Establishing an industrial base in Catalonia is no easy task, as extremist Catalans frequently sabotage or obstruct it. The smooth progress of the Barcelona industrial base to date is due not only to the government's attention and the presence of troops, but also to Carlo's tireless dedication. According to reports from the Royal Security Intelligence Department, Carlo has been busy almost every day since becoming the general manager of the industrial base. Besides overseeing the construction of the industrial base and ensuring its quality, he also has to maintain constant contact with the factories and businesses that have already moved in to ensure their production and delivery. Carlo had indeed provided Carlo with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had seized it. He not only fully demonstrated his abilities and value through this opportunity, but also earned Carlo's trust through his attitude. Carlo now believes Carlo is a talent worth cultivating, and that's exactly what Carlo wants to achieve. Are the factories and businesses in the industrial base strictly complying with the relevant labor laws to pay workers' wages and provide benefits? Carlo continued to inquire. The workers' demands are not high, simply requiring no wage deductions and a certain amount of rest time. The workers don't object to overtime. What they object to is overtime that yields no benefits. No one wants to work overtime without pay, but with adequate overtime pay, Workers are naturally willing to work several hours a day at the factory. The industrial base takes this very seriously. I regularly organize personnel to investigate all factories and businesses within the base to ensure they aren't withholding workers' wages. So far, no such issues have occurred within the Barcelona industrial base, and workers' work hours are strictly limited to under 11 hours, and Carlo replied. A 6,200-word 2-in-1 chapter, please support. I'm back late today, so the 10,000-word update will be postponed to tomorrow. As compensation, a 6,200-word chapter will be updated today. Thank you for your support. Chapter 218 Labor and Food. After inspecting the construction of the Barcelona industrial base, Carlo took a train from Barcelona, passing through Zaragoza and returning to the capital, Madrid. Spain's railway construction had been quite successful to date. Major cities such as Madrid, Barcelona, Seville, Zaragoza, and Valencia were all connected by rail. The line between Madrid and Barcelona even featured a double-track line with greater transport capacity. While this increased Spain's railway costs, the results were quite positive. Every so often, a train would depart from Madrid to Barcelona, and a little later, a train would depart from Barcelona and back again. The Madrid-Barcelona train line was currently Spain's busiest, hailed by the Spanish government as a bridge for Spain's economic development. The Meseta Plateau in northern Spain further complicated railway construction. Spain's railway network had to bypass towering mountains and plateaus, passing through valleys between them. This not only increased the difficulty of railway construction but also the casualties associated with it. While railway construction was crucial to industrial development during this era, it also meant the deaths of countless workers. In an era when all transportation relied on human labor, railway construction was never easy. Spain has built a large number of railways in recent years, and has also suffered numerous worker casualties. The primary reason for the annual influx of immigrants is to utilize these workers in railway construction. Spain's population is small, and the casualties of railway construction are unavoidable. Because these immigrants lack Spanish citizenship, they seek to earn sufficient income by working as railway builders or miners. While these jobs are arduous, the Spanish government has banned wage theft in these settings. As long as workers are willing to toil, they can earn money. Consequently, Spanish mines and railway construction sites attract a large number of workers, a significant number of whom are foreigners. Spaniards have more opportunities, such as working in factories and other businesses, and naturally, they are less likely to compete with foreign workers for these jobs, which carry a higher mortality rate. Carlo and the Spanish government also capped the number of foreign workers to ensure they did not significantly impact Spain's unemployment rate. While using foreign labor to fill the gaps in railway construction casualties was a good idea, it wouldn't be worth it if too many foreign workers affected Spaniards' job opportunities. This is why Spain strictly limits immigration. Too many foreigners would make it difficult for genuine Spaniards to find work. As King of Spain, Carlo naturally prioritized the interests of the Spanish. As for these immigrants, who would care about their feelings unless they quickly converted to Catholicism and identified themselves as Spanish? Although Carlo had signed population import agreements with Italy and Russia, these imported Italians and Russians were only employed as laborers. Carlo would not allow them to compete with Spaniards for jobs. This would not only provoke conflict between native Spaniards and immigrants, but would also put Carlo, an outsider, in an awkward position. Carlo understood the meaning of the saying, "A person's position requires him to govern accordingly." The moment he became King of Spain, Carlo should forget his Italian roots and prioritize the interests of the Spanish people, thus securing his throne. The railway from Barcelona to Zaragoza was mostly plains and low hills, so the trains were still quite fast. But after reaching Zaragoza, the line entered the Iberian Mountains, and the train's speed slowed down somewhat. Once in the Iberian Mountains, Carlo often saw workers building and repairing the railway line. A small number of these workers were Spanish, but the majority were immigrants and laborers. While railway construction was arduous and the casualty rate was high, the wages were also quite high. While the average annual income in Spain was only 131 pesetas, the average salary for railway workers reached around 145 pesetas, which was a key reason these immigrants and laborers chose to work as railway workers. If injured or killed while building the railway, their families would receive a portion of the compensation. While this compensation was modest, it was much better than what the capitalists, who only exploited and offered no compensation at all, offered. The prevailing climate of this era was one of exploitation and slavery. For these immigrants and laborers, railway work was one of the higher-paying jobs they could find. Unless they possessed advanced education and knowledge, or possessed special abilities in a particular area, they could only survive by doing hard labor. Carlo treated those with genuine talent with kindness. Whether scientists or technicians, as long as they possessed a skill, Carlo would place them in suitable positions where they could fully utilize their abilities. After entering the Iberian Mountains, the road first passed through a valley, then the Central Cordillera and Cuenca Mountains, the highest point of the Meseta Plateau. Passing between these two mountain ranges, we arrived at Madrid, the capital of Spain. Madrid's geographical limitations might not be apparent from a topographic map alone, but a train ride from Barcelona to Madrid clearly demonstrates the stark contrast between the two cities. The entire route from Barcelona to Zaragoza is composed of fairly flat plains and hills, following the Ebro River, offering a panoramic view of the developed European countries. However, once entering the Iberian Mountains from Zaragoza, such flat and prosperous areas were hard to find. Before reaching Madrid, the road was mostly sparsely populated mountainous terrain and plateaus, devoid of even a single decent-sized city. This isn't an exaggeration. Between Zaragoza and Madrid lies a vast no-man's land. Calling it a no-man's land is certainly a bit of an exaggeration. These mountainous areas and plateaus do have some inhabitants. However, compared to Madrid in the south and the area between Zaragoza and Barcelona in the north, the mountainous region in between is not far-fetched. This no-man's land is quite large. The area between Zaragoza and Madrid alone encompasses tens of thousands of square kilometers of mountainous land. This land has extremely low utilizable value, which explains why Spain's development potential is far less than that of France to the north. Spain's mainland area is a staggering 506,000 square kilometers, while France's is only 549,000 square kilometers, a relatively small difference. The real difference between Spain and France lies in the land types within their respective land areas. Northwestern France boasts the vast West European plain, and its capital, Paris, is located within the Paris Basin, making it ideal for agriculture and animal husbandry. While the south boasts the Massif Central, the Aquitaine Basin lies to the west of the Massif Central. The majority of France's land is plains and hills, with only a small portion of the land being mountainous. Nearly half of Spain's land is covered by the Meseta Plateau, while the southern part also boasts mountain ranges such as the Penavetico, Morena, and Toledo Mountains. Plains and hills suitable for agriculture and animal husbandry occupy only a small area, significantly lagging behind countries like Britain, France, and Germany in terms of potential. Countries like Britain, France, and Germany, with their vast plains, can achieve food self-sufficiency even with populations exceeding tens of millions. However, for Spain, achieving food self-sufficiency with a population exceeding tens of millions would be difficult. Unless Spain could annex Portugal and reclaim Portugal's vast plains for arable land, or fully annex Morocco and expand its territory, achieving food self-sufficiency with a population exceeding tens of millions would be difficult. Achieving food self-sufficiency is crucial for a country. As the saying goes, people are like iron, and food is like steel. Without a single meal, hunger is a threat. Without food, even the most well-governed nation will inevitably fall into chaos. While domestic food needs could be met through food imports during peacetime, who could guarantee such a permanent peace? When war strikes, countries that normally import food will be forced to pay a higher price for the inflated prices. This also requires considering whether other grain-producing countries are willing to sell to Spain. Therefore, achieving self-sufficiency was Carlo's goal for Spain's development. At all times, Spain's food production must keep pace with population growth. Fortunately, Spain still had ample arable land. Mainland Spain also had vast tracts of land available for cultivation. After all, with a population of just over 18 million at the time, it had not yet reached the maximum capacity of mainland Spain. Beyond mainland Spain, Guinea, the Congo, and the Philippines could all be used for growing food, making food self-sufficiency a reasonable possibility. Beyond self-sufficiency, Spain was also a major grain exporter in Europe, exporting significant quantities of grain annually to generate foreign exchange for other industrial equipment and production technology. According to estimates by the Spanish Agricultural Department, Spain will have no problem maintaining food self-sufficiency until its population reaches 25 million. Once that number is reached, Spain will either need to find ways to increase food production or cultivate more land. The good news is that Spain still has a long way to go before reaching 25 million. The actual population will not reach 25 million until at least the beginning of the 20th century. This period also provides Spain with time to find more arable land, develop more effective fertilizers, and find ways to increase food production. As the train left the mountains and entered Madrid, Carlo's frown softened slightly. The Meseta Plateau has always been a sore spot for Spain and one of the most significant factors hindering its development. If this area were transformed into a vast plain like the Western European plain or the plain of Pod, Spain's development potential would be greatly enhanced, even giving it a chance to aspire to world dominance. Unfortunately, this was ultimately just a pipe dream. The Meseta Plateau completely prevented Spain from becoming a world power. After the 19th century, Spain was at most a regional power, an upper-middle-class power. Upon returning to Madrid, Carlo summoned Agriculture Minister Javier Soler to inquire about the current state of Spanish agriculture. While much of Spain's land was unsuitable for agriculture, some areas offered excellent arable land suitable for growing crops, vegetables, and fruits. Although Portugal had a larger plain area, its grain production lagged behind Spain's. Later, Spain became one of Europe's largest exporters of fruits and vegetables, achieving a food self-sufficiency rate of approximately 70%, a relatively good level. Agriculture Minister Javier Soler quickly arrived at the Royal Palace in Madrid, and Carlo summoned him to the palace's reception room. "Minister Javier, how is our agricultural development going?" Carlo asked before Javier even saluted. Agricultural development is undoubtedly one of the most important aspects of any country. For Spain, a country where the majority of the population is farmers, agriculture is crucial to the nation's survival. Because we've extensively used chemical fertilizers on Andalusian farmland, grain yields per acre have increased significantly. We expect grain production to increase by at least 5% this year, and vegetable and fruit production to remain roughly at the same level as last year, Agriculture Minister Javier said, bowing before answering Carlo's question. Spain's total grain production is approximately 4 million tons, with wheat, corn, and rice being the largest producers. Due to Spain's complex geography and climate, other crops, including barley, oats, rye, and potatoes, are also produced, albeit in smaller quantities. In addition to these 4.5 million tons of grain, Spain also produces a significant amount of vegetables, fruits, and other crops, including olives and grapes. There are also many industrially oriented cash crops, such as cotton, sugar beets, and tobacco. Although grain production is only 4 million tons, the significant increase in vegetable and fruit production allows it to barely meet the food needs of Spain's over 18 million people. To put it bluntly, this wasn't the era of later generations, when people had so much food they couldn't finish it all and even wasted it. Food was scarce in this era, and people had little choice. They simply ate whatever they had, content with barely enough to fill their stomachs, and didn't demand anything more. 4 million tons of grain might only feed 15 to 18 million people in later generations, but in 1877, it could feed nearly 20 million people. Adding in domestically produced vegetables and fruits, Spain alone produced enough food annually to feed nearly 22 million people. While ordinary people didn't waste much, food waste was widespread among the aristocracy and capitalists. This meant that Spain's food production could only sustain about 20 million people, and there was also the concern of widespread famine caused by natural disasters that disrupted agricultural production. Minister Javier's claim of a 5% increase in food production is definitely a good thing for Spain. Based on Spain's total grain production of approximately 4 million tons, a 5% increase would equate to an additional 200,000 tons, enough to feed 1 million people for a year. Spain's population is only increasing by around 300,000 people annually, meaning its food self-sufficiency rate will continue to rise, making famine and food crises less likely. After hearing Minister Javier's report, Carlo nodded, expressing satisfaction with the progress of agriculture. While Spain's grain production is modest compared to countries with vast plains like Britain, France, and Germany, its small population also makes its food demand less daunting. While not reaching the several-fold self-sufficiency rates of France and Germany, maintaining a near 100% self-sufficiency rate is a remarkable achievement for Spain. At the very least, it ensures Spain is not reliant on foreign food imports, freeing up funds for more important purposes. While importing food is relatively inexpensive in peacetime, the annual cost is still a significant expense. Spain has 4 major grain-producing regions: the Seville region in western Andalusia, the central region surrounding the capitals of Madrid and Toledo, the Zaragoza region near Zaragoza, and the León region near León. The region with the largest grain production is undoubtedly the most populous Andalusia. The grain-producing region around Seville alone contributes approximately 25% of Spain's grain production, a remarkable figure. It's no exaggeration to say that Andalusia's grain production is crucial to Spain's overall grain production and prices. Agricultural problems in Andalusia could severely impact Spain's overall grain production, triggering a nationwide food crisis or even widespread famine. Unlike the grain-producing regions, livestock farming areas are generally concentrated along Spain's western border, particularly in Extremadura, which boasts Spain's largest livestock farming area and is the primary supplier of meat to the country. This also demonstrates Portugal's advantageous geographical location. Spain's largest grain-producing and livestock-raising areas are located in the hilly plains near Portugal. The inland mountains and plateaus are significantly less productive in both grain and livestock production. If Portugal could be conquered, Spain would have a vast expanse of hilly plains suitable for both production and livestock. The overall development potential of the entire Iberian Peninsula would far surpass that of Spain. This presents an opportunity for Spain to break through the upper middle power barrier and become a regional hegemon, or even a superpower. This is the first 5,000-word update. Please support. There will be another update later. Today's 10,000-word update. Chapter 219: Military Academy Students and College Students. Although very satisfied with the state of Spanish agricultural development, Carlo decided to find time in the second half of the year to personally inspect Andalusia and Extremadura. This wasn't because Carlo distrusted the data reported by Minister Joveller, but as King of Spain, Carlo needed to personally inspect the state of Spanish agriculture and animal husbandry, understand firsthand the challenges faced by local farmers and herders, and address them. Simply reviewing the data reported by various departments at the Royal Palace in Madrid would prevent Carlo from gaining a detailed understanding of local development. Doing so would only lead to Carlo becoming increasingly unfamiliar with Spain's development and ultimately losing control of the country. To formulate a development plan for Spain, the first step was to personally observe the progress of various departments and regions, and then formulate a plan based on the data at hand. Blindly formulating plans without a detailed understanding of Spain's fundamental situation would either result in unsuccessful development or lead to a misguided approach, exacerbating previously minor problems. After offering some encouragement to Minister Joveller, Carlo concluded his conversation and addressed the government affairs he had been attending to during his time in Italy. Actually, there wasn't much government to do. Archduke Serrano and Count Canaves could handle most of it. Carlo was more focused on observing the recent decrees issued by the Spanish government and the latest developments in various departments. Due to arms trade treaties with both Russia and the Ottoman Empire, Spain's military factories were working overtime. Military factories are also factories, and the raw materials they need, such as gunpowder, steel, and other parts, are supplied by a variety of factories. As military factories worked overtime, so too did the factories that supplied the materials. While it appeared that only the military factories received orders, the impact actually affected dozens of factories and the tens of thousands of workers they employed. This is precisely why the United States was able to quietly prosper during World War I and World War II. While it seemed that the United States was simply profiting from various trade transactions, in reality, its industry and economy relied on these transactions for continuous development and expansion. Meanwhile, European countries, whose factories were destroyed and their economies in tatters by the war, became even more dependent on the United States as a giant factory. The ultimate result was that the United States sucked the blood of European countries, while Europe was ultimately devastated by the two world wars, and its potential was repeatedly eroded. After reviewing the latest reports from various departments, Carlo was quite satisfied with Spain's progress. Based on current trends, the second five-year plan would be successfully completed, which would also mean that Spain's industrial and economic scale would reach new heights. Once the second five-year plan was fully completed, Spain's overall strength would take a significant step forward, and surpassing Italy, the bottom-ranked power, would be a piece of cake. In other words, Spain had once again become a major power, qualified to negotiate with other powers, rather than being a pawn in their games. After a few days of idle time in the palace, Carlo, feeling bored, decided to inspect the construction of the capital, Madrid, to see if there were any problems. Regardless of whether he trusted his subordinates, appropriate inspections were essential. Besides understanding the actual conditions in each region, Carlo also aimed to put pressure on local officials, making sure they knew he was not easily fooled. He left the palace with a small group of guards, crossed a barren street in front of the palace, and arrived in the bustling city center of Madrid. With his back to the palace, Carlo was to his left by the newly built Senate building of Spain, and to his right by the Cathedral of San Andres. Behind the cathedral stands the Spanish Chamber of Deputies, Spain's largest parliament building. Madrid's city center remains quite prosperous and clean. After all, it is the face of Spain, and Carlo himself specifically mandated that its streets be kept clean and hygienic. While Europe was the most developed and advanced region of the era, its sanitation was particularly poor. While not as rampant as medieval open defecation and urination, street corners still offered a significant amount of garbage and excrement. Due to the lack of large public restrooms, many residents resorted to relieving themselves in street corners, exacerbating the already dark and damp atmosphere. This wasn't an exaggeration, it was a common phenomenon in cities across Europe. Even London, the most developed city in the world, was once ridiculed as the stench of luxury and wine. Of course, London's stench stemmed not only from garbage and excrement on the streets, but also from the foul pollutants and the smog. Compared to London, Spain's environment was not as dire. Carlo himself emphasized street hygiene, and at least in the streets of central Madrid, open defecation and littering were not common. Madrid is the capital of Spain, and its city center streets are the face of the country. The Spanish government has installed numerous trash cans, which are cleaned daily to ensure odor-free conditions. Public restrooms have also been built along Madrid's busiest streets, ensuring that residents have access to the toilets rather than resorting to drafts in street corners. To ensure that residents don't pollute the streets, the Madrid City Council has introduced penalties, including fines and even imprisonment for those caught doing so. To encourage Madrid residents to use public restrooms, Carlo has called for a ban on charging fees. Both residents and tourists can use public restrooms for free. While this increases the city government's expenses, it has also increased public utilities' willingness to use them. If public restrooms were charged, residents would undoubtedly be reluctant to use them, and would likely defy the city's regulations and draft in street corners. Carlo wasn't heading to Gran Via, Madrid's busiest street, but to a newly developed area in the north of the city. Compared to Madrid's city center, this is a newly expanded area, and thus more prone to problems. Heading north from Calle San Bernardo, past the Church of San Cristobal, you arrive at a new part of Madrid. Compared to the older part further south, this area appears noticeably more desolate. It's a key area for resettlement of immigrants by the Madrid city government and a key area for development in Spain. West of the church, a road runs directly to the northwest of the city. This newly developed area is home to not only important research institutions like the Royal Spanish Academy of Sciences, but also prestigious universities like the Royal Spanish Academy of Sciences, the Madrid Medical School, and the Royal Military Academy of Madrid. Carlo's future plan is to build a large university town in this area, developing the surrounding land as well. The area has the advantage of being close to Madrid's train station and some distance from the city's busiest streets, making transportation convenient. Of course, it's also not too far from the city center, which is why the Madrid city government designated it as a new part of the city. Carlo's destination was the university town in northwest Madrid. After all, it was approaching July, and graduation time for this year's university students was approaching. Carlo attended the Royal Military Academy's annual graduation ceremony. After all, he was its honorary president. These graduates would become the backbone of the Spanish military, so it was crucial to respect them. If Carlo could gain the favor of these graduates, his title of honorary president would be immensely influential, even allowing him to influence the military. But if he failed to gain their favor, what would become of Carlo, not just honorary president, but even president? Therefore, Carlo attended every Royal Military Academy graduation ceremony, not only delivering a speech to encourage the graduates but also personally conferring ranks on outstanding graduates. This took only a single day, but the impact was significant. The Royal Military Academy had educated a large number of graduates, some of whom had already received promotions. These graduates held Carlo in high esteem, with many even developing a passionate admiration for him. This was largely due to the positive results of the ideological education programs Carlo taught at the military academy, but it was also influenced by Carlo's daily actions. How could the people not love a king who cared about the incomes of the lower classes and sympathized with their suffering? Regardless of the country, the demands of the lower classes are simple: adequate food, warm clothing, and a good life. In Spain today, these needs are largely met. While issues like food safety still exist, they are significantly better than in previous Spains. Under these circumstances, the public has nothing but love for the current Spanish government and King Carlo, which explains the strong loyalty of these academy graduates. Since its establishment, the Royal Military Academy of Madrid has produced over 400 outstanding graduates annually. This year, in its 7th year, still boasts over 400 graduates. Including this year's graduating class, the Royal Military Academy has trained over 3,000 potential officers for Spain. Currently, the majority of graduates are promoted to platoon leader positions upon joining the military, with a small number of them serving as deputy platoon leaders temporarily due to insufficient vacancies. This is also good news. When Spain needs to expand its military in the future, these officers holding deputy positions can quickly transition to full-time positions, and they won't need a long adjustment period to begin their work. Thanks to the Royal Military Academy's continuous training of officers, the Spanish Army has already replaced a large portion of its junior officers, such as company commanders and platoon leaders. Currently, the majority of Spanish officers have received military training. While this doesn't guarantee that all of these platoon and company commanders are exceptional military talent, it at least ensures they possess sufficient military training. Previously, a large number of junior officers in the Spanish Army lacked adequate military training, which compromised its combat effectiveness. While many factors influence a military's combat effectiveness, one of the most crucial is the military training of these junior officers. No matter how talented the general leading the army, if the junior officers lack the necessary military training, his orders will be difficult to fully execute. If these junior officers possess excellent military training, even if the commander is less capable, the army can at least maintain relative stability. While the Spanish Army's officer corps is limited, the Spanish Defense Department also boasts important departments like the General Staff and the Logistics Department, making it easy to find positions for these military academy graduates. As in previous years, Carlo attended the graduation ceremony and selected a small number of the most outstanding graduates to serve in the Guard. Although the Guard consists of only a single division of 15,000 men, its officer pool is exceptionally strong. It's no exaggeration to say that if Carlo so desired, the Guard could expand by 2 or 3 divisions at any time without worrying about the availability of junior officers. This meant that Spain, now free from the threat of war and with the country's stability, had abandoned the idea of expanding the Guard. Although the Guard consisted of only a single division, its presence in Madrid ensured the capital's security. Given the Guard's firepower, Madrid was in no danger unless faced with a massive enemy siege or a massive rebellion by the domestic army. Even the Carlist rebellion of a few years ago couldn't threaten Madrid's security. This is the sense of security that firepower brings Carlo, something that nothing else can replace. After attending the Royal Military Academy's graduation ceremony, Carlo prepared to attend the Royal Academy of Sciences graduation ceremony. If the Royal Military Academy is Carlo's most cherished military academy, then the Royal Academy of Sciences is Carlo's most cherished University of Science. The Royal Academy of Sciences was established by Carlo based on the needs of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Its purpose is to provide additional job opportunities for its scientists and researchers, as well as to cultivate mid-level scientific research talent for Spain. Of course, Carlo would also be very happy if Spain could cultivate top scientific talent. Historically, Spain has not produced many top talents in the field of chemistry, largely due to the neglect of scientific research in Spain from the 18th to the 19th centuries. Carlo has valued scientific research for many years and believes it can bring some changes to Spain. After all, Spain is a medium-sized country with a population of over 10 million. Carlo does not believe that Spain will not produce top talents in chemistry. Compared to the Royal Military Academy, which graduates over 400 annually, the Royal Academy of Sciences produces only a small number of graduates, averaging only 200 per year. But don't underestimate these 200 graduates. They are meticulously nurtured by the scientists and researchers of the Royal Academy, and their abilities are undeniable. Because they are trained by the scientists of the Royal Academy, These graduates are immediately recruited by the Academy upon graduation, serving as collaborators on the research projects of these scientists and researchers, while also learning more knowledge along the way. This year's graduates are the fourth class of the Royal Academy of Sciences, and across all four classes combined, the Royal Academy has educated fewer than 1,000 individuals. The good news is that these graduates have a high success rate. Many have already earned the attention of members of the Royal Academy, who are willing to dedicate themselves to imparting knowledge and personally guiding them in experiments and research. Teaching students of the Royal Academy of Sciences offers the best of both worlds for these members. They receive part-time funding from professors and other positions at the Academy, and these positions pay well. Students trained can also serve as assistants for research projects. Having trained students themselves, they also know their abilities and are more easily employed. For this reason, none of the scientists Carlo recruited from abroad would shy away from teaching part-time at the Royal Academy of Sciences or other universities. They were all beaming with joy when they received their part-time income. Royal Academy of Sciences members already earn a good salary, and they receive additional bonuses for completing research and development projects. Their part-time work adds another significant income, even higher than their previous income abroad. This is how Spain attracts foreign talent to the Royal Academy. At the onset of the economic crisis, the Royal Academy of Sciences had fewer than 500 scientific researchers, and fewer than 200 scientists had earned the title and benefits of a second-level member. Today, the Royal Academy of Sciences boasts over 1,000 scientific researchers, with over 700 holding the title of member, including 322 first-level members, 362 second-level members, and 46 third-level members. Including graduates of the Royal Academy of Sciences, the number of R&D personnel within the Royal Academy approaches 2,000. It was precisely because of the increasing number of R&D personnel that the Royal Academy's research was able to proceed smoothly and achieve various advances. With a rise in per capita income in Spain, Carlo also increased the base salary for third-level academicians. The base annual salary for first-level academicians was raised to 2,800 pesetas, while the base salary for second-level academicians reached 5,200 pesetas. Third-level academicians, the highest rank and title among researchers at the Royal Academy, received a staggering base salary of 8,500 pesetas. Just paying the base annual salary for all the Royal Academy's R&D personnel cost Carlo over 5 million pesetas annually. Not to mention the Royal Academy's various R&D investments, which have now become one of Carlo's largest investments, with annual expenditures reaching 35 million pesetas. Despite the substantial annual payment to the Royal Academy, Carlo was willing to spend it. Any successful R&D project at the Royal Academy yielded profits several times, if not dozens of times, greater than the 35 million pesetas invested. If those important R&D projects make progress, the profits will be immeasurable. Carlo can still calculate the ratio of investment and return 5,200 words. Second update, please support. Successfully completed the daily 10,000 word task, please support. Chapter 220 Cuban Rebellion and Colonial Replacement. 1877, just as Spain was enjoying a booming economy, news from across the Atlantic immediately dampened the Spanish government's optimism. Shortly after Charles was crowned King of Spain, the Spanish government dispatched an expeditionary force to Cuba to quell a rebellion. At the time, Cuba was not only one of Spain's only major colonies, but also a treasure trove for the Spanish government. The Cuban colony covered less than 110,000 square kilometers and had a population of just over 1 million. Yet, this small territory provided a significant annual revenue stream for the Spanish government. With the Industrial Revolution, demand for sugar in Europe and the United States continued to grow. In 1840 alone, Cuba's total sugar production exceeded the combined output of the British West Indies. By around 1860, Cuba's annual sugar output had exceeded 500,000 tons, accounting for over one-third of the world's annual sugar production. Cuba's enormous sugar production earned it the nickname the Sugar Bowl of the world. Sugar exports alone generated substantial annual profits, not to mention Cuba's extensive tobacco and coffee production. As we all know, Western colonialism was accompanied by brutal oppression and exploitation. Spain reaped substantial profits from Cuba annually, a fact that resented native-born white Cubans. While they shared Spanish ancestry, they held no deep connection to Spain. Their ancestors had journeyed across the ocean to Cuba, not to be exploited by the Spanish government after finally achieving prosperity. Consequently, native white Cubans grew increasingly resentful of the Spanish colonial government and were one of the main culprits behind Cuba's ongoing independence movement. However, these white Cubans numbered just over 450,000, representing only one of the ethnic groups opposing Spanish colonial rule. Besides these Cuban-born whites, free black slaves and indigenous Cubans also opposed Spanish colonial rule. With the exception of the blacks still held in slavery, virtually every inhabitant of Cuba opposed Spanish colonial rule. Historically, Spain expended considerable energy and resources suppressing the Cuban rebellion, which not only cost Spain a golden opportunity for development but also sapped its national strength. Carlo knew, of course, that Cuba's complex situation wasn't simply a matter of natural evolution, it was also driven by British and American manipulation. Britain's proclivity as a troublemaker in Europe was undeniable. Cuba was a valuable territorial asset, and it would be strange for the British not to pay attention. For the Americans, Cuba was a colony right on their doorstep, so it was natural for them not to have any interest in it. Previously, Spain's immense strength had prevented the Americans from considering opposing it. However, during Queen Isabel's reign, Spain's overall strength steadily declined, and naturally, the Americans had other concerns. Even though Spain had experienced a certain recovery under Carlo's rule, the Americans had also experienced significant growth during this period. For the Americans, Cuba had become a territory they could not abandon. When Spain fell into chaos again, perhaps it would be time for the Americans to take action against Cuba. While Carlo was aware of the current turmoil in Cuba, he saw it as the opportunity he had been waiting for. What was that opportunity? It was, of course, the time to trade Cuba for a more valuable colony. Cuba was undoubtedly an excellent colony, providing Spain with significantly more annual benefits than underdeveloped colonies like the Philippines and the Congo. But Cuba's disadvantage lies in its location on the doorstep of the United States. Separated from mainland Spain by the Atlantic Ocean, and having already lost most of its colonies in the Americas, Spain struggled to exert significant influence over Cuba. Both white and black Cubans rebelled against Spanish colonial rule, partly due to its harshness and partly due to Spain's inability to reach Cuba. For Carlo, Cuba was no longer a worthwhile colony. With both Britain and the United States coveting Cuba, Spain would struggle to hold on to it. Even if Spain could have won the Spanish-American War, it would have seemed unnecessary. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for Spain to trade Cuba for other, more valuable colonies, and invest time and money in them? Even exchanging Cuba for a colony could achieve some of Carlo's goals. The United States had long coveted Cuba. Would they have dared to invade and seize it if they had traded Cuba to superpowers like Britain and France? The answer is undoubtedly no. What kind of a superpower is the United States without colonies? At best, it was just an upstart with a relatively developed industry and economy. As long as the United States didn't take the first step toward expansion, it would be difficult for it to exert its influence internationally. While the United States' current population and industrial economy far surpass Spain's, in terms of international influence and status, it was far inferior to the 5 traditional European powers, and only slightly ahead of Spain and Italy. Upon learning of the renewed anti-colonial rebellion in Cuba, Carlo immediately convened a cabinet meeting and demanded a solution. The Cuban rebellion captured the Spanish government's attention, as Cuba remained crucial to Spain at that time. Although Spain had acquired several colonies through its expansion, only Cuba and the Philippines had truly generated positive returns. The positive returns from the Philippines were achieved through the Spanish government's constant exploitation of the indigenous population, and these profits were modest, with a majority being reinvested in further colonial expansion. Only Cuba, thanks to the sugar trade, became Spain's most profitable colony, a factor that historically explained the Spanish government's willingness to invest 700 million pesos in the Cuban War of Independence. This military expenditure, amounting to £27 million, could have built nearly 50 ironclad warships. The Spanish government poured this entire sum into Cuba's War of Independence, resulting in little more than a decade of peace. After the decade-long war, Cuban whites, still dissatisfied with Spanish colonial rule, finally launched another uprising in January 1895, forcing Spain to grant Cuban autonomy. Spain, now stronger, was capable of suppressing the Cuban rebellion. However, the problem is, as the saying goes, a thief who steals for 1,000 days cannot be defended against thieves for 1,000 days. The Cuban crisis is difficult to resolve. Its root lies in the conflict between Cuban whites and the Spanish colonial government. Unless Spain is willing to give up some of its interests and grant Cuba autonomy, perhaps some peace could be achieved. But what value would an autonomous Cuba still hold for Spain? An autonomous Cuba would undoubtedly retain most of its profits within Cuba, leaving Spain with no profit and no reason to continue holding on to the colony. If it were the blacks in the colony who opposed Spanish colonial rule, the problem would be easily resolved. Simply by eliminating these blacks. With a black's gun, the problem would be resolved. But the problem is that opposition to Spanish colonial rule in Cuba isn't limited to blacks. There are also Cuban-born whites and indigenous people. Perhaps the only group who aren't particularly opposed to the Spanish colonial government is the small number of indentured Chinese laborers. These laborers hold the lowest status in Cuba, enslaved and oppressed by local white plantation owners and bullied by local black freedmen and slaves. Naturally, they harbor little resentment towards the Spanish colonial government. It's impossible to eliminate all these white opponents of the Spanish colonial government, right? Cuban territory has long been coveted by Britain and the United States. A high-profile Spanish crackdown on the whites would inevitably invite British and American intervention. Failure to address the white population would only perpetuate resistance against Spain, creating a vicious cycle. The larger the white population in Cuba, the stronger the resistance to Spanish colonial rule. Therefore, Spain currently has no choice. If Spain had a population of tens of millions, it could dilute Cuba's population through large-scale immigration, allowing true Spanish rule to take center stage and thus distort the will of the Cuban colony. But the problem is that Spain's population is less than 20 million, making it impossible to carry out large-scale immigration to Cuba. To dilute the population of Cubans who oppose the Spanish colonial government, at least 1 million people would have to be immigrated to Cuba. The Spanish government does not have such strength. Losing 1 million people would cause heavy losses to Spain, and even if it could control Cuba, it would not be worth it. Moreover, large-scale immigration from Spain would certainly arouse the hostility of the white Cubans. They already oppose Spanish colonial rule. If Spain continues to carry out large-scale immigration, it will definitely lead them to plan a larger-scale rebellion, which will make the current situation in Cuba even more chaotic. Looking at the cabinet members before him, Carlo's face was solemn. He spoke first. "Everyone, tell me, how should the Cuban rebellion be resolved?" Archduke Serrano spoke first. "Your Majesty, please give me another chance. I will completely stabilize the situation in Cuba. Perhaps we should also strengthen our garrison there. As long as we have sufficient troops to defend Cuba, there's no need to worry about any problems." Archduke Serrano had led his troops to quell the last Cuban rebellion, so after this latest rebellion, Archduke Serrano was the first to speak out. Only 7 years had passed since the last rebellion, leaving Archduke Serrano, who had vowed upon his triumphant return that Cuba would never again be in trouble, completely humiliated. Archduke Serrano needed a chance to prove his ability once again, perhaps by quelling the Cuban rebellion more quickly and ensuring that no further problems would arise. Carlo nodded. Regardless of Carlo's inner thoughts, the Cuban rebellion must be quelled. Even if a colonial exchange was necessary, a stable Cuba would command a high price. If Cuba continued in this state of chaos, the overall value of the colony would undoubtedly decline significantly. However, Carlo hesitated to express his opinion, instead glancing at Count Franco, the Secretary of State for the colonies. Prior to this cabinet meeting, Carlo had a brief meeting with Count Franco, the Secretary of State for the colonies, and had issued an order. What order? Of course, to propose a colonial exchange at this cabinet meeting. While Carlo's desire to exchange Cuba was motivated by Spanish interests, it was undeniable that Cuba remained Spain's most valuable colony at that time, with a value of other colonies far less than that of a tiny Cuba. To the general public, wouldn't proposing a Cuban exchange at this time be like giving up the Spanish colonial system? Without Cuba, could Spain still be the third largest colonial empire? Would it rely on colonies like the Philippines, Morocco, and Guinea for facades? It's no exaggeration to say that the combined income from the Philippines, Morocco, and Guinea was less than that of a tiny Cuba. Anyone who first proposed a colonial exchange would undoubtedly face a storm of public opinion in Spain. If mishandled, the proposer could even face public backlash, effectively ending their political career. For Carlo, it was clear that he couldn't be the one to propose this. Even if the exchanged colonies were to be extremely valuable in the future, their current value would undoubtedly be less than that of the Cuban colonies. Before the truth was revealed, anyone proposing a colonial exchange would be subject to public attack. Even if it was Carlo, the king, who proposed the exchange, he would likely be attacked by the angry public. Therefore, to maintain the stability of the throne, the proposal for a colonial exchange had to be initiated by other officials. Within the cabinet, Carlo had 3 ministers who could issue orders: Canovas, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Industry; Joveller, Minister of Agriculture; and Count Frances, Minister of Colonial Affairs. Why did Carlo ultimately choose Count Frances? First, Canovas, Carlo's chosen candidate for Prime Minister, was clearly unsuitable to propose a colonial exchange. If his proposal for a colonial exchange sparked public outrage, Carlo's cabinet plans would be completely undone. Carlo didn't have a sufficiently experienced candidate for the next prime minister. If the new prime minister couldn't suppress the cabinet and other factions, Spain would likely fall into chaos again. Why not let Minister Joveller propose the colonial exchange? Minister Joveller was the Minister of Agriculture and had no connection to the Cuban colony. As Minister of the Colonies, Count Frank had every right to propose something related to the colonies. Even if he faced public outrage over his proposal, he could at least defend it as prioritizing Spain's interests. The position of Secretary of State for the Colonies was a position Carlo added to the cabinet during the interim cabinet. The original Secretary of State for the Colonies was a departmental minister under the Prime Minister and was not eligible to join the Spanish cabinet. For Count Frank, his accession to the Spanish cabinet was entirely due to Carlo's promotion, which was why Carlo decided to let him propose the colonial exchange. If the colonial exchange proposal ultimately failed, Carlo would not treat Frank unfairly. It was simply a matter of keeping Frank on the shelf for a while, waiting for public discontent to subside before transferring him to another important position. Furthermore, Count Frank's stand for Carlo wasn't without reward. During a brief meeting earlier, Carlo had promised him that if he proposed a colonial exchange at this cabinet meeting, regardless of whether it was ultimately successful, he would receive a dukedom in the future. The reward of a dukedom persuaded Count Frank to finally accept Carlo's proposal. Seeing Carlo's gaze, Count Frank, the Secretary of State for the Colonies, knew it was time to show his worth. Count Frank slowly stood up, glanced at the cabinet ministers, and then slowly spoke. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a thought. The Cuban colony is very important to us, but is it worth the massive military expenditures we must devote to suppressing every Cuban rebellion? It's only been 7 years since the last Cuban rebellion was quelled, and the military expenditures that time exceeded 50 million pesetas. If we can't ensure the long-term stability of the Cuban colony, then, with all due respect, the Cuban colony is not that important to us." Count Frank's words were shocking, and the cabinet ministers turned their gazes in surprise. Regardless of their reaction to Count Frank's words, the fact that he would say such a thing in such a setting was enough to astonish them. This was a meeting of the Spanish cabinet, and King Charles of Spain was also present. It's no exaggeration to say that a single misstep in such a meeting could very well end a person's political career. But what Count Frank said was not just career-ending, it could even make him the enemy of all Spaniards. It goes without saying how important the Cuban colony is. If the Cuban colony is not important, doesn't it mean that the other colonies are all wasteland like garbage? Minister Frank, what are you talking about? Archduke Serrano was the first to stand up and ask. Everyone is also a member of the nobility, and Archduke Serrano does not want to see Minister Frank say shocking things in such an occasion. After all, the cabinet meeting is not full of aristocrats. There are also members of the Progressive Party and the Liberal Party. Even if Carlo will not blame him for this, won't these members of the Progressive Party and the Liberal Party launch an impeachment? As a cabinet minister, how can Minister Frank not even be cautious in his words and deeds? 5,100 word 2 in 1 chapter, please support. Chapter 221, Centering Plan. The Cuban colony was incredibly important to Spain, which explains why cabinet ministers reacted with shock and astonishment to Colonial Secretary Frank's suggestion that it might not be that important. Just how important was the Cuban colony? In 1876, the Spanish government's total fiscal revenue was 793.3 million pesetas, a decade high. Cuba alone generated 58.27 million pesetas, accounting for 7.3% of Spain's total fiscal revenue. This seemingly modest proportion stemmed from two factors. First, Mainland Spain had experienced significant growth in recent years, and fiscal revenue had risen steadily along with it. Second, when Archduke Serrano suppressed the Cuban rebellion, he signed a tax agreement with the local population, allowing the Cuban colony to retain a larger share of its tax revenue, which ultimately brought temporary stability to the colony. 58.27 million pesetas was no small sum. Cuba was the only Spanish colony to generate a net income exceeding 20 million pesos. The peso was the currency of Spanish colonies, equivalent in value to the peseta in Spain. Compared to Cuba, the larger and more populous Philippine colony provided Spain with only 12 million pesetas in revenue last year, highlighting the importance of the Cuban colony. For the Spanish government, abandoning Cuba would mean foregoing nearly 60 million pesetas in revenue. How could such a proposal not shock the cabinet ministers? Having already made the proposal, Minister Frank naturally would not back down. He nodded at Archduke Serrano's friendly reminder before continuing to express his views. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that the Cuban colony brings us nearly 60 million pesetas in revenue annually. However, we must also consider the risks of continuing to hold on to the Cuban colony. Although Cuba has a population of only 1 million, both white and black Cubans are opposing our rule. The last time I visited, even the slaves on the plantations were crying out for autonomy and independence. Faced with a Cuba like this, are we going to continue suppressing it? The last suppression cost only 50 million pesetas, primarily because the tax bill swayed some plantation owners to our side. But sooner or later, these plantation owners' appetites will grow. Either we continue to yield, or we'll have to continue sending troops to suppress the Cuban rebellion. If suppressing each rebellion costs tens or even hundreds of millions of pesetas, is the income from the Cuban colony really that important? And don't forget, the Cuban colony is right on America's doorstep. The chaos in Cuba is undoubtedly inextricably linked to the Americans. Unless we're prepared for a war with the United States, we should leave this problem to other countries. If we can exchange it for a colony of equally high value, it won't be a huge loss for us. Cuba's sugar and tobacco industries do generate substantial revenue, but Cuba isn't irreplaceable in either sector. After Carlo gave Minister Frank this arduous task, he carefully prepared his argument, ensuring it would convince the cabinet ministers and at least provide sufficient evidence to prove his point. Cuba is Spain's only remaining colony in the Americas and the last remaining vestige of its former colonial empire. Not only does the Spanish government hate to lose Cuba, but the Spanish themselves also hate to lose this colony they've held for centuries. Even if Minister Frank could prove his point, it would be difficult to convince the cabinet ministers to give up Cuba. After all, if they gave up Cuba at this point, they would be the ones to bear the blame if anything went wrong. If they didn't give up Cuba now, even if Cuba sought independence in the future, the current cabinet would have little to do with it. For the cabinet ministers, the impact on themselves first, and the impact on Spain second, would be secondary. Getting them to agree to give up the Cuban colony would be incredibly difficult. Carlo looked around. Some of the cabinet ministers were carefully considering Minister Frank's arguments, while others seemed lost in thought, seemingly unconcerned. Seeing no one espousing his point, Minister Frank paused, then continued, "The biggest disadvantage of the Cuban colony for us is its distance from mainland Spain. If a rebellion breaks out in the Cuban colony, we'll need to sail across the ocean to quell it. If we can acquire a colony closer to mainland Spain and implement a long-term localization strategy, perhaps we can simply make it our homeland. There are still vast tracts of unexplored land in Africa, and we could also acquire African colonies from other powers. African colonies are closer and easier for us to manage. While warship technology is constantly improving, ironclad ships currently only have a speed of around 13 knots, or about 24 kilometers per hour. The distance between mainland Spain and the Cuban colony is approximately 7,400 kilometers, and that's just the straight line distance. Crossing the Atlantic Ocean isn't a straight path. After all, there are no supplies along the way. The crowed distance was a staggering 7,400 kilometers, meaning it would take at least 10,000 kilometers to reach the Cuban colony from mainland Spain. For Spain, traveling thousands of miles to fight the Cuban rebellion would be a daunting undertaking, and the military budget for suppressing it would have increased exponentially. Spain was no longer the empire on which the sun never set, and continuing to hold on to the Cuban colony wasn't entirely without its advantages. Minister Frank had precisely grasped the issue of the Cuban colony and made his point, demonstrating the current risks of Spanish colonization. Spain wasn't particularly fearful of the Americans alone, as the image of the United States in Europe at the time was one of prosperity in the East and chaos in the West. The eastern United States was the first region to be colonized, and it was also the most developed and densely populated. Although the United States didn't prohibit guns, the East was relatively safe and prosperous compared to the West. The West, however, was far more chaotic. The Wild West wasn't called that for nothing. Gangs, criminals, stowaways, and gold prospectors all formed part of the Wild West, where gunfights were common and gang fights were numerous. Beyond these few impressions, the image of the United States in Europe dates back hundreds of years to the colonial era. Gold mines abounded in the Americas, attracting countless prospectors to the U.S. in search of gold. Thanks to these gold mines, the U.S. attracted a vast population. Every year, tens, even hundreds, of thousands of European immigrants crossed the ocean to seek better opportunities in the U.S., including stowaways and laborers from around the world. As an independent colonial nation, the U.S. was quite fortunate. They didn't even need to prioritize population growth, seeing a large number of immigrants and stowaways arriving each year. However, they were also unfortunate. These immigrants came from all over the world, and the U.S. was one of the few countries in the world to boast a diverse mix of white, black, and Asian populations. White Americans are largely descendants of European immigrants, many of whom are recent arrivals. Black Americans, on the other hand, are largely slaves brought to the U.S. from Africa during the slave trade. Since the Civil War, they have been granted free status and are now fully qualified U.S. citizens. The composition of the Asian population is even more complex, with a majority consisting of stowaways from Asia or prospectors drawn by the gold mines. In California, in the western United States, there is a city called San Francisco. Originally discovered by the Spanish, this land attracted numerous stowaways and gold prospectors. The Asian gold prospectors called San Francisco Gold Mountain, implying the mountains of gold piled here, and describing the vast gold mines of San Francisco. Later, Melbourne, Australia, also became known as Gold Mountain due to its vast gold mines. To distinguish the two gold mountain cities, San Francisco, originally known as Gold Mountain, was called San Francisco, while Melbourne, later known as Gold Mountain, was called New Gold Mountain. At this time, the United States was still pursuing a low-key development policy and did not seek to exert significant international influence. This led European countries to generally look down on the United States. Of course, the United States' strength at the time was indeed not strong, which was one of the reasons for European countries' disdain. After Secretary of State for the Colonies Frank expressed his views, silence fell on the cabinet meeting. No cabinet ministers stepped forward to express their opinions, either in agreement or opposition. Deputy Prime Minister Canovas feigned a casual glance at Carlo's face several times before standing up, glancing at the cabinet members. He then spoke, "Minister Frank, you have some truth in what you say. But the Cuban colony is too important to us. No matter how we handle it, it won't be accomplished in a short period of time. I suggest we leak some of the information to gauge public opinion. If the public supports exchanging the Cuban colony, we can naturally follow public opinion and avoid causing public discontent. If the public opposes giving up the Cuban colony, we can simply treat a leaked information as a rumor and clarify it promptly. What do you think?" The cabinet ministers hesitated to express their opinions because they feared that leaking the news of giving up the Cuban colony would provoke public backlash and expose them to public attack. Don't underestimate the patriotic fervor of the Spanish people. They cheered when their country gained a new colony, and they were just as angry when it lost one. They wouldn't put themselves in danger until they were fully confident, as this was a matter of vital importance to their political careers. Upon hearing Canovas' proposal, Archduke Serrano nodded and stood up. "Minister Canovas's proposal is a good one. I believe it's the most appropriate option at this time. Regarding the Cuban colony, we must fully consider the opinions of the people. If the people are willing to give up the Cuban colony, then we should naturally give it up. But if they are not willing to give up the Cuban colony, then we will have no choice but to fight for public opinion and for Spain. Everyone, until we have gauged public opinion, I hope you will maintain strict confidentiality. This matter concerns the entire cabinet government, and I do not want any unplanned leaks." Archduke Serrano glanced to the liberal and progressive cabinet ministers, his message clear. The Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister were both conservatives, so for now, the only concern was whether the liberals and progressives would leak the information. As for the conservatives, only a fool would actively leak the information. After all, with both the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister being Conservatives, wouldn't causing trouble for the cabinet government be equivalent to causing trouble for the Conservatives? Sensing Archduke Serrano's gaze, several cabinet ministers from the Liberal and Progressive parties quickly nodded, promising to maintain strict confidentiality. While Archduke Serrano's position as Prime Minister was largely symbolic, with Deputy Prime Minister Cunovus in charge, no one dared to ignore Archduke Serrano's opinions. Besides being highly regarded by Carlo, another reason was that, as Minister of Defense, he held significant military power. While Archduke Serrano's political influence was not as great as that of former Prime Minister Primo, his record was equally impressive. Prime Minister Primo had served as colonial governor, and so had Archduke Serrano. Both came from military backgrounds and possessed equally impressive military records. Furthermore, Archduke Serrano and Prime Minister Primo were the founders of the current Spanish government, having led the military to overthrow Queen Isabel. With Archduke Serrano still in control of the military, the other cabinet members dared not ignore his opinions. At this moment, Carlo suddenly coughed twice, then, in a rare move during the meeting, voiced his opinion: "I agree with Minister Cunovus's proposal. Let's do it." Since Carlo had expressed his opinion, the other cabinet ministers naturally refrained from making any proposals. Everyone was familiar with who had the final say in the current Spanish government. Carlo wouldn't make a decision lightly, but once he did, not even Archduke Serrano or Minister Cunovus could stop him. A king who controlled the Senate already wielded immense power. Furthermore, Carlo had also secured military power through the formation of the Spanish Military Council. With this power in hand, Carlo had completely seized control, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had monopolized it. The cabinet meeting ended, but Carlo was still relatively satisfied with the direction of development. Carlo hadn't intended to abandon the Cuban colony immediately. Having Minister Frank voice his opinion on this was essentially a warning to the cabinet ministers. Cuba, separated by the Atlantic Ocean, was bound to be abandoned sooner or later, and Cuba, nestled across the Atlantic Ocean, wasn't part of Carlo's plans. In the future, Spain would expand further into Africa, particularly Northwest Africa and the Congo region. These two areas represented Spain's true expansion potential. Charles wouldn't mind exchanging the remaining territories for equivalent benefits. Moroccan territories could be localized in the future. In other words, these were territories Spain could permanently control. Cuba, on the other hand, would eventually become independent. Even if Charles repeatedly replaced the Cuban population, as long as there were Cuban-born residents, the concept of Cuban would persist. It would be wiser to exploit Cuba's last remaining benefits and then sell it to other powers, creating some trouble for the Americans. Hawaii, which hadn't yet been annexed by the United States, could also create some obstacles for the Americans. If the United States could create conflict for Spain in Cuba, Spain could similarly create problems for the Americans in Hawaii. Spain, at this point, didn't need to worry about a threat from the United States. The U.S. lacked the strength to cross the ocean to attack Spain. The American Civil War had only lasted less than 20 years, and the internal divisions between the North and the South had not yet been resolved. Although the Civil War liberated a large number of plantation slaves in the United States, the status of these black slaves did not significantly change after they were granted free status. Racial discrimination persisted in later generations, not to mention over a century ago in 1877. At that time, the United States still adhered to the system of racial segregation. Black people were unable to enter white cities. They could never find the easy jobs that white people could, and were forced to work in low-level jobs that were not only tiring but also paid much less than white people. Black people were confined to police positions in predominantly black cities and were denied promotions. White police officers could arbitrarily punish black people simply by finding a seemingly plausible excuse. Meanwhile, when black police officers faced white criminals, even the most heinous, they had no authority to arrest them. They were even barred from entering white neighborhoods. This disparity in treatment was a hidden danger in the United States. To put it bluntly, the United States' rapid development has masked its domestic problems. The United States faces numerous domestic problems, even more severe than Spain. Spain's population is predominantly white, with only a small minority of Catalans and Basques, who have little appreciation for Spain. The United States is a country where all three races exist: black, white, and yellow. The United States has a large number of black people, who are also a factor of instability in the United States. Unless the United States can completely resolve the problems between blacks and whites, or resolve the differences between one of them, the United States problems will always exist. In times of peace and prosperity, such problems are of course not a big deal and may not even cause national chaos. But in certain unstable periods, such problems are fatal to the United States and may even lead to the division of the United States and Civil War. 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. Chapter 222, Changes in the Situation in Large Orders. What? The Russians suffered heavy losses in their Balkan offensive. Carlo stood up in surprise, looking at Kadir, director of the Royal Security Intelligence Service, with a look of disbelief. Indeed, Your Majesty, Kadir nodded, explaining, Russian and Ottoman forces have engaged in fierce fighting around Pleven. The Ottomans have been unable to recapture the Pushka Pass, and the Russians have been unable to capture Pleven. Telegrams from the front indicate that the Russian army has launched 3 assaults on Pleven, all of which have failed. These 3 assaults have cost Russia over 50,000 troops, and Russia's strength on the Balkan front is already insufficient. Carlo quickly stepped forward and took Kadir's prepared map of the Balkans. It clearly marked the directions of the Russian and Ottoman offensives, along with the losses on both sides and the current remaining troop strength. At the outbreak of the war, Russia mobilized 7 armies, totaling over 300,000 men, on the Danube front. Over the past few months of attacks, the total Russian casualties have reached nearly 100,000, a staggering figure. While some of the wounded could return to the front lines after treatment, that would be months away. Russia would be in a desperate situation with no available troops for several months. A mere 200,000 troops would not be enough to defeat the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire, after all, possessed more advanced weaponry and equipment, and having largely been on the defensive, suffered fewer casualties than Russia. If the war continued like this, it would be bad news for Russia. Losing 100,000 troops wouldn't be a major blow to Russia, but defeating the Ottoman Empire would likely require the loss of several 100,000 more. With such a massive loss, could Russia still conquer the entire Balkan Peninsula after the war? A completely victorious Russia might intimidate the other powers, but a severely wounded Russia might even tempt Austria-Hungary to take advantage. Carlo pondered, assessing the impact of the Balkan situation on Spain. Inform the Royal Arsenal and the Foreign Office that if the Russians want to maintain their offensive, they will need more troops and equipment. This presents our opportunity. Carlo finally made his decision. The current dynamics in the Balkans haven't yet affected Spain. Whether the Ottoman Empire or Russia ultimately triumphs, the impact on Spain is minimal. Of course, Carlo preferred a Russian victory, as that would draw the attention of the British. For the British, a Russian victor in the Russo-Turkish War would be the more threatening nation. While Spain posed a certain threat, it was clearly inferior to Russia's vast territory and population. Yes, Your Majesty, Kadir nodded and respectfully withdrew. While Carlo was astonished by the developments in the Balkans, Tsar Alexander II of Russia was even more surprised. Tsar Alexander II's accession to the throne coincided with Russia's crushing defeat in the 9th Russo-Turkish War. Alexander II's father, Nicholas I, had died suddenly, unable to cope with the devastating blow, leaving Alexander II eager to avenge his defeat. However, Alexander II also harbored further concerns about the Russo-Turkish War. He feared repeating the same mistakes as his father. While he certainly desired victory over the Ottoman Empire, he also feared another defeat. Alexander II's resolve wavered when news of heavy Russian losses arrived from the front lines. Believing the Russian army to be in an extremely unfavorable and even dangerous position, he even sought to end the war to avoid further defeat. Regarding the Tsar's wavering resolve, Russia's current war minister, Dmitry Alexeyevich Milyutin, offered his own opinion. Your Majesty, I admit that if we continue fighting like this, our army will suffer heavy losses and may even be completely wiped out in a short period of time. But this does not mean we can give up, or we will inevitably face a devastating setback like the last war. Behind our front-line troops, Romania has nearly 40,000 troops available for support, and we have 70,000 reserve troops on our borders. By mobilizing some of these reserves, not only will our frontline troops not suffer losses, but we will actually gain 50,000 to 100,000 men. If we can break through the Pleven fortress, the road ahead will be clear, and we will completely open the way to Constantinople. War Minister Dmitry Alexeyevich Milyutin, who led the reform of the Russian army, enjoyed the trust of Tsar Alexander II. Thanks to Milaiudin's persuasion, Alexander II regained his confidence and issued orders to the frontline commander, Grand Duke Nicholas the Elder. Meanwhile, Dmitry Alexeyevich Milaiudin offered his own new perspective. Your Majesty, although we have lost 100,000 men on the front, we can expect to be well replenished, and we won't have to worry about manpower shortages in the short term. If we can sign an arms trade treaty with Spain and other countries, we won't have to worry about equipment. With these men and equipment, our front will be as solid as steel, and we might even have enough strength to retake the Pleven fortress. Our current defeat is temporary, we will still be the victors of this war, and no setback can change or prevent that. Tsar Nicholas II nodded. The first batch of Spanish-provided weapons and equipment had already arrived at the front. Although the soldiers were unfamiliar with the equipment, after a few days of adjustment, they were able to operate without any problems. Compared to Russian-produced weapons and equipment, Spanish rifles were more advanced, which in turn bolstered Russian frontline firepower. While rifles weren't particularly effective in fortress attacks and defenses, they were still very effective in defending against Ottoman counterattacks. Spain was also one of the few European countries willing to engage in arms trade with Russia, so Russia naturally seized this opportunity. Although Spain demanded payment in gold and population, these were readily available to Russia. The Romanovs had ruled Russia for centuries, making a modest payment in gold easy. Furthermore, Russia's vast peasantry and mineral resources could also cover the cost of purchasing Spanish weapons and equipment. As long as the war could be won, even using gold alone, not to mention population and mineral resources, would be a sure win. Following another order from Tsar Alexander II, the Russian government went to great lengths. First, the frontline commander, Grand Duke Nicholas, commander-in-chief of the Danube Army, requested assistance from Grand Duke Carlo of Romania, requesting that Romania send troops to aid the Russian army. In his telegram, Grand Duke Nicholas detailed the difficulties facing the Russian front and emphasized that if the Russian offensive failed, Romania would face the Ottoman Empire alone. Russia's defeat was of little consequence to Romania, but if Romania had been left to face the Ottoman Empire's attack alone, it would have been a cause for panic. As expected, after receiving Grand Duke Nicholas's telegram, Grand Duke Carlo I of Romania quickly agreed to his request for assistance and dispatched 40,000 troops to assist the Russian army on the front lines. With 40,000 Romanian troops supporting the Russian army, Grand Duke Nicholas finally breathed a sigh of relief. While this didn't change the situation on the front lines, it at least prevented a rapid collapse of the Russian army during this period of manpower shortage. It also allowed the Russian army to hold out longer, awaiting the arrival of genuine Russian reinforcements. This also bears mentioning the changes brought about by the military reforms promoted by War Minister Dmitry Alexeyevich Milaiudin. Milaiudin's reforms primarily focused on reforming the conscription system, the military administration system, and military education. Before the reforms, the Russian army relied primarily on conscription to maintain its size, and there were distinct hierarchical divisions among soldiers of the nobility, landlords, and peasants. However, after Milaiudin's military reforms, Russia's military service system became compulsory. All Russian citizens aged 20 to 25 were obliged to serve in the Russian army for 6 to 7 years and 3 years in the reserve. This conscription system not only ensured a sufficient supply of troops, but also a sufficient reserve force. While Russia's current military strength is only 700,000, including the reserves, the number of troops it could mobilize exceeds 1 million. In a full mobilization, Russia could easily field an army of over 5 million, a factor that European powers feared. Forget 5 million troops. Among European countries, only 7, the 5 traditional powers, Italy and Spain, could field a 1 million-man army. Only the 5 traditional powers could field a 2 million-man army, a force far beyond the reach of ordinary powers. 2 million troops represent more than just 2 million men. They also require at least 2 million rifles, tens or even hundreds of millions of rounds of ammunition, thousands of cannons, and 2 million sets of uniforms and boots, among other equipment. Feeding and relieving the soldiers requires enormous funds, and the cost of ammunition and shells, whether for training or combat, is an incalculable expense. With a population of over 29 million, Italy is capable of fielding an army exceeding 2 million. However, if the Italian government were responsible for the daily expenses of these 2 million troops, Italy's finances would likely quickly fall into crisis. Even if the war were fought on foreign soil, The military expenditures for any country deploying 2 million troops would be enormous. If the war were fought on its own territory, the losses would be immeasurable, potentially taking more than a decade or two to recover. This was the case with France during World War I. Not only did France deploy millions of troops, but the war was also fought on French soil. This resulted in significant damage to France's industry and economy, and a sharp decline in its population, which took more than a decade to recover from. While Grand Duke Nicholas was contacting Romania, the Russian diplomatic service was already approaching Spain, seeking to purchase more weapons and equipment. Due to previous cooperation, the Russian ambassador approached the royal arsenal directly, requesting a larger arms order. Since Carlo had previously reached an agreement with the Russian diplomatic service, the royal arsenal immediately signed a larger arms order. Since the first Russian order had already been delivered at the end of the previous month, the Russians' appetite for this order was even greater. The previous order consisted of only 100,000 rifles, but this one included 250,000 rifles, 770 artillery pieces, 65 million rounds of ammunition, and 250,000 shells. This demonstrated the Russian military's trust in Spanish-made weaponry. After all, 250,000 rifles was a significant number, and only 5 major powers had armies exceeding 250,000. Due to the urgency of the order, Russia did not have sufficient mineral resources. Therefore, payment for this order was entirely in gold and Russian peasants. According to a previous agreement between the Russian and Spanish governments, each Russian peasant could be used to offset a 200 peseta subsidy. The Russian government planned to relocate 20,000 Russian peasants to cover the majority of the order's costs, with the remainder to be paid in gold. The peasants would also be relocated via the Baltic Sea, a safer route, albeit a longer one. The royal arsenal naturally welcomed this. These Russian peasants would be an excellent labor force in the colonies, crucial for the development of Spanish colonies. The greater the number, the better. While 20,000 Russians might seem like a large number, the distribution of these peasants among the various colonies meant that each colony would receive only a small number of them. Distributing these peasants also offered the advantage of ensuring their stability. Furthermore, these Russian peasants were inherently submissive and well-behaved, making them much less likely to revolt than the indigenous population. Due to the urgent need for weapons and equipment on the front lines, the Russians also set their own requirements. They demanded that these weapons and equipment be transported within 5 months, with a first batch of 100,000 rifles delivered to Russia's Baltic coast within 2 months. Producing 250,000 rifles within 5 months was a demanding requirement for the royal arsenal. Not to mention the 770 artillery pieces, 65 million rounds of ammunition, and 250,000 shells. Even a significantly expanded royal arsenal would have required at least a year to complete production. However, because Carlo had ordered the royal arsenal to expedite the production of weapons and equipment for export at the onset of unrest in the Balkans, the royal arsenal already had a stockpile of over 200,000 rifles, 600 artillery pieces, nearly 100 million rounds of ammunition, and over 1 million shells before the outbreak of the Russo-Turkish War. After completing the first trade with Russia and the Ottoman Empire, these stocks were largely depleted. However, in the intervening months, the royal arsenal produced a new batch of weapons and equipment, further replenishing its reserves. While fulfilling the Russian order within 5 months was certainly a challenge, it was not a significant one. At worst, some orders for ammunition and shells could be transferred to smaller factories, allowing the royal arsenal to focus solely on rifle and artillery production. Doing so would also allow for rapid expansion of Spain's entire arms industry, a better outcome than the royal arsenal's monopoly. While a single dominant player would promote the development of military technology, Carlo preferred to allow for greater competition within Spain's arms industry if a multitude of industries flourished. Transferring some orders for bullets and shells would also allow the royal arsenal to take on more orders for rifles and artillery. The royal arsenal had already earned sufficient profits from these orders, so sharing some of the profits with other armaments factories wouldn't be a big deal. The diplomatic ambassadors who had signed the new arms trade treaty with the royal arsenal excitedly reported the news to Russia, while the royal arsenal itself was celebrating the signing of the new arms trade contracts. These 2 Russian orders were significant. The profits earned by the royal arsenal were sufficient to support its weapons development and upgrade research for the next 2 years. Carlo was no stingy man. As early as the first arms trade deal with Russia, he had specifically instructed that the royal arsenal retain the majority of its profits for research. The remaining small portion would be shared among all employees, ensuring a sense of participation. Ultimately, each employee received a bonus equivalent to only 1 or 2 months' salary, but it was additional income, and every employee who received it would undoubtedly be delighted. And Carlo, the one who distributed the bonus, would naturally be grateful to the employees. Carlo had already formulated a strategy to improve the treatment of employees in all the royal factories and enterprises. This was intended to maintain a significant gap between the treatment of employees working for the business owners and those working for the business owners. This way, while workers hated the capitalist class, they would also be grateful to Carlo and the royal family. With the working class on the side of the royal family, what threat could there be to Carlo's throne? As for the potential antagonism of capitalists, Carlo was unfazed. Spain had always been on the path of state capitalism, or more precisely, state monopoly capitalism. Several of Spain's more important industries are monopolized by the Spanish government and royal family's enterprises. Private capitalists cannot achieve a monopoly, and their capital power naturally cannot pose a threat to the government and the royal family. After all, the Spanish government and the royal family are the two largest capitalists in Spain. In front of these two largest capitalists, what threat can other small capitals pose? The disadvantage of state capitalism is widespread corruption. Carlo only needs to monitor corruption in state and royal-controlled enterprises to basically ensure Spain's future development and win the hearts and minds of Spanish workers. 5,200 word to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 223 The Birth of the Maxim Machine Gun. Shortly after the signing of the Second Arms Trade Agreement with Russia, the Royal Arsenal received another piece of good news. Maxim, the Royal Arsenal's weapons design engineer and leading machine gun designer, personally came to the palace to report to Charles the Great. After 6.5 years of research and development, the Maxim machine gun, Charles's long-cherished dream, had finally yielded some results. Charles invited the Maxim brothers to Spain in January 1871 to take up important positions. For those 6.5 years, the Maxim brothers served as weapons design engineers at the Royal Arsenal, primarily responsible for machine gun design and smokeless powder development. Initially, the machine gun development team consisted solely of the Maxim brothers. However, as the Royal Arsenal gained a significant number of military talent, the team grew in size, now numbering over 30 firearms engineers. Besides the renowned Maxim, the other firearms engineers who joined the team were all renowned in Italy, Austria-Hungary, or Spain. Furthermore, only those who had fully immigrated to Spain were invited by Charles the Great to join the team. The machine gun, often called the king of all firearms, played a far greater role in warfare than the rifle. In an era of manual rifles, a truly fully automatic machine gun would radically change the course of warfare. Currently, on the Balkan battlefields, both Russia and the Ottoman Empire were employing human wave assault tactics. Russia had earned a great reputation for this tactic, a factor that European powers feared. However, by the time of World War I, with armies fully equipped with machine guns, conventional human wave tactics had become ineffective. A mass charge was tantamount to systematic suicide for a machine gun. It simply consumed more ammunition and increased its kill rate. For this reason, the machine gun was crucial to Spain, and its secrecy was crucial. Upon learning of the machine gun's development, Carlo traveled to the Royal Arsenal's weapons testing grounds outside Madrid to admire Spain's first truly automatic firearm. The Royal Arsenal's testing grounds were located in the mountains outside Madrid, with a central cordillera to the north. This was a remote location, allowing testing without fear of causing panic among residents or attracting the attention of foreign spies. Riding in Benz's newly improved car, at a speed of nearly 30 kilometers per hour, Carlo and his companions quickly arrived at the weapons testing site. Carlo was joined by the current Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, Serrano, Chief of the Defense General Staff, Marco Antonio Fletcher, Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Spanish Army, Evan Bradley, and Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Spanish Navy, Grayson Ruiz. It could be said that this brief machine gun test had attracted the attention of many of Spain's military leaders. Minister of Defense Serrano held a rank of Marshal, while Chief of the General Staff, Fletcher, Army Commander-in-Chief Evan Bradley, and Navy Commander-in-Chief Grayson Ruiz all held the rank of General. This also demonstrates the importance the military attaches to machine guns. Carlo had already mentioned the role of automatic weapons like machine guns, and the military had already conducted research. If it was confirmed that the Maxim machine gun performed similarly to the one Carlo described, The military would order at least 1,000 of them, significantly increasing Spain's firepower. Of course, to maintain maximum secrecy, the machine gun would not be deployed immediately. Instead, a new unit would be formed to conduct machine gun training. When the Spanish War broke out, these specialized machine gun training units would be split into smaller units and distributed throughout the Spanish infantry divisions. When Carlo and his companions arrived at the weapons testing site, Maxim and the experts who had developed the machine gun were already waiting respectfully outside. "Your Majesty," Maxim said as Carlo emerged from the carriage. He quickly stepped forward and saluted respectfully. It was Carlo who had given him the opportunity to fully utilize his talents in his beloved role as a firearms engineer. He also provided him with a sufficient budget, allowing him to conduct his experiments without worrying about funding. After 6.5 years of hard work, Maxim's seemingly perfect machine gun was Maxim's reward for Carlo's trust in him. "Well done, Mr. Maxim," Carlo nodded, addressing Maxim and the group of firearms experts behind him with a warm and friendly attitude. Carlo did a good job of valuing talent. As long as these talented individuals were willing to contribute to Spain, Carlo was willing to treat them well and provide them with more generous compensation and salary packages. Led by the Maxim team of experts, they quickly headed inside the weapons testing area, where a Maxim machine gun and 10 Spanish Vittorio M1872 rifles were already in place. "Your Majesty, Generals, please look. This is the result of our research and development, a true machine gun." Mr. Gatling's rotary machine gun provided some inspiration, but what we have developed is something completely different, a truly automatic machine gun. This machine gun has a muzzle diameter of 11.43 millimeters and weighs 27.2 kilograms. It can fire both single and continuous rounds, and its rate of fire can be adjusted using a rate of fire regulator. Because of its rapid rate of fire, we employ a canvas belt feed system with a maximum capacity of 333 rounds. We utilize the most advanced recoil spring, ejection system, belt feed mechanism, and accelerator mechanism. Powered by gunpowder gas, the machine gun can load, fire, and eject shells with a single trigger pull. Soldiers no longer need to reload while firing, saving significant time and increasing the gun's firepower. According to our estimates, this machine gun has a maximum rate of fire of 600 rounds per minute, and a barrel life of 3,330 rounds. Currently, the biggest problem with this machine gun is that barrel overheating can render the entire gun useless, making it difficult to find time to replace the barrel in the field. We are developing a water-cooled machine gun. With access to water, this type of machine gun can dissipate heat more effectively than air-cooled ones, extending the barrel life to over 7,000 rounds. Even with these drawbacks, this machine gun can still provide firepower far beyond the reach of rifles for 5 to 10 minutes, giving our troops a greater advantage in both offense and defense. Maxim slowly introduced his machine gun, expressing confidence even when addressing its shortcomings. This confidence stemmed from the fact that his machine gun possessed significantly greater firepower than a rifle. Spain's standard rifle, the Vittorio M1872, could fire a maximum of 10 to 15 rounds per minute, even by a highly skilled soldier. The Maxim machine gun's maximum rate of fire was 40 to 60 times that of the Vittorio M1872 rifle, meaning it would take the combined firepower of 50 soldiers firing at full force to barely match a single machine gun. However, the Maxim machine gun was not without its drawbacks. Weighing 27.2 kilograms, it required at least 2 men to carry the 50-plus pound machine gun during marches. Its rapid rate of fire also required a large supply of ammunition, which required numerous personnel to carry. This meant that, in addition to the main and deputy machine gunners, each machine gun required additional loaders, transporters, and messengers. According to Maxim's own estimates, to maximize the firepower of a machine gun, at least 5 to 8 soldiers were required to man it. However, compared to current rifles, the machine gun's firepower was still significantly superior. 5 to 8 soldiers could deliver nearly the firepower of 50 rifle-wielding soldiers, a significant advantage on the battlefield. After hearing Maxim's description, Carlo nodded with satisfaction. Then, with a smile, he said, "Mr. Maxim, these guys are really excited about the machine gun you mentioned. When can we start testing it? I want to see if this so-called machine gun is really that amazing." "It's ready. We can start now," Maxim replied immediately. The Royal Arsenal had been preparing for this test for a long time, with the goal of directly demonstrating the machine gun's firepower to Carlo and the general standing behind him. "Then let's begin," Carlo nodded. At Carlo's command, several experts familiar with the Maxim machine gun began preparing for the test. The machine gun test consisted of several parts. First, they would directly demonstrate a machine gun's maximum firepower and its single-shot and burst fire design. Second, they would compare it with 10 rifles to demonstrate its immense firepower. Finally, they would test the barrel service life and the time required to reload. After completing all these tests, the machine gun's advancement and power would be fully demonstrated. For these military brass, they could also determine the effectiveness of this machine gun on the battlefield. Preparations were quickly completed, and the machine gun testing officially began. The first test was the gun's maximum firepower. The method was simple. After reloading, fire at full power while keeping a 1-minute timer. Da da da. Da 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 da. With a start signal from the expert in charge of timing, the Maxim machine guns, manned by 2 gunners, began unleashing their full force. Bullets blasted out rapidly, forming a single line that made the muzzles of the Maxim guns appear to be blazing. 50 meters away, the trunk of a large tree was ravaged by a barrage of bullets, leaving huge craters. Before even a minute had passed, the tree was severed in half by the ravages of the bullets. The military brass couldn't help but applaud, clearly pleased with the machine gun's firepower. "Time's up," the timing expert quickly signaled to the 2 machine gunners upon noticing the 1-minute mark had expired. The machine gun quickly ceased firing, and the 2 gunners counted the total number of rounds fired. The calculation was actually quite simple. A canvas belt held 333 rounds, and only 1.5 belts had been used in that minute. Simply counting the remaining rounds in the second belt would reveal the total number of rounds fired by the Maxim machine gun in that minute. After a brief count, the experts ultimately arrived at a satisfactory figure of 592 rounds. Of course, there was a certain amount of time between the timer's end and the cessation of firing. However, it was certain that the Maxim machine gun had fired at least 550 rounds per minute. Although Carlo didn't express his opinion, the smile on his face indicated his considerable satisfaction with the performance of the machine gun before him. Needless to say, after the 592-round figure was reached, the military brass, including Archduke Serrano, were all glued to the machine gun, their eyes fixed on it, as if they were about to sleep with it. Next, the second test, single-shot and burst fire. The expert in charge of the test first explained the procedures to Carlo and the military brass before beginning preparations. Single-shot and burst fire are very useful for machine guns. After all, such ammunition-consuming beasts often struggle to maintain a constant supply of ammunition. Single-shot fire can also be used in certain situations when ammunition is scarce. Furthermore, continuous burst fire would quickly overheat the barrel, rendering the entire machine gun ineffective for a long time. Replacing a machine gun barrel is also quite troublesome, and it requires waiting for the barrel to cool completely before doing so. Soldiers on the battlefield don't have heat-insulating gloves, so the only way to avoid burns is to wait for the barrel to cool completely. This back-and-forth wasted time would have taken at least half an hour. This also meant that if the machine gun barrel failed, it would be completely useless for the next half hour. Da-da-da. Da-da. Da-da. Under the control of the 2 machine gunners, the Maxim machine gun demonstrated its ability to fire both single shots and bursts, switching between them with remarkable stability. This further pleased the military brass, who were eager to place an order for the Maxim machine gun immediately. If it weren't for the upcoming tests, they would have already been discussing the order with Maxim. It's worth noting that while Maxim and others were affiliated with the Royal Arsenal, the machine gun development team was a separate entity, and the Maxim machine gun belonged to this team. Carlo, of course, was the owner of this team. Carlo held 95% of the shares in the machine gun development team, with the remaining 5% divided among other firearms experts. These heavy machine gun experts would also receive 5% of any profits from future heavy machine gun orders. This was Carlo's reward, intended to improve their efficiency and provide them with ample motivation to develop and improve the machine gun. Of course, in addition to the 5% stake, all the necessary rewards were also granted. Carlo was extremely pleased with the machine gun trials. After all the tests were completed, Carlo distributed a series of rewards, including checks and real estate, to all the firearms experts on the machine gun development project team. As the head of the R&D team, Carlo's reward to Maxim was the most generous. He received not only a property in central Madrid but also a check for 10,000 pesetas. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Machine Gun Orders and Reserve Plans. Testing of the Maxim machine gun went quite smoothly. After all the tests were completed, the military naturally began to negotiate purchase quantities. What was clear was that the Maxim machine gun possessed extremely formidable firepower on the battlefield, something that current rifles simply couldn't match. While artillery firepower was certainly formidable, this heavy weapon was primarily used against enemy fortresses and strongholds, especially in large-scale sieges. Machine guns, on the other hand, were extremely effective in both offensive and defensive battles, inflicting devastating damage on enemy manpower, a capability artillery simply couldn't match. Therefore, for the Spanish military, the question was only how many machine guns to purchase, not whether to purchase them at all. Mr. Maxim, how much would a machine gun like this cost? Before discussing the specific order quantity with the military, Carlo first called Maxim to inquire about the actual cost. Your Majesty, the machine gun you see here costs approximately 7,280 pesetas, or about 280 British pounds. However, because this is an experimental prototype, the cost of manufacturing it individually is relatively high. If mass-produced, the cost should be reduced to around 200 British pounds, or 5,200 pesetas, Maxim explained. The high cost of this experimental prototype was understandable. Without a dedicated production line, almost all of the machine gun's parts were handcrafted by these firearms experts. This contributed to the high cost of the machine gun, 7,280 pesetas, and that's just the cost of the machine gun itself, without ammunition. Carlo breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that mass production could reduce the cost to around 5,200 pesetas. It had to be admitted that machine guns were indeed much more expensive than rifles. Spain's standard rifle, the Vittorio M1872, cost only 60 pesetas and sold to the Spanish military for just 75 pesetas, essentially, hard-earned money. It was the arms trade that reaped significant profits for the Royal Arsenal, exporting weapons to Russia and the Ottoman Empire. The rifles sold to Russia cost 95 pesetas each, while those to the Ottoman Empire cost 102 pesetas. The reason the rifles sold to the Ottoman Empire were more expensive than those to Russia was that the Ottoman Empire, with British support, had ample funds for purchasing weapons and equipment. On the other hand, if the price was too high for Russia, Russia would turn to its own production and abandon the Spanish order. Although Russia strengthened its industrial and economic strength through reforms, its economy remained relatively poor. Warfare demanded substantial financial expenditures, so Russia naturally sought to save as much as possible on weapons procurement. Based on the cost of the Vittorio M1872 rifle, one Maxim machine gun cost approximately the same as 83 Vittorio M1872 rifles. 83 rifles required 83 soldiers to operate them, while a single machine gun required only 5 to 8 men to unleash its full firepower. This meant that machine guns significantly reduced Spain's manpower. In certain defensive battles, Spain only needed a dozen machine guns, allowing them to fire in rotation to form a network of firepower, easily completing the defensive mission. However, the troops required to man a dozen machine guns only numbered in the dozens or even hundreds. Relying solely on these hundreds of infantrymen to complete the defensive mission would be not only extremely difficult but could even lead to mission failure. Carlo looked at several high-ranking military officials, awaiting the Ministry of National Defense's decision on the number of machine guns to be purchased. The machine guns cost a staggering 200 British pounds to manufacture, and the selling price was undoubtedly much higher. Even though the Royal Arsenal was Carlo's own business, he couldn't afford to not profit from his collaboration with the Spanish military. Based on the historical cooperation between the Royal Arsenal and the Spanish military, a machine gun cost 200 pounds to manufacture, and the price to the Spanish military was between 220 and 250 pounds, depending on negotiations between the Royal Arsenal and the Ministry of Defense. In short, this was an internal price, a relatively cheap one. For foreign militaries, the price would rise to around 270 to 300 pounds, and in some countries, even as high as 300 to 350 pounds. This was the main source of profit for the royal arsenal, and profiting from foreigners was the bottom line. After all, only when the royal arsenal made sufficient profits could it have a sufficient budget for its various research projects. And only then could its weapons experts receive a healthy share of the profits, further motivating them to work for the royal arsenal and Carlo. Several high-ranking generals in the Ministry of Defense were clearly very interested in the machine gun. Even knowing the thousands of pesetas it cost, they were still eager to purchase it. Finally, after lengthy negotiations, Maxim officially set the internal selling price for the machine gun at 5,980 pesetas, or roughly 230 British pounds. The royal arsenal received a net profit of at least 780 pesetas for each machine gun sold. Carlo received 741 pesetas of this, while the remaining 39 pesetas were distributed among the firearms experts on the machine gun project team. While only 39 pesetas per machine gun were allocated, Spain's arms orders totaled at least several hundred machine guns. And this was a small sum. As machine guns became widespread in other countries, or a large-scale war broke out, the number of machine guns exported by the arsenal would likely rise steadily, even reaching tens of thousands without exaggeration. The firearms experts on the machine gun project team naturally had no objection to this distribution ratio. Besides the dividends they would receive, they had also long since received rewards from Carlo. The minimum income for those receiving the most was a good 6-month salary, while those receiving the most could receive an additional year or two. This was a substantial sum. The price of 5,980 pesetas for the machine guns was acceptable to the military. After a brief conversation, Prime Minister Serrano personally signed a machine gun purchase agreement with Maxim. The Spanish military would purchase 420 machine guns for 5,980 pesetas and 12,600 canvas belts, each holding 333 rounds, at 50 pesetas per belt. The total cost of the order was 1,314.16 pesetas, a relatively easy sum for the Ministry of Defense, and therefore not a significant expense for the military's top brass. The purchase of only 420 machine guns was primarily due to concerns about potential problems with the equipment. The military intended to deploy only a small number of units, with a goal of ensuring compliance before proceeding with larger purchases. Regarding ammunition, the generals were quite generous. The 12,600 belts, equivalent to 30 per machine gun, provided each with 333 rounds. This meant each machine gun had nearly 10,000 rounds, enough to train Spain's still untrained machine gunners. Although the machine gun has a maximum rate of fire of nearly 600 rounds per minute, such excessive firepower is not typically used during training. This is because current machine guns are not very stable. Prolonged high-speed firing will not only cause the barrel to overheat and become useless, but also lead to jams and firing pin breakage. The test machine guns were handcrafted by firearms experts, ensuring quality. However, mass-produced machine guns lack such high quality. Even at maximum rate of fire, problems can occur within a minute. Therefore, for routine training, a rate of fire of 100 to 200 rounds per minute is considered quite satisfactory. This also reduces ammunition consumption and reduces logistical pressure on the Ministry of Defense. A canvas belt containing 333 bullets costs 50 pesetas, which is nearly 5 months' income for an adult male citizen. A machine gun only takes half a minute to expend these bullets. With hundreds or thousands of machine guns operating daily, the daily ammunition consumption is astronomical, so conservation is necessary. Upon learning of the machine gun's creation, Carlo considered selling it to Russia and the Ottoman Empire at a high price. Even if he sold it to just one of these countries, the revenue from selling machine guns would far outweigh the revenue from selling rifles. But after some consideration, Carlo abandoned the idea. Exposing the machine gun too early would be detrimental to Spain, as it was Carlo's trump card, which he had been trying to hide. With Spain heavily equipped with machine guns, Carlo could easily withstand even foes like Germany and France. With the Pyrenees as a barrier, Carlo could simply build strong fortifications on either side of the mountains, relying on machine guns and artillery to directly resist an attack from the European army. The machine gun's advantage was particularly evident in defensive battles, especially against large-scale massed enemy assaults. Revealing the Maxim gun too early would not only encourage other countries to copy and deploy it en masse, but would also make their armies wary of it. Carlo was well aware of the potential for greater success, surprise or foresight. This was the reason he dismissed the idea of selling the machine guns. Losing the Spanish army's advantage for the next few years for such a small profit was clearly not a good deal. Exposing the machine guns would mean the Spanish army would be forced to deploy them in the face of an enemy attack. Spain could then profit greatly from its superior machine gun technology, selling them to all the major European powers. During this period, Spain would be developing more stable and powerful machine guns. As the saying goes, show one generation, equip one generation, conceal one generation, and develop one generation. Currently, Spain's most advanced machine gun is the Maxim gun, and keeping it secret is essential. Once Spain has a second generation of more advanced machine gun technology, it could consider selling this outdated generation. Such a powerful weapon would undoubtedly be of interest to the major European powers. If it could be exchanged for other military technology or other technologies needed by Spain, it would be a sure win for Spain. The two main weapons in Spain's current army equipment are rifles and artillery. While not cutting edge, these weapons are at least among the best in Europe. If machine guns are included, Spain's military technology would be among the best in Europe, a fact that fueled Carlo's confidence. If Spain could maintain its lead in the future, even with the advent of tanks and aircraft, no other country would dispute Carlo's claim that Spain was a military power. Until Spain's population increased, this was the only way to make up for its shortage. While other powers mobilized armies often numbering in the millions, Spain could only mobilize a few million at most, and that was only possible with severe disruption to domestic production. Typically, Spain could mobilize only around 500,000 troops. While 500,000 is not a small number, it wouldn't be of much use in the current scale of warfare. The Russo-Turkish war currently underway in the Balkans has already seen over 1 million troops deployed by both sides. The Russian and Austrian forces involved in the Battle of Pleb Fortress combined over 300,000 troops, with Russian losses alone approaching 100,000. Compared to the scale of the war, Spain's military was indeed somewhat understaffed, which prompted Carlo to consider reforming the Spanish conscription system. Spain's conscription system was still quite backward, even inferior to that of contemporary Russia. Russia's military service had been converted to compulsory service, requiring all male citizens between the ages of 20 and 25 to serve. Spain's conscription system, on the other hand, remained based on a volunteer conscription system, with a majority of its recruits coming from government-sponsored recruitment. The biggest drawback of both systems was Spain's extremely small reserve force, which limited the number of troops it could mobilize. Under Russia's compulsory conscription system, Russia maintained nearly 1 million reserves while maintaining a regular army of 700,000. While Spain also had a regular army of 150,000, it had virtually no reserves. Any large-scale mobilization of troops consisted of raw recruits, resulting in extremely low combat effectiveness. Carlo, mindful of this, decided to reform Spain's conscription system. Of course, the primary focus of the changes would be on the reserve force, as Spain did not need a large number of active-duty soldiers, given that war was not imminent. The existence of the reserve forces ensures Spain has a sufficient supply of trained soldiers in times of war. While the reserve's combat effectiveness is certainly not as strong as that of regular troops, it is still significantly better than hastily assembled recruits. The reserves only require mobilization and simple training to become a full-fledged army, whereas new recruits take at least 6 months to develop combat effectiveness. To transform them into an elite force, they require extensive battlefield experience. Spain currently has 150,000 regular troops, and Carlo's plan calls for a reserve force of around 150,000. These reservists can mostly carry out their duties, just like ordinary Spaniards. However, they must dedicate a certain amount of time each year to military training to ensure they are at a certain level of military proficiency. While the establishment of the reserve forces will undoubtedly have some impact on Spain's production and construction, the impact will be minimal due to the limited number of reserve personnel. Compared to the benefits of the reserve forces, any slight loss in production and construction will be negligible. With 150,000 regular troops and another 150,000 in reserve, Spain could deploy over 300,000 troops at any time, ensuring its military strength wouldn't be too shabby. While an army of 300,000 would be difficult to conduct offensive operations, defending the Iberian Peninsula would be no problem. Unless the major powers were willing to fight Spain to the death, Spain would be relatively safe in this situation. The major powers also had conflicting interests, and Carlo doubted any would choose to fight Spain to the death. Both Britain and France had more threatening enemies. France was the only land threat to Spain. As for neighboring Portugal, it was likely they were concerned about the threat from Spain. A smile crossed Carlo's face at this thought. If King Louis of Portugal learned of Spain's mobilization of 150,000 reserves, he would likely be so nervous he couldn't sleep for days. The combined strength of regular and reserve troops reached a staggering 300,000 men, a truly disastrous situation for Portugal, with a population of only 4.6 million. Like Spain, Portugal, after losing its colonies in the Americas, although it still retained the reputation of a colonial power, in reality, it had lost most of its strength. Portugal only had 22,000 regular troops, and these troops were mainly used to guard against Spanish invasion. Of course, if the Spanish army really wanted to invade, these 22,000 troops alone would obviously be of no use. Portugal also deployed nearly 30,000 troops in the colonies, but these 30,000 were very inflated, and most of them were vassal troops composed of colonial natives. This was also the reason why Carlo smiled, because 300,000 Spanish soldiers were too stressful for Portugal, and even the British behind Portugal were worried about the situation on the Iberian Peninsula. Chapter 225 Coca-Cola Company and the formation of the Reserve Force. To promote the Reserve Force plan, the Spanish public's attitude had to be considered. After all, this wasn't wartime, and not everyone would agree to expand the military. Carlo didn't want the public to perceive him as warmongering, so he took the initiative to investigate and guide Spanish public opinion. However, Carlo soon realized his plan was somewhat unnecessary. When the Spanish newspaper El Sol first suggested that Spain should emulate other European countries and establish a reserve force system to enhance its military strength, it immediately garnered widespread support. This even generated a wave of public outcry. According to an investigation by the Royal Security Intelligence Service, many citizens were excitedly discussing the reserve force in a newly established beverage shop in Madrid. This new beverage shop was the cola shop Carlo had thought of while on the beach. Because the drink was based on the cola nut, Carlo undeniably named it cola. At this time, the two major cola giants, Coca-Cola and Pepsi, had yet to emerge, but Carlo, without hesitation, founded the Coca-Cola Company in Madrid and Pepsi-Cola in Barcelona, respectively. Which of these two cola companies will capture the lion's share of the Spanish cola market depends on their marketing and business operations. The original cola recipes are similar, with a primary flavor derived from the cola nut. The differences in flavor come from the amount of bubbles and added sugar. Both beverage companies were immediately embraced by the public. Coke is expensive to produce, given the high levels of sugar. Currently, the cost of a cup of cola is approximately 0.15 pesetas, or 15 cents. Coca-Cola and Pepsi both sell for a uniform price of 0.25 pesetas per bottle, which is approximately 275 milliliters. The biggest costs of cola are the added sugar and the glass bottles used to package it. Fortunately, growing demand for cola has led both Coca-Cola and Pepsi to produce their glass bottles in bulk, effectively reducing costs. The profit per bottle is 0.1 pesetas, and both cola companies boast daily sales exceeding 50,000 bottles. This meant that the two cola companies could earn a net profit of nearly 10,000 pesetas per day, or 3.65 million pesetas per year. This figure was expected to continue to grow, as demand for cola only existed in Madrid and Barcelona. Once the two cola companies expanded their stores throughout Spain, each company could sell over 100,000 bottles of cola per day, perhaps even hundreds of thousands. Carlo was pleased with this. Aside from a slightly higher sugar content, cola made from cola nuts had few drawbacks. While cola nuts carried a risk of cancer, consuming them sparingly and in moderation could effectively reduce the risk. Moreover, there were many more dangerous and deadly things in this era than cola nuts. Compared to the London fog and the previous trend among aristocratic women to use heavy metals in their paintings, Carlo felt that cola nuts were far safer. Of course, once technology reached the required level, the cola companies would cease using cola nuts and switch to healthier extracts. Regarding the expansion of the cola companies, Coca-Cola in Madrid and Pepsi in Barcelona had become the two largest beverage companies in Spain, gradually expanding from their two major cities into surrounding areas. Coca-Cola's primary expansion focus was Toledo, south of Madrid, while Pepsi's was focused on Zaragoza, west of Barcelona. In addition to expanding within Spain, Spain also donated some cola as a gift in the arms trade with Russia and Austria-Hungary. This cola was given free to Russia and the Ottoman Empire as health supplements and medicines, with Spain having no control over whether it was used by soldiers or by the dignitaries. The birth of the true Coca-Cola company was still a long way off, and the two Spanish cola companies hoped to dominate the European market before the birth of the Coca-Cola company, even beginning to explore the American market. By the time the true Coca-Cola company was born, there might not have been much left for it to expand into. Although cola was not expensive, the beverage often relied on a strategy of small profits but high sales volume. Currently, in Madrid and Barcelona, the combined daily sales of the two cola companies exceed 100,000 bottles. What about across Spain? Coca-Cola sales could reach hundreds of thousands or even millions of bottles. If this scale were expanded across Europe, daily sales could potentially reach millions. Of course, this also requires considering whether the cola companies can keep up with production. However, it's undeniable that low-priced beverages like cola have enormous potential, and the cola market remains enormous. Besides its carcinogenic potential, cola nuts contain caffeine and theobromine, which can act like stimulants. Unlike coffee, cola nuts achieve their physical effects by directly impacting nerve centers and the heart. Besides its stimulant properties, cola nuts can also treat headaches, depression, whooping cough, asthma, and bronchitis, and can aid digestion and act as a diuretic. These benefits led Europeans of the time to consider cola nuts a medicine, bringing them back from Africa. The good news is that tropical Africa is home to an abundance of cola nut trees, and naturally, cola nuts. In addition to harvesting these natural cola nut trees, Spain is also cultivating them artificially to ensure ever-increasing cola nut production. Due to the current popularity of cola nut plantations have become a popular option for Spanish colonies. Also, because cola contains a high sugar content, Spain is also exploring the establishment of large sugarcane plantations in other colonies to replace Cuba, a major sugar producer. Of course, before Spain completely lost Cuba, trade routes between Spain and Cuba were quite prosperous. In addition to direct shipments of sugar from the Americas to Cuba, over 60% of the sugar trade between Europe and Cuba originated in Cuba and then on to other European countries. This significant sugar production in Cuba has also helped lower the price and cost of Spanish cola. On Madrid's busiest streets, you can see several bright red signs advertising Coca-Cola beverages. Buying a Coca-Cola at a beverage store not only provided free iced drinks, but also allowed customers to relax in the store's public areas. The public areas not only offered free newspapers from major newspapers over the past week, but also books for customers to read. Initially, the Coca-Cola company attracted customers by promoting the drink as a health supplement and medicine, and by offering free newspapers and books in the public areas. But once customers tried Coca-Cola, they fell in love with the drink's delicious iced flavor. The combination of ice, bubbles, and the unique flavor of the cola nut made Coca-Cola a beloved drink for generations to come. Furthermore, in an era of extreme soda scarcity, Coca-Cola was a once-in-a-lifetime delicacy for the people of Madrid. Initially, the Coca-Cola company relied on the health supplement and medicine claims, along with the free newspapers and books, to attract customers. Later, this became unnecessary. Customers' first request for a Coke, one that had been chilled for at least 2 hours. For the citizens, a sip of ice-cold Coke on a scorching summer day practically melts away the anxieties of work. Glancing at the long-legged beauties passing by while sipping a Coke means a good mood for the rest of the day. It was precisely because the Coke shops were offering the latest week's newspapers that the Spanish Sun, when it published a report suggesting the Spanish government establish a reserve system, sparked a wave of heated discussion. To Carlo's surprise, the Spanish public, after learning of the newspaper's report, also called on the government to establish a reserve system. They felt that the Spanish army's 150,000-man strength was far too small and inadequate to protect Spain's security. Furthermore, this 150,000-man force included a 15,000-man Guards division and 46,000-man colonial troops, leaving only 90,000 Royal Army troops stationed on the mainland. I never expected the Spanish people to be even more hawkish than even me, the king, Carlo said, a bit amused and embarrassed after hearing the report from the director of the Royal Security Intelligence Service, Carlo. This is good news for your majesty. At least the reserve force plan can be implemented smoothly. Kadir also smiled and congratulated Carlo. Since being appointed director of the Royal Security Intelligence Service, Kadir has been diligent and dedicated. The Royal Security Intelligence Service has expanded rapidly and has now become Carlo's primary source of intelligence within Spain and even across Europe. As director of the service, Kadir naturally enjoys Carlo's trust. Kadir is now Carlo's absolute confidant, and the Royal Security Intelligence Service is as important as a 15,000-man guard division. Carlo nodded. Although the hawkish attitude of the Spanish people surprised Carlo, it was actually a good thing for him. In these chaotic times, being too patriotic and opposed to war is not a good thing. Without sufficient military strength to protect a country, what awaits the people is not lasting peace, but perpetual oppression and repression. Peace is not protected by a heart that loves peace, but by a sword that can slay the enemy. Carlo was well aware of this. Even though Spain wasn't currently in danger of war, it still had to be vigilant, considering the potential threats posed by Britain and France. After all, a strong Spain would inevitably lead to conflict with Britain. Spain's first move upon becoming powerful wasn't expansion into Europe, but rather the recapture of Gibraltar, which had been occupied by the British. The issue of Gibraltar alone doomed Britain and Spain to irreconcilable conflict. It was simply that Spain's current weakness had caused the British to temporarily abandon their plans against Spain and focus more on rivals like Russia. Once Spain reached the level of the five great powers, relations between Britain and Spain would be far less peaceful. In that case, let's push for the reserve plan in the name of the royal family, Carlo said with a smile. Since Spanish public opinion was already certain to support the plan, there was no need for other parliamentarians to push for it. After all, doing so would be in line with public opinion, and whoever pushed for it would be well received. Just days after the Spanish newspaper El Sol published a report suggesting the Spanish government establish a reserve force, Carlo, acting in the name of the King of Spain, submitted a plan for the establishment of a reserve force to the military council. Unsurprisingly, the plan was unanimously approved by the entire military council. Aside from Carlo and the Prime Minister, the entire military council consisted entirely of senior military officials. With Archduke Serrano, Minister of Defense, also serving as Prime Minister, and Carlo having been the one to propose the reserve force plan, it was naturally unlikely that anyone would oppose it. After all, it was a boon for the military. Expanding the reserve force represented a boost in military strength and would enhance the status of senior military officials. With the military council's unanimous approval, the parliament naturally needed no further comment. The parliamentarians were no fools. They wouldn't oppose a proposal unanimously approved by the military's top brass. Moreover, it was proposed by Carlo himself, the king. Furthermore, since this proposal was in line with public opinion, opposing the reserve force at this time would effectively destroy one's own political career. After being approved by the military council and the House of Representatives, Spain officially implemented its reserve force system at the end of August 1887. All Spanish male citizens aged 20 to 25, with the exception of scientific researchers, university students, and certain individuals with special talents, were required to serve in the reserve force for 3 years. Unlike regular military service, reservists were still able to carry out their duties, but were required to undergo at least 1 month of annual training at a training ground. According to discussions within the military council, these reservists would undergo training for 3 months each year, in April, May, and September. During this period, the companies and factories where they worked were required to retain their positions, but they were not required to pay salaries or other benefits. The Ministry of Defense was responsible for the salaries of these soldiers during their training period, which was based on 1.2 times the average annual income in Spain for that year. Although the reserve force required 3 months of training each year during the 3-year period, these 3 months of training were also paid, which mitigated public sentiment surrounding the reservists' call-up. While the majority of the public supports the creation of a reserve force, that doesn't mean everyone wants to join. A modest increase in the reserve force's income is essential, and since their training only lasts 3 months, the cost is not significant compared to the benefits of the reserve. Since Carlo ascended to the throne, to demonstrate his commitment to the military, the average salary for Spanish soldiers has risen to approximately 1.3 times the average annual income. The average salary for the most elite royal guards is 1.5 times the average annual income in Spain, which is why the guards attract ordinary soldiers. Officers earn even more than ordinary soldiers, which explains the large number of high school graduates applying to military academies each year. Carlo's leadership in increasing both soldier and officer salaries has ensured strong support for him in the Spanish military. With higher soldier salaries, more young people are naturally drawn to the military. This represents a win-win for Carlo. It not only strengthens military loyalty but also encourages more Spaniards to join the army, ensuring the Spanish military can expand exponentially. In other words, Spain's finances are insufficient to support an army of hundreds of thousands, and there's currently no real threat of war. Otherwise, given the current enthusiasm of the Spanish public to enlist, Spain could easily maintain an army of 300,000 to 500,000. However, doing so would not only place enormous strain on Spain's finances but would also impact its industry and economy. While it's easy to raise a massive army of hundreds of thousands, it also means hundreds of thousands of manpower would be wasted. If these manpower were utilized in agricultural and industrial production, Spain's agriculture and industry would be significantly improved. Following the official announcement of the reserve force plan at the end of August, recruitment offices in Madrid were flooded with young men seeking to join the reserve force. According to the military commission, the initial reserve force will be maintained at 150,000. Once those who have completed the 3-year reserve service period have completed, additional personnel will be selected to reach the 150,000 mark. Once the reserve force exceeds 150,000, the Ministry of Defense will halt recruitment to ensure that the planned number does not exceed the target. Spain's 150,000-man reserve force is for national defense, but a 200,000 or even 300,000-man reserve force would be a move beyond defense. Although Spain can indeed do so, at that time, not only Portugal, but even the British will jump out to question Spain's intentions. In order not to attract the attention of the famous troublemaker in the UK, Carlo still strictly limited the size of the reserve to 150,000 people. If the number of young people who come to sign up is less than 150,000, according to the reserve system, Spanish men aged 20 to 25 will be forcibly conscripted into the reserve. Even if the number of applicants exceeds 150,000, the Ministry of Defense will still select these 150,000 people to ensure that the physical fitness of the reserve soldiers is also quite good. 5,000 word 2 in 1 chapter. Please support. 2 things to say. The first is that the price of weapons in yesterday's chapter has been modified. The previous selling price was indeed too low, and the profit was too low and unreasonable. The second is that the author will not stop updating during the new year. During the new year, a minimum of 4,000 words will be updated, and it will be updated depending on the situation. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.